What is going on, everybody? If you don't already know, I go by Philly Mike, and it's our daily Saturday lives. Go ahead, Gate City.
Hey guys, how's everyone doing? You already know, Steven, Gate City Sports Channel. Hey, Saturday, guys. Hopefully, some of y'all have been out there putting yourself at risk, working hard, man. Appreciate y'all. And hey, we're here to talk some Eagles football with y'all tonight.
That's what we do. The boys 2138. Appreciate the super chat. Even before we get in, what up, Philly Mike, Philly Fresh, who will be here? Gate City Sports Talk. Y'all fellas have a good show. I got my little cousin's B-Day party, Super Bowl champs 2021 Cowboys. You know that's not going to be true. I mean, y'all think about that every year. But like I said, I respect your basketball team that you root for. So I still mess with you when it comes to the Sixers. But you know how it is, Cowboys, Eagles, can never side with them. Cowboys sting. So I saw your video about the wide receivers. It was a very good video. I got one that I'm working on too, but it's a lot of stuff to really put your best guess of what's going to occur with all the guys we have, because we have 12 guys now, 14 guys.
14.
Yeah, and there is practice squad players who, they only played last year because of the desperate situation we were in. Hopefully we're not going to be in a situation like that again. But the 55-man roster, how do you feel about it? You don't got to go into specifics, but are you glad that we get that extra 2 spots instead of 53?
I'm curious exactly what they're going to do with the extra 2 roster spots. I definitely think this is a tool to keep players from being taken away. I mean, I think there's a lot of times where you'll come out of training camp, and I think the organization would love to hold on to an extra guy or 2, but they just can't do it because of the 53-man. Giving you that extra 2, although you're still only dressing 46 on game day, you're keeping teams off of 2 players that you want to develop and you want to keep. So I mean, to me, I think it comes into more into play when you're looking at like the offensive line, because it happened to us the one year when the old boy from I think it was the Marine Corps or something. It was offensive tackle we signed, and everyone was excited about him. The coaching staff loved him. They knew he was going to be a project, a kid that they had to develop. No sooner than we tried to get him to clear waivers to get him on the practice squad, he got claimed by the Cardinals.
Yeah.
So it's a way of keeping that kind of thing from happening.
I definitely agree. And, like I said, the guys that don't end up making the team, you would love to get them on your practice squad. But, if they're that talented and it's that close, these guys might get picked up to be on someone else's actual squad. And that's why I don't think you really want to let go of a guy like Hightower or Quez Watkins. Although they're late draft picks, they're draft picks, and you want to give them the benefit of the doubt, because you don't want to let one of your draft picks to not make the team and get picked up and start going to work right away. And where like a guy like Marquise Goodwin, who has been up and down in his career, more down than up, if he's not giving you something like, wow, 2017 is back, if he's not giving you something like that, he's a guy that's going to, get the cut.
Patrick R., that is true, but that's not the player I'm referring to. That's not who I'm referring to. There was another guy that was after Villanuevos came in, who was claimed. It was maybe 2 years ago it happened. That's another thing to think about is I don't know how far they extended the practice squad guys. I haven't really looked into that yet, but I do know part of the new CBA was that they expanded the amount of players you could put on the practice squad, which means if you're an organization and you're looking through those players, you know what I mean? There could be a lot more movement than we're used to here. I mean, that's something to really keep an eye on. Is before it used to be like, yeah, we like this guy, we would, but we could probably fit him through the practice squad because you can only claim so many players off of waivers, because number one, you got to put them on your active roster if you claim them. But number 2, like, you got your own guys you're worried about. Well, now when you expand the practice squad, it can become a bidding war for practice squad players. Although I will say this about the Eagles, we are pretty good about paying our practice squad players. We're pretty good about that.
I agree. But like you said, I'm just happy we got the 2 extra spots. And right now, with our skill players being the X amount of numbers we have at running back, the X amount of receivers we have, them two spots are going to come in handy, and I think they're going to be used on the skill players. It's not going to be, an extra, we got a lot of cornerbacks, but I think we're going to be able to narrow the cornerback room down. We got our D line, our offensive line. We got a lot of room situated. It's really the receiver room and the running back room that there's a lot of people and we got to make key decisions on.
Exactly. Rock the artist. What's going on, buddy? Kara, how you doing, hon? Sorry, guys. I'm trying to go through JLU. How you doing, buddy? Jamal, what's good, man? What's up, Paul? I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to read through these comments as fast as I can and say what's up to everybody. Aye. There's a lot of comments around. All right, y'all. Here's what I want to talk about. I see a few of these comments in here, and I'll put 2020 vision. What's up, man? There's something it's been kind of it's been in my mind, guys, and I want to talk about it. We've been talking about shaping this roster, and I've seen a few of your comments already, guys. We're like, hey, the Eagles really want to duplicate what was being done in Kansas City with the speed offense. But I'm going to tell you, as a guy who I know I'm known mostly for my ability to break down film, especially when it comes to the receivers and the quarterbacks, I have coached defensively too, guys. And if I'm looking at a team like the Eagles, who have a lot of vertical threats, the first coverage screen I'm going to throw at you is quarters. I'm going to make you work that middle of the field because I'm not going to let you get over top of you. I'm going to go right into quarters coverage on you, which is cover 4. Or I might play a variation of it, which is cover 6, which would then be quarter, half. It's not really called cover 6 in real coaching circles, guys. It's called quarter, half, but that's what they mean. It's cover 6. When you look at shaping this roster, you've got to make sure that you got more than just your tight ends that can work the middle of the field. I think Jalen Reagor can be that guy. The optimal phrase I used here was think.
Yeah.
I think he could be that guy. I know Greg Ward at least showed it at the end of a season.
Mm-hmm.
I know Zach Ertz and Dallas Goedert can do it. Guys, I love the speed we got with these guys, but we do have to be mindful that you can't get one-dimensional or teams will take it away. They'll take it away quickly. You've got to be able to punish them over the middle of the field. The way you beat cover 4 is you work the middle of the field. I mean, you work them until they basically got to come up out of that zone system because they will try to run deep zones on us, guys, if we keep trying to get vertical. And I got to be honest with you, if we can find the right fits and the right components to work that middle of the field with those vertical stretches, that's when this offense becomes scary. It becomes scary good at that point. Mike, what were you thinking? What do you think about, not having Alshon, man? Look, I'm not trying to defend Alshon, but he had a skill set that I think is you can only replicate from players like Zach Ertz and Dallas Goedert. I don't think we have that guy on the roster right now that can replicate it. I think that to some extent, I think Jalen Reagor can play the role to some extent, but not the totality of that role. What do you think about that?
I do think like you said, Jalen Reagor can do it. Real quick, shout out to Charles Smith. Appreciate the super chat. What up, everybody? He said. And real quick, I wanted to touch on Caddy Red. Yeah, it's a 55-man roster now. It's went from 53 to 55. But to go off what Gate City said, we know our tight ends can work the middle. They can be the chain movers. They can be the possession guys. But you do want a receiver. And yes, Alshon Jeffrey has not been playing good because he was injured, and he still is injured. Until he can get healthy, he's probably not going to be the same. But the guy we wanted to be the new Alshon Jeffrey was J.J. Arcega-Whiteside. Now, a lot of people feel like he shouldn't be on the team. A lot of people feel like he's not good. And I agree. He had a very, very bad rookie season. But the Eagles organization was hoping to translate J.J. Arcega-Whiteside, who went up for 50-50 balls, who ran them comeback routes, them across the middle, them Alshon Jeffrey type routes. I don't see it. But again, a guy like Quez Watkins, although you just hear Quez Watkins, you think of 4.35. He's just another one of them fast guys. He's a guy who can play that X. I would like to put on a little bit weight if he's going to play that Alshon Jeffrey role, maybe. But he got X in his repertoire.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's where I was trying to lead you. That's the natural guy to kind of come in and do that role. But now it lends us to this conversation of look at positional alignment. What do we know about JJ, man? I mean, I think this is kind of his prove-it year because if he doesn't work out, you need an X. You're going to need an X receiver. And that's why I said that I thought Rob Davis has a long, long shot at making this roster. Like he's going to have a heck of an uphill battle in front of him. The one thing I will say is he's the next X. And I just, that's a guy I think the Eagles would love to keep on the practice squad just in case. I'm just wondering if he could be kept on the practice. What do you think about that? You think he's a guy that someone will definitely claim?
Who?
Rob Davis.
Yeah, because if you just, again, when you look at the profile of him, he's got everything you want to be an X. Again, he was drafted by the Washington Redskins. Am I correct?
I believe so.
At the end of the day, there's always talented guys who just won't make the roster because of how rosters shape up. Do I see him, getting picked up right away? I mean, he was on our practice squad for a decent amount of time last year, so I don't know that he would get picked up right away. Mm-hmm. Normally it's the rookies who end up getting put on a practice squad who get picked up right away because they're new. They don't know what can be done with these guys. A guy like Rob Davis, who was on the Redskins, didn't make it. Then he went to, I don't know if he went from the Redskins to the Eagles, but once you've been in the league and keep getting put on practice squads, you get like a rep, like, all right, he's a practice squad guy. We can use him if we have to. But these rookies who come in, who get put on a practice squad, teams see their college film. They're only going off their college film. They know they don't know exactly what their potential is, so they'll take more of a chances. I think trying to scoop up a young, potentially, stud off the practice squad over a guy who's been in the league a couple years.
Good point. I like the kid a lot. I think there is talent there, but at the same time, man, like we're going to need answers. We're going to absolutely need answers on this defensive or on this alignment situations we got going on. Because Jalen Reagor, although I think he can absolutely play the alignment guys, I don't know that he's a natural split end receiver. I think he's a natural flanker. I think he's got some abilities to play the split end, but I don't think it's his natural position. I think if you're looking at natural positions, like I said, it's JJ and it's Rob Davis. Rob Davis is probably not going to make this roster. So it really leads you, if JJ's not your guy this year, look, I believe, second round pick, you got to give him time. You don't make it this year, you know what I'm saying? Like, we got to look. We got to start looking for that guy.
Yeah, I agree. Listen, a lot of people, and I understand why people want JJ Arcega-Whiteside off the squad already, but you can't really get that bad of a rookie season and not have big questions, big questions. But, I mean, 1 year, even the worst 1 year, you got to give it a little bit more than 1 year. So, like Gate City said, if he would come out and lay another egg this year, even if he started laying an egg where you saw there's no production by week 6, then you could start to make moves to see what we can do to get rid of this guy. But you got to give him a little bit more. But Corey Hall, hey, Philly Talk, my wife and I always watch you. Good content. We are watching you guys now. Can you please give her a birthday shout out? It's her birthday. Her name is Chrissy. Thank you. Happy birthday, Chrissy. Thanks for all the support. Hope you're doing good with this whole quarantine. Can't really go out and do much for your birthday. My birthday was in March, so I felt it too. I had, just an in-house birthday celebration, but appreciate for watching, and I hope you, enjoy this birthday weekend.
Happy birthday, Chrissy. Sorry that your birthday came over this time, man. But hopefully, your husband or your boyfriend is, making it special for you. And we do appreciate you tuning in and watching us.
Definitely. So real quick, Gate City, what is your take on Marquise Goodwin? Your full take, like how you think his style of play is? Do you think he's pretty good? Okay. And what do you think his role would be with the Eagles? And or do you see him being a guy who can possibly be let go?
Good question, Mike. That's a really good question, dude. This is what I'll say about him. This kid has speed. I mean, when I say speed, guys, he's faster than D-Jax. He's faster. Straightforward. He's a faster football player. I will tell you, when you watch his entirety of his film, he does have a case of the butterfingers at times, to be quite honest. And I'm a little concerned if he drops a wide open streaking, like bro, if he has some stuff like happened to Aguilar, I don't know that he's faced this type of fan base before.
No.
So some of you guys that want to equate people to Aguilar, I would watch this kid because he's fast, but he's also got a case of the drops, and that could be a real problem if he's not mentally tough. Now, I don't want to say that the kid is Aguilar because maybe this kid's a lot more mentally tough than Aguilar. We don't know, but that is something that does strike me as being a little odd. I will say this though, man, like when you start really putting together some of these speed pieces, he's a guy that could be a real problem from the slot for teams. You go a 3-by set and you got Rager, Djax, and this kid on one side of the field together, good luck. Like Marquise Goodwin, Rager, and Djax on one side of the field, you're going to really be playing games into, okay, who's running the skinny post, who's going to run a vertical, and who's just going to hit you with a little hit or a little comeback.
And that's the thing, because they all can run vertical routes, you don't know which one is coming. You don't know if it's coming from this side, and also them vertical routes up the seam. In a vertical route in the slot, it's been used a lot more in these last couple of years with it being a passing league. Them seam vertical routes are dirty.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when I know what you're referring to, because when I did my video, I said the Eagles are probably going to carry 6. Now, I will say this. I've had a few people who've been talking to me, and I got to be real with you. They talked about, hey, we added a 55-man roster. It's much more likely that somebody would claim a receiver from us than a tight end. So there is a possibility, guys, they could go 7 receivers with that 55-man roster. The way that I kind of worked it out when I was talking back and forth with people was you keep 3 quarterbacks, 4 running backs, then you keep 7 receivers. That's 2 tight ends and 10 offensive linemen. It's a pretty good number. Now, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I'm saying it's within the realm of possibility. It's not as crazy as when I first heard it, I was like, come on, man. No way. You know what I mean? I think if we keep 7 receivers, Goodwin's going to make the team. I think if we keep 6 receivers, I think Goodwin's going to have much more difficulty than anticipated making the team. I won't say that he won't make the team. I'm saying he's going to have to be head and shoulders above Watkins and Hightower. Or this coaching staff's going to have to feel that he's just a better option in the slot than Greg Ward Jr. I think it's the only way you're going to get him on the football field. It's the only way you're going to get him on the roster, not even on the football field, but on the roster. I mean, that would be my personal opinion. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, like I said, I think Marquise Goodwin would be the insurance policy for Djax, really. Very fast, but again, we have so many options, and we do got to have some of these guys who can play that X position. We got to figure that out. It's going to be real rough. But when it comes to that 55-man roster, I think it would be wise for them to, like you said, add an extra receiver. So definitely 6, possibly 7, and then running back. I can see them 2 spots being where we add them 2 pieces, because you need to put skill players on this team, because last year Carson Wentz was working with a lot of no-name skill players. Now, they performed. Guys like Deontay Burnett, Rob Davis, Boston Scott. We had to take Elijah Holyfield, who didn't get to play, but these were all skill players playing the position. Josh Perkins, all the skill players around Carson Wentz were no name. So you got to add these 2 new roster spots with skill players, so you never put yourself in that situation again.
Charles, I think you can fit both of those in there, but I think the real question, Charles, is where do you spend the 2 extra roster spaces? Do you carry it on the offensive line? Do you carry it at the receiving group? Do you carry it on the defensive line? Do you carry it, from the corners? I think you're going to at least have 4 safeties. I think it's a guarantee. You're going to carry 10 guys. Will there be an 11th guy? I think that's the real question.
Gate City, read this comment, and what do you think about it? I wasn't aware of this.
So I don't know how D-Money. I'd have to really read the rules on it. I don't know how to shape that around the rules. I'd have to really see the specifics of the information for how you do that. I do know that they have increased they've increased the total amount of players you can have on the practice squad. So I don't know if that's how they're envisioning it or doing it. But the thing is I don't know, man. I don't know how that would make sense in terms of it, because it's a weird phrasing, because it's, what I'm saying? Every time you call someone up from the active because when you put them on the practice squad, they have to clear waivers. put them on the practice squad. So I don't know. I'm not too sure how that works, man. I have to really read the rules around that. That's a tough one. I agree. Bashir, I agree, man. I think, like I said, if I had to bet on it, if I was playing the odds, I'd probably play it at 6 just because 6 is a safe number. But I don't know, man. It's going to be really interesting to see how they shape this roster, guys. So real quick in the comments section, while me and Mike are talking, you guys let us know. If you had to keep 6 receivers, who are your 6 receivers? Let us know your 6. Mike, I'll flip it on you. You want me to name my 6 first?
Yeah, you can name your 6 first.
All right, I'll give you my 6 guys if we only keep 6. And this can change, guys, once training camp rolls in and we get into preseason. I probably would reshape this when I saw these guys actually on the field. But right now, I would say your locks are going to be Djax and Rager, and then JJ. I hate to say it, guys. I know people don't want JJ on the team. I'm just looking at it from the standpoint of the organization. He's a second-round pick. Unless you can find a trading partner, he's going to be on the roster, in my opinion. Now, they could find one. I just don't know how much value the kid would have. He hasn't really done anything to warrant any kind of value. So I would say those 3. So Djax, Rhaegar, and then J-Jaw Arcega-Whiteside. Now, then I would say my 4th with Greg Ward Jr. My 5th, I'm going to go with Quez Watkins. My 6th is John Hightower. Now, I'll say the guy that's lingering there that I think has a shot to make it and replacing either Greg Ward Jr., Hightower, or Watkins would be Marquise Goodwin. If the 2 rookies prove that they're just not ready to play yet, he's the guy that would come in. Or if he just straight up beats Greg Ward during training camp and during when they start rolling into the preseason, like he's the guy that I think could gain a roster spot. But I would go with those 6 right now. Would you change anything?
I co-sign yours. I co-sign it. And like I said, JJ Arcega-Whiteside is going to be on thin ice. Like I said, he comes out and the productions, again, 2-3 weeks, you can't just go off that. But going off of last year, if he would get a impact role in the first 3 weeks and he's not performing at all, you gotta really make a necessary move, because we saw Matt Collins linger around for 8 long weeks, or I don't know how many weeks, and just get penalties. But shout out to Hannibal the G. Appreciate the super chat, my guy. I think we need to put those 2 spots for defense. Our defense sucks. It did not play well last year, especially in the secondary, and our defensive line played a little bit bad too. But like I said, Darius Slay shadowing is going to upgrade Cindy Jones, Avonte Maddox, because now they don't got to ever worry about the number 1. Von Hargrave is going to make Fletcher Cox even be more dirty, because he's not going to be able to get double teamed the way teams would have done it last year. And so, like, I really do like the pieces we add. We had a lot of versatile players who can move around. Jalen Mills might still play some corner. He might play some safety. He might play some big nickel. Will Parks will flip around in there. So I really do like the additions that we got on defense. But let's see these guys. These guys.
So Fly Eagles TV went almost identical to us, but he made one big major change.
What?
He took Greg Ward Jr. off and has Goodwin beating him out.
That's what you said.
Hey, look, I love the moxie of the pick. I love the fact that you didn't go what most typical fans are going to say, including myself. I just said it.
Let's run down these guys. So real quick, Timothy said Djax, J-Jaw, Ward, Rieger, Hightower, Goodwin, but hope Quez Watkins shows skill so we can keep him over Goodwin. WMP said Jackson, Rieger, Watkins, JJ, Goodwin, Ward. Tyree Jones said Rieger, Djax, Goodwin, Quez, Hightower, so he doesn't have J-Jaw or
5. Oof. I think J-Jaw is going to make it, Tyree. I hate to say it, man, but no one in their right mind, no organization in their right mind is giving up on a second-round pick on the second year. I'm not saying they shouldn't. I'm saying they won't. I mean,
yeah,
just knowing the way these front offices work, man.
YNG said Djax, Rieger, Goodwin, J-Jaw, Hightower, Ward. So he got my boy Quez Watkins off the team. They keep JJ because he's a good character guy. That's Fly Eagles TV. Got a full youth movement. Djax, Rieger, Quez, Ward, Hightower, Watkins. A lot of people are trying to leave JJ Arthega-Whiteside off.
Yeah,
Rieger,
it's hard to, man.
Rieger, Jackson, Ward, Whiteside, Hightower, Watkins, Cut, Godwin.
Got good one. Yeah, that's what I think would happen too, Wamba.
Definitely got a bunch of solid picks when it comes to who they would keep. Real quick,
Joey Shakes left a comment in there too about Kevon Wallace.
Oh, let me see.
It's 726.
726. Are they flying? Oh, I see him. I hope Kevon Wallace beats out Jalen Mills. I know Jalen hasn't played the position since college, but excited. Hey, if he's able to beat out Jalen Mills, even though he's a little bit, he hasn't played since college, it shows the potential in the Kevon Wallace. I do think even if he doesn't start day one, you will see him on the field because of his versatility. Like I said, we play a lot of 3 safety looks, and so he can line up at that will linebacker spot in big nickels. And so I like him at the line of scrimmage.
2020 Vision took out 2020 Vision also took out Ward.
Oh, he took out Ward?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, here's the thing though. I just hope the Eagles let the best man win, simple and plain. But you gotta at least offer the chance for Greg Ward Jr. to show he can make this team after what he did last year. I'm not saying give it to him because of that, but you shouldn't just say to anybody, look, you were a practice squad, you came and did your thing, and now go back. You got to let him compete. And I hope, best man wins. Brashear Randall said, my only reason why I don't want to cut Greg Ward is because he played a major part of the offense. Goodwin didn't even take a snap yet. Yeah. Real quick, Gay City, how do you feel about Goodwin coming in and saying that he want to race J.J. Arthega-Whiteside for number 19?
Well, I mean, if we're talking about a foot race, he's going to win.
Oh, yeah, no, but I'm saying you think –
I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, to me personally, if I was J-Jaw, I don't think I would do it. I don't think I'd give him the number. I mean, J-Jaw didn't prove a whole lot, but he's a second-round pick in his second year in the organization. Like, I don't think I would do it if I was him. But, I mean, hey, I don't know, man. I don't know the relationship in that locker room and even inside that positional grouping. So who knows? But, it's up to them. I mean, who knows how locked in these guys are to numbers.
True. And for those who didn't see my 2-minute video today, I put a video on about Khalil Tate, the wide receiver, the ex-quarterback out of Arizona Wildcats. Just his mindset trying to make this team as a UDFA. Like I said, they're trying to play him at wide receiver. Dude is talented. I wish him nothing but the best. Mm-hmm. I don't see him making a team at wide receiver, of course, because he's a dynamic playmaker, but you got actual wide receivers who are going to be trying to make this team. But, it's cool to think how he thinks about the Eagles organization, was a fan growing up, and the fact that, he's going to do his best to just get a roster spot. Kids are hungry.
Cool to see. Yeah, I agree. I agree with you, sir. Elliot Patotsky, 729.
I got you.
Sorry, man. We're trying to pull up your comment. That's an excellent question. And I'll tell you why this is a difficult one to answer. What do I think is all 3 of these guys' natural alignment? It's flanker. They're flankers. I think all 3 of these guys have the ability to play either alignment, whether it be the split end or the flanker, the X or the Z guys. Here's the issue. Quez can hit a slant. Quez can do a lot of these, inside things. He's got height. He needs some muscle. He needs to add about 5-6 pounds of real weight room muscle to that frame. I don't know if that's his game. I don't know if he's going to be able to do that. But at the NFL level, he would need it if he's going to play the split end. Hightower, I think, has a lot more experience playing the split end than he does. But Hightower also needs some weight on that frame, to be quite honest. But Hightower, I think, is a little better. I'm not going to say either of them are great at it, but he's a little better when it comes to high pointing the football. So he's a lot better at the contested catch. He's really, he's still learning a little bit about the body positioning aspect of things, but he seems a little more natural at it when I watch film than what I saw from Quez. My gut instinct is the Eagles probably want Rager playing the X. That's my gut instinct, is that you'd put Rager at the X. I think Hightower can play inside, to be honest with you. I think Hightower could definitely play slot. I don't know if they're going to put him there, but he could. And then you have like Quez as your Z, as your flanker, Quez Watkins. But that could be just one too many guy with a similar skill set at the same alignment, and you gotta cut one.
Yeah, that's the thing. So many guys that do the same thing. You're gonna want to find a guy who can show you he's more than just speed. Show you there's more to his game, because we know all these guys got speed, but you got to show us more to really make this squad. But appreciate the super chat, Hannibal to G. See the reports Eagles try to trade up for CD. Yeah, we tried, but now he's on enemy team. No more CD talk. But real quick, I wanted to hit second hand coach. He said he's out there in VA, and he's big on Kevon Wallace. Said he got great leadership, all that good stuff. I agree with you, bro. I agree with you.
LB, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, LB, in the business? My man, I did one stream with LB, and then they were coming at me. They come at me because, I'm cool. It's all good. It's all love. Appreciate you, LB. Let's see. What's I about to say? Let's see. Okay, everybody shouting out LB. Much appreciated.
Anthony Perry, we appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, man. 2020 Vision always coming in there looking out for us. Who's ever channel you're watching on us, do a quick favor. Hit that X off the live chat. Smash that like button and come back and holla at us. Appreciate all you guys watching. We try to do these every Saturday.
So, Rayton Walker. All right, why don't we go ahead? Let's rip the Band-Aid off, guys. Let's talk about Adrian Killins. All right, look, I made a video. I knew it was going to get a lot of views because I could tell from the first 2 hours that it went out. Like, you guys may not know this, but we can tell a lot by how well a video is going to perform by the first 2 hours of its release. We get pretty good hunches at just how well it'll do. As soon as I saw that video shoot up, I actually texted Mike and I was like, yo, man, Adrian Killins is definitely a fan favorite, man, because it's getting all kinds of views already. Killins is explosive. If you can get Killins on the field for special teams purposes, I think the kid could be a difference maker as a kick returner and a punt returner. I think he can completely flip the field. He can change your field position. And people want to sleep on that. That's a big deal. Not starting from your 10-yard line every other possession would be nice. I like the kid in that role. I will say this. I don't want people like Mike, you know me. I'm blatantly honest on when I actually break down film on people. Guys, there's one thing I wish I would have put in that film that I didn't put in there because I didn't know that it would catch wind and catch fire like this. He didn't play a lot at UCF, guys. He tied for third on UCF's football teams in attempts. You can look at that as a positive or a negative. The negative being he wasn't even the change of pace back for them. The positive being, well, he's a running back who doesn't have a lot of mileage on the wheels. It's pretty important for a running back. I saw him. Sometimes he got a little too happy feet and went a little too east and west. But I will say this: when they opened up a hole for him and he hit that jab step and shot it, dude, when he gets to the second level, he's a nightmare to tackle because of just how fast this kid is, just how agile this kid is. I'm just scared that if a Mike linebacker gets a hold of this kid, it could be bad. Yeah. He's got to add some more muscle to that frame, guys. The last time I saw it, I did hear some reports said that he put on a little bit of muscle. I heard some people saying he's up to about 168 now, which ain't bad. He's a little dude, but 168 is still a little light for the NFL, guys, at running back. He's going to need to get up to about that 180 some range, in my opinion. But I don't think you need to use him as an every down linebacker. You tell me another guy that you can go pluck from anywhere and only give them three to four like actual snaps in a game, every other game, let's say, and it can still impact the game. He's one of those guys that can do that. He doesn't need that many opportunities to impact the game for you. And I do think that is a trait that the Eagles should at least look at least take notice of it. But I don't know, man. My gut instinct says it depends on how many running backs they keep, guys. I think that's really going to be the defining marker. What do you think, Mike?
And again, depending on what these two spots are, to two extra spots from 53 to 55, if Doug Peterson and his organization looks at Adrian Killins as not a running back, as not a receiver, as not just a special teamer, just as a legit weapon that could be utilized really good, you don't got to give him a full repertoire at the running back or the receivers, special teams. He gets a small package and plays 3 to 5 plays per game. He could be effective. He can be a game breaker, and he's not going to get, smashed most likely. And like you said, he didn't get much playing time on UCF but he was injured in college a little bit. And again, maybe the college person said even at the college level, we can't let him run that much because he's not big enough to do it, So
yeah,
you can
his coach did, his coach did speak on him a little bit. This is what I'll say about Killins, guys. How much impact are you going to get out of your fourth running back? Not much, right? So what do you want to take the guy? This is my defense of Killins and why I think he has a shot. If your fourth running back is not going to affect the game that much, don't you want the guy that has the greatest chance of affecting the game with very little amount of opportunities? That would be my defense for Killins. I think the problem you're going to run into is the guys you have there. I honestly think that we have a short yardage back. People may not like it. But Boston Scott is stout, guys. That's a little boulder coming at you, man. He's like five. What is he? 5'6", 5'7", like 200 some pounds, 203. That's a boulder, man. That is a straight boulder coming at you. And center of gravity, when you're playing running back and you're trying to pick up yards, it matters, guys. The lower you can get, the better your opportunity is going to be to drive, get behind your shoulder pads and push. So I do think that there is a possibility that, the Eagles might look to utilize Boston Scott in a little different role this year. He's still going to be a guy that you'll use as some scat back stuff. You'll see him lined out. He'll split out wide. He's always going to be a jet motion guy. He'll do those type of things. But I thought he played really well in that Seattle game, guys. I thought he was one of the bright spots of that Seattle playoff game.
Yeah. So right now, it's you would agree that you got to give the first two spots at Sanders, Scott, and then from there you want to really see if it's going to be Elijah Holyfield, is it going to be Corey Clement, is it going to be Michael Warren, is it going to be Adrian Killins, who's going to be that third and fourth guy? And like you said, to defend Adrian Killins from his weight and from the fact that being a fourth running back, the fourth running back shouldn't get much time unless your running back room gets totally decimated with injuries. Now, if you look at him as not just a fourth running back, as the special team guy, as the fourth running back, as a package player who can play in the screen game at receiver, at running back, which the Eagles love to run screens. Just get this guy a small package. Games that we're winning, we don't got to play him. I mean, you don't got to play him much. He's not an every game, user. You're up by 20, you're up by 14 points. Get your bruiser in, whoever our bruiser is, and let him run the clock out, or whatever. Let Miles Sanders do it. But you can use him in so many different ways. And again, he only can have 3 plays and have like a 60-yard touchdown. So he can impact the game on the least amount of touches more than a other player could do.
What's up, Nitro Freak? I don't know, man. I don't think anyone is necessarily giving Scott the position, but I'm just going to be real with you. None of these dudes are on the same level as Scott that are behind him. They're not. He's the next best back we got. That's just being truthful.
Here's my take on it. Like I said, Greg Ward Jr., what he did last year, he should get a chance to make the team. But again, what you did for us last year, we appreciate it, and you were going to get a chance for that, but no spot should be given. The best man should always win, but I do believe that Boston Scott put together a tape last year that if he does that, he's going to be one of the best men to win the job.
Exactly. He's the second best back.
I do like Michael Warren, though, too. I like Michael Warren a little bit.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess it depends on the role you're going to play. I mean, the other thing we're not talking about is, and I didn't want to talk about it just because it's frustrating to me, but they're going to play Jalen Hurts at the running back position. He's going to line up as a running back.
Oh yeah,
I don't know that's the best decision. Yeah, I don't know that's the best decision, and I don't know how they're going to envision it I don't know if they're looking at 2-back sets. That would be my guess, but I don't know, man. I mean, if you're that's the problem I have with this whole concept that they have is you're taking someone else off the field who's probably better at doing it. That's really the problem I have with that entire pick. But I do think that if you're going to say like, hey, maybe his role gets reduced so much that he's just not a fit anymore, it's because you're looking at jet motions, 2-back sets to where maybe Jalen Hurts takes a larger role away from a guy like Boston Scott. That would be the coach in me. That's what I would say, guys. That's what I would say in terms of be careful watching training camp, watching when we get to the preseason, pay real close attention to they're not going to give you too much, guys. You already know they're going to be running a really reduced playbook, but the way they utilize guys is important.
Joseph Hudson, appreciate the super chat. He said, our defense with the upgrades and returns from IR is fire. Hey, I got to agree. I think this defense could be pretty dang good. I think we can do a lot of different type of things. I think we're very versatile. We can, mix things up. I think we can play with different style teams. We can play with the teams that want to run against us because we're always stout up front. Even though we didn't get that dominant Mike linebacker, we've always been able to stop the run. And I think we really upgraded in the secondary. Even people like Nickel Roby-Coleman, who can't play on the outside, but really good in the slot. Will Parks, Jatavius Brown being a fast linebacker to help coverage. Davion Taylor being a fast linebacker for coverage purposes. I think we're pretty good at that, what we added.
Charles, I love Corey Clement when he's healthy. I'm just not sold on his health or his ability to stay healthy. I think one thing that will help Clement is taking him off of special teams because the dude, someone said it earlier this week. I don't remember who it was. Maybe it was 97.3, Mike McMullen or someone. I don't know who the heck said it, guys, but someone said it. Like every time this kid gets hurt, he's not at the running back position. It's on special teams he gets hurt. I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, yes, I agree with you that Corey Clement he's a good football player, but that health, man, scares me at this point. And if you guys go back and look at some of the earlier videos I did at the beginning of last season, I was the one fighting for Corey Clement. Like, he's going to make the roster, guys. And then he did make the roster, but then, he quickly as he made it.
Yeah. So we got a lot of people in the chat saying, that in their opinion, they can use Killins, especially if he gets his weight up a little bit, as a slot receiver. Yeah. What do you think about that?
Nah, I don't see it. I know he's like Cash Face. I love Cash Face. He's my boy. This is why I don't see it, guys. He hasn't run that many routes. It's not that simple, guys. It takes a lot of time and a lot of technique to be learned to do that. He's fast. He's got a lot to learn to do that. He really did not run that many routes in college, guys. He was pretty good on the back stuff, like coming out on swing passes and stuff like that. But he would have a lot to learn as a route runner playing in the slot or anywhere else. I mean, could they use him a handful of plays? Sure. You can pretty much do that with anyone. But, people get smart to you. They see film on you. They start noticing you're not a good route runner, and they'll start taking you out of the game.
So we did it for the wide receivers, and now let's let the chat see where they feel with that. List your top. First of all, list who you think will make the team at running back. So if you think we're going to hold 3, let me know your 3. If you think we go out there and hold 4, let me know your 4. We'll put them up on the screen, see how everybody's take is when it comes to the running back room. Mm-hmm. But yeah, Killins definitely jumped up to be a fan favorite. The way he gets into that second gear, oh my God, it's special though.
Yeah, he shocked me with what he like. I knew he was fast. I didn't expect to see how fast he gets in and out of. He changes speed so fluidly, like it's amazing because it doesn't even look like he's trying to run hard.
No, he just
yeah. He's definitely one of the fastest guys I've watched on film in a very long time. And I really hate that he didn't run the combine. Don't get me wrong. What you run in the 40 into combine is not really representative of how fast you really are. But I would have loved to have seen what it was.
Yeah, I would have loved to see if he
You
could
know,
outrun Henry Ruggs.
that would have been interesting to me to see that kid put up a 40 time. Also, he probably would have gone in the 7th round to somebody though.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Anthony Perry said, "How about the Dark Tower?" Quez, man, me and Gate City are both big on this guy. We think he can be very special. Again, he has some rawness to him, but his contested catch ability, to his route running, to his speed, some things need to be worked on. But the things that you can't teach, he got. He does have that. And again, he was a Golden Eagle, and I'm glad he's a Philly Eagle now. So I love me some Quez.
Yeah, guys, they're gonna I see some of y'all commenting. They're absolutely going to use Jalen Hurts as a running back from time to time. It's gonna happen. Yes, he'll have the run pass option. I still don't think it's a smart idea because he's going to play some wildcat because he's a quarterback. My problem with doing this has nothing to do with Jalen Hurts. Just none of this is this kid's fault. None of this is his fault. The problem I have with doing this is you're taking other players off the field to do this. That's the real problem I have with it. Look, you convert on 3 or 4 of those plays. Now you start saying, okay, like, hey, he is taking other players off the field, but he's being effective. But we all listen. I like this kid a lot. He played in Alabama, which, yeah, it's in Alabama, but it's a huge, huge school. I don't know that he's ever experienced what he's going to experience the minute he messes up, fumbles the ball, looks like a fool in the backfield because he doesn't have the same vision as a running back, as a quarterback. You know what I mean? Like, you already know how we are in Philly, guys. I'm wondering the mental set of this kid. How is he going to handle that? I'm not saying he won't handle it well. I don't know. I don't know the kid. But that's always a concern to me when we get these young kids in there. They're going to play pivotal roles. I was concerned about Wentz. How many of y'all can honestly say a kid coming out of North Dakota State, coming in and playing quarterback for the Eagles as a rookie, you weren't a little scared that this kid was going to have an aha moment of, holy crap, this is way harder than I thought playing in this city. I definitely had that suspicion. Like, man, I hope this kid can handle the criticism of this town because we're not kind to quarterbacks.
Yeah. What's it called? So I was going through the list of everybody, and I love everybody's list. But Jamal A. and I think it was Timothy, they said for their last running back, they said a vet runner back. And the other guy said Devontae Freeman. So he's looking to go still inquire somebody out there. And then another one, Rayton Walker, appreciate you, said, think we should bring in Freeman. We got Sanders Scott. How do you feel about a healthy Clement, Gay City?
If he's really healthy, that's the part I kind of have doubts about.
He can't just be healthy. Gay City, he can't just be healthy. He has to be really healthy.
Yeah, I mean, he's had so many, man. He's had so many injuries. It's hard to say, guys. If that's the veteran signing that they've been talking about, I'm concerned.
So he said our backs are suspect besides Sanders. What it called? A lot of people came in with that. A lot of the list was the same. Everybody knew Sanders was number 1. A lot of people did have Scott back second. It was just the 3rd and 4th that were switching. And, still got a lot of things we got to take care of. So, like you said that you're not too sure on Clement, and you would be worried if that was the veteran back that they were talking about getting. But who's still out there? They still got Carlos Hyde, Devontae Freeman. Who else?
You're going to have a lot of older descending players at this point. But let's be real. So was LeGarrette Blount was an older descending player when we signed him in 2017, guys. If we're going to be honest, it's what he was. And you know what? It didn't matter because he really fit what we needed. And when we ended up making that trade, during the time and brought in Ajayi, it turned into something pretty magical. We need someone that can play a complementary role. We don't need anyone to be the man. You know what I'm saying? It really sucks that Jordan Howard got away, but I did not anticipate that kid getting the contract he got in Miami. That shocked me a little bit.
Charles Smith said, I think we will sign Clowney or the DB from the Vikings. I think it was Xavier Rhodes he's talking about.
Oof.
Would you take Xavier Rhodes? We know
Hell no.
best days are behind him, and he has got beat a lot in 2019.
I wouldn't touch Xavier Rhodes personally. That kid is burnt toast city. He don't have it anymore, guys. It's gone.
Yeah. Then just because the name is there,
Yeah.
Listen, 18 he was starting to get bad, but 19 was a lot.
I would stay away from him personally. Now, I don't know, man. Anyone can tempt you with the contract, because if the contract is like a veteran minimal, what do you really have to lose? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But in the same aspect, man, I wouldn't shell out any kind of money for that guy.
What is going on, Housel?
Anthony Perry, I appreciate you, buddy.
What did he say?
He was like, your film breakdowns are legendary.
Oh, yes, they are. He said, is Shady cooked? What do you think about a Shady reunion?
I've got mixed feelings on the Shady Cook part. I don't think we should probably bring him back personally, but there was a time last season in Kansas City I thought he played pretty well, and then he went down for that little period of time, and he wasn't the same when he came back, and he just really didn't even work his way back into the rotation again.
Yeah.
It's a hard one because I'm a huge Shady fan.
Me too.
And see, that's the thing, is I've been trying to be more careful with guys that are former Eagles players that I was a huge fan of in terms of the reuniting thing, because there's always a part of you that always wants them to come back, but I don't always know that it's the most prudent to this, of decisions to make. I don't know that it's the best thing that you want to, you know what I mean? Like, I think what we really need is someone who had a contact bounce back. We need someone who can come in here and play that Jordan Howard role. And the truth of the matter is, you're not going to get anyone that was as good as Jordan Howard at doing.
Yeah, because he wasn't. Jordan Howard was good. Listen, we saw the games where he took over a little bit, like the Buffalo game, the Green Bay game. Jordan Howard really balled out. We just, that shoulder. Come on, man. What was it? A stinger?
Morris Peterson. The point went over your head, bro. It's not a matter of someone being good. You can still be good and be a descending player, my friend.
Timothy Sheehan, appreciate you for stopping by. Go eat that dinner, Have a good night. Have a good rest of the night. But one of the questions were about Killins, Bashir Randall, when he was saying, it would be more enticing to get Killins in here to use as specialty plays or in special teams more than actual running back role. I agree.
Kevin Cronin, I saw the message, man. I'll do it at some point. I don't know how soon it'll be, but I'll definitely do it before, I'll do it sometime, soon as things kind of slow down, as everything kind of trends down, I'll do that.
Charles Smith said Elijah Holyfield is the missing piece. Hey, like I said, Doug Peterson was high on him before that 2019 draft. Like, we drafted Miles Sanders in the second round, so we weren't going to take another running back. But Doug Peterson had a couple interviews with him during this the draft, stuff. Georgia Bulldog, he ran hard, so we didn't get to see him play. So we got to wait and see. But
guys, Jordan Howard did not have a stinger. You cannot trust anything that comes out of the mouth of the Eagles front office when it comes to injuries. That was not a stinger, clearly.
Yeah, it couldn't have been a stinger. He said, hey, guys, Howie's not done yet with this roster. He will bring in some veterans before the season starts, in my opinion.
Philly fan D, I love you, bro, but no, he wasn't. Stop. Wait. No, he was not. Jordan Howard is one of the best short yardage backs in the league, period.
Yo, Jordan, listen, just remember what he was doing in Chicago before Tariq Cohen came. Jordan Howard was a dude. And like I said, we didn't even get to see his potential yet, because in the beginning of the season, we weren't running Jordan Howard like we should have. Then he got hot in the Packers game, week 3. He got hot in the Buffalo game. What was that, like week 5-ish, 6? And then the stinger or the unknown injury came upon. But him getting injured and us seeing the potential of Miles Sanders was a blessing too, because Miles Sanders has that same style that he can be how LaShawn McCoy was for the Eagles. And I love Shady McCoy, what he was able to do in the receiving game, the running game, the screen game, and I see all that with Miles Sanders.
Yeah. You know, I'm intrigued by Elijah Holyfield. I haven't had a chance to watch any of this film yet, guys. But what intrigues me is how high the Eagles were on the kid. And I've heard 3 or 4 different people have hit me up and were like, "Yo, Gate, man, I'm telling you, behind the scenes, this organization loves this kid." And I was like, "Well, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, they went and targeted this kid and brought him in at the end of the year." And I heard that they really wanted to draft him that year too. But I got to watch film on him, guys, to get a feel for him. I heard that he's a really good contact balance back. He certainly built like one, but I got to see his film, guys. I have to see his film first before I really put out a definitive statement about him.
Do you like any of these corners? Would you go try to sign one of these corners to the Eagles, not to automatically play the number 2?
Daryl Worley is no longer a free agent. I don't know is Eli Apple still a free agent, guys? I don't know if he is or isn't, to be honest. I'm not a big fan of any of those guys, to be honest. Yeah, Eli Apple's already been rumored to the Eagles, so yeah, he's still out there. I don't know, man. I mean, I think we got enough corners right now to sort through. I'm not huge. I'm really not huge on the way that they're trying to shape the battle at across from Slay. I don't potentially like the aspect of basically what you're doing is you're taking a slot guy and having him compete outside. I'm not the hugest fan of that, although I really like Avonte Maddox a lot. I would have liked to have seen a veteran come in and push as well, but I just don't. I have to really look at the list, guys. Let me look at the list and I'll make a video about it. All right. Let me look at the list and I'll tell you who I think would be really good to come in and press for playing time.
Said I have a question. Who has the authority on this team? Is it Doug or Schwartz? I need Doug to start holding Schwartz accountable for mistakes on defense. I've never seen a passive coach like Doug.
Well, yeah, he is. I mean,
he's like, oh yeah, he is.
He is. I mean, to be real with you, he's subservient to the front office. I don't know that he's so subservient to Schwartz. We don't know what happens behind the scenes. He's very much subservient to the front office.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's his personality, though. I don't think Doug's a big personnel guy. I don't think that's his MO. My understanding is when it comes to decisions, both of those guys are involved. Schwartz and Doug are involved with the front office. That's my understanding of things. When Doug was hired here, the package had to. The way I understood it was the package had to include a guy like Schwartz. You needed a guy who had been through the ringer before to come in and do it. Guys, I agree. It's a weird dichotomy. It is. I mean, what can you do though? I mean, my thing is the fire Schwartz crowd. Look, I get frustrated with the guy too, and I understand when we say stuff out of frustration, we don't really mean it. We're just frustrated with the situation. But rationally thinking, who do you replace him with, man? That's the problem. Is as much as he frustrates me, I got to admit, you got a very limited number of guys who are better than him at it. There are guys out there that are better. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to shape and say that he's the best, but it's a limited number of D coordinators that are better.
And it's always hard to get a coach who was a head coach to come back and be a coordinator. We saw that with Jim Schwartz, and we saw that a couple other places, but it's not the most ideal thing. But Matthew said, I think the Eagles should sign Griffin and Logan Ryan, and I honestly feel like we'd be good. What do you guys think?
I like the Logan Ryan signing or proposal. Not that he's great either. He's also a descending player, but I think he's definitely a guy that has played on the outside and played on the outside at a high level. He's a guy that could come in and push Sidney Jones. I like that. I do. He wouldn't have been my first priority guy during free agency, but now that you're going into May, or we are into May now, yeah, I like the Logan Ryan idea. I do. Charles.
Oh, this is interesting real quick. Go ahead. I'll let you take this one.
Charles, I don't know if he was hired before Doug, but he was announced right before Doug was announced. They announced him the same day.
Yeah. Real quick, I want to give you.
You see what he wrote?
Who?
He said, I'm glad we didn't fire Jim like GYM.
Yeah,
Short,
Jim
like,
Shorts. He's always killing it with them puns. But I'm gonna come back to that because gotta respect these. Appreciate the super chat. Book of high quality band. Oh, as a Cowboy fan, the Eagles should go get CJ Anderson for goal line power plays. He would give Sanders that balance, not being a biased fan, just a fun of the game. CJ Anderson, he would be that bruiser role, and you look in his career when he came with the Rams, he really helped them at the end of the season. When we saw Todd Gurley's knees not really be able to hold up. I mean, CJ Anderson was running all over Dallas's defense in that playoff game. He was pretty good with the Panthers. He was pretty good with the Broncos. He's came in and been a bruiser wherever he went. It would be interesting to get a guy that would be your veteran, and if you sign him, he's most likely going to be your short yardage, goal line, 3rd and 1 conversion guy. Interesting take, And at the end of the day, Eagles and Cowboys don't like each other, but some of the fans can get along. Some of the fans can get along. What I wanted to say. Oh yeah, but back to Jason Wall. His puns is crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, he is. He's good at him. He really is. Philly fan D, I don't know what more you could have wanted out of Howard, man.
I knew you were gonna get to that. I was gonna go back to that one.
Yeah. I don't know what possibly you could have wanted more from him, man. I mean, we don't win that Chicago game without Howard. I'm just going to be straightforward with you. We don't win that Buffalo game without Howard.
Packers.
Yeah, the Packers game. Like, I don't know what more you could have wanted from the guy, man.
The only
thing I would say is I would have loved for him to get back on the field, but the dude clearly did damage to the nerve in his shoulder, man. It was a much more serious injury than we were led to believe.
Yo, Charles Smith is always killing it. Whenever a Cowboy fan donates, he comes in right behind it and says he cannot be outdone by a Cowboy fan. Appreciate the super chat.
Funny,
bro. I said it before and I'll say it again. We will never be outdone by a Cowboy fan. Appreciate you, my guy. I wanted to say this too. If you had a question and you really wanted to be answered and we didn't get to it, like I said, when I or Gate City stream by ourselves, it's a lot easier because it's just me talking and answering you guys. But when 2 people are in it, we get the conversation going. It's hard to get all the comments, but always repeat it and we'll try our best to get to each one. Appreciate you.
Christopher Choi, I might be the only person right now that feels this way. You got to stick to your guns on Jason Peters and just say no. I'm sorry. He's not coming back to be a swing tackle. He's 38. The dude's going to leave on the second series of the game. You got to move on, man. I love the guy. Love the guy to death. Appreciate everything he did for Philly. We got to find out what we got in Dillard. I don't agree with what I saw on quick slants. That was one of the most horrible takes I've ever seen in my life. Let him develop. How do you develop without reps, guys? Come on. That makes no sense. You got to be in the game and you got to take reps to develop. You got to have actual film to break down and study. He's already sat behind Peters for a year. Sitting another year is not going to do the trick. What you're going to do is you're going to waste a rookie contract is what's going to happen. Mm-hmm. And then if the dude pans out, it's going to cost you bank to keep that guy. Like, I think you got to play Dillard because we need to know if this kid is the answer at left tackle or not.
You pretty much.
If he's not the answer, that means we got a big problem on our hands next year. Mm-hmm. It means in the draft, we got a direction we got to be drafting in. Mm-hmm. It's going to have to be a tackle. That's my take on it, guys. I know it's probably not a popular take because, look, I love Jason Peters too. I thought he was one of the greatest Eagles of all time. It's gross. It's 38. 38. Yeah. It's time to move on.
I just did a video about that yesterday. The whole Nigel Bradham talk and Jason Peters. Again, like you said about Xavier Rhodes, anytime a cheap contract is offered, you got to consider it, just for depth. But I'm going to say this. Andre Dillard was our first-round pick. We moved up to get him. He held his own against some great players, Khalil Mack and others. He had a bad attitude and really fell flat on his face at the right tackle. But we needed to know if he's going to be the future left tackle for this organization. Like I said in my video, the blind side of a quarterback is very important. The movie's good too, but it's very important. And so if we keep bringing back Jason Peters, and say we brought back Jason Peters and he plays really good, and for some strange reason he can do it again next year. Now you're talking about eventually going into Andre Dillard's. Now 2 years later, Jason Peters is really done. Andre Dillard needs to either get paid or let go, and we don't know what he can bring to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Charles,
as a first-round pick.
Charles Smith. Man, how are we supposed to make sense out of you Duke fans, bro? You got to let us know what player you're talking about. Which one are you referring to? Griffin, you said, man? Tell me your opinion on this.
Yeah. At the end of the,
I'll tell you who I wanted to come in here and push. Who I wanted to push at the opposite side of Slay, but he's off the market now. He got re-signed back. Rashad Breeland. I thought Rashad Breeland was the right guy to bring in here to push Sidney Jones, and we didn't make that move. So now he ended up re-signing back with the Chiefs, and I thought he was very much an under the radar guy, but you know what I know. I'm just a State fan, as you say.
But yeah, I want you to answer this question then, but right before that, I wanted to say again, I just got to know what Andre Dillard is going to be able to offer us before his rookie contract's up, or we can go into signing a guy long-term who we make a mistake on because we just don't know. But Jock Hill said, who will be starting linebackers? Go ahead, Gate City. Who do you think the starting linebackers are?
All right. Starting linebackers. All right. Brian Urlacher. No, I'm kidding. All right. Jesus, that's tough, man. I don't really know if we have any proven commodities. That's the thing. Nathan Gary's going to start. I can tell you that. Sorry, man. My dog's back here snoring. Nathan Gary's going to definitely start. I think Jatavius Brown might be in the mix early. You know what? The kid that we signed out of Temple, I like that kid, man. I really liked his film a lot. I would look to see. I think Davion's going to get his shot, guys. I'm not saying that he won't get his shot. I know he was a third-round pick. At some point, he's going to crack the lineup. There's no doubt about that. With the kid from Temple, Bradley, I don't know, man. He looks like one of these late-round pick guys that he might turn out to be something, guys. I like the way he moved on film, and I think that the way we like those undersized mics, he might make a lot of sense as like you're playing that mic positioning. I mean, TJ Edwards is going to play against the running downs. He's going to be in there on those running downs, but I like Bradley a lot. I'm not going to lie. Where are you at on that?
You like Sean Bradley a lot, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you talked about him. You said he's more of a project. I really didn't look into this guy that much. Temple guy, he's from right around here. He'll probably definitely get up for Eagle games, especially the home games. But I'm not too sure to really comment on him. But Philly Fan D, appreciate the super chat. He said Howard shut down last year. Payday.
I don't agree with that, man. I don't. I don't. Philly Fan D, you're my boy, man. But I just don't agree with that, man. I don't think he shut it down, man. I think he had a legitimate injury. Why would you shut it down? How does faking an injury get you paid? It does the opposite. It brings up a red flag.
Jason Wall said, let's talk about a certain safety that was drafted that a certain Eagles fan mocked to us that seems to have the perfect attitude for the team and city. Oh, I agree, man. Listen, when I
talking about Jaquan Jarrett, bro, I agree, man. Jaquan Jarrett. Mess with you, Jason.
But listen, when I did my Kavon Wallace video, I enjoyed doing that video. I mean, I really do think this kid is going to be special. I like what he brings. I think he's perfect for the city, like you said. I love it. I love it. I wanted to touch up on this. Charles Smith said it, and Anthony Perry's one about Trevor Williams. This is Trevor Williams' whole situation. We signed him right after the season ended to future contract. That's pretty much like the practice squad almost. You're putting something on him to keep him that if you decide to make him a player on your roster, he's not going to get picked up by somebody else. His whole situation was he was a top 10 corner in 17 with the San Diego Chargers. He got hurt. The next year they released him. He got signed by the Arizona Cardinals, got hurt again, and pretty much that future contract is like, listen, we know you had talent, but you're injury prone. So show us you can get healthy. Show us you can stay healthy. Maybe you can make this team. So I don't really know. Again, his injuries has been adding up. So I don't know if his health will allow him to be on this team. But we got to see.
Yeah, hey, Tykeem, I agree with you. I think Jatavis Brown is who they envision playing the will. I wouldn't be shocked to see Bradley mix in because, man, Bradley played extremely well at the will, man. He really shot gaps from that will positioning. I was shocked at how well he played at the will. I do think that they will like his mobility as a Mike, but if I'm the Eagles, I mean, me personally, Davion Taylor is who I would look to as a Mike in the future. Yeah, he's a little undersized, but that guy moves, man. Like he would be hell, man. If you can keep that guy upright, you can keep offensive linemen from getting to the second level. That dude would be a monster running around the field, man. He really would be. I do have, like I said, guys, when you're that size, you're going to have problems stacking and shedding blocks, no doubt about it. But if Philly Fresh was here, the guy that played a little linebacker, he could give us a little more insight.
Running back.
I think he played both. He told me.
Oh, Big Moose said, y'all got to check out the linebacker Dante Olson out of Montana, the Eagles UDFA. I think he has a chance at competing for a linebacker role. I haven't looked at anything on him. What do you know about Dante Olson?
He was highly regarded in college. He won quite a few awards. Definitely a very productive player. Had crazy production. He's rumored to be a very good blitzer. I haven't had enough time, guys, to really and honestly critique the young man. I don't want to give anything too definitive right now because it's a film study coming up. It's on the radar, guys. But listen, the background noise behind this kid is pretty strong. People like this kid. Now, I don't know. You can't find a DJ Edwards every single year. I mean, that's hard to do. But there are some encouraging things about the kid. I definitely heard a lot of high praise for him.
Yeah. Oh, wait, I was going to answer that one too. I had a couple questions. So one said, how much longer do you think Jason Kelce can start? I think with him coming back, he's going to start as long as he's in the league. But I think he's going to come back for this one more year and then, go about his business. That's why we got that later round guy who, and again, they might even transition Isaac Samula into center. But whoever we got to learn, we got a great teacher for one more year. So we got to see. I wanted to get to another one too. I forgot. I'll find it then. But Jason was
a Rivals BT. Secretly, I think so too, man. Jalen Mills plays really well inside. I'm telling you. I saw that breakdown that what's his name did. I can't think of his name. The British kid.
Liam Jenkins.
Guys, if you haven't had an opportunity to watch Liam Jenkins' breakdown on what not Malcolm Jenkins, wow. What way back, guys. On exactly what happened in that, I believe it was maybe it was the Seattle New England game. He broke down exactly what happened in that game. I'm telling you, man, Jalen Mills, he looked good. He looked really good playing in that role inside. I think he's going to be really good there. I'm quite excited to see that tandem we had back to those four guys. Not really a tandem, but you get what I mean. You got my boy, the McLoader. You got Rodney McLeod. You got Will Parks. You got Kayvon Wallace. And you got Jalen Mills. Guys, I think that the four of those guys, I think, are going to play a lot better than expected. I really do.
I do. Listen, I really do like the way the defense is heading. Again, a guy like Sidney Jones, who started to come on at the end of the year, he's practicing with that dude who's been helping out a lot of quality DBs. Avonte Maddox, one of these guys are going to play a lot better than expected just because the shadowing big play Slay does. And then you transition to the pass rush up the middle, which is a lot of quarterbacks' weak spot. And then you got the whole, like I said, secondary when it comes to free safety and strong safety. Jalen Mills might surprise us. He's very good in that kind of role. His biggest problem was getting beat on double moves, which it limits you with that because you're not jumping on the move. You're flying across the screen. But this is a comment I wanted you to tackle because I know you're big with the whole Jalen Hurts breakdown.
Eagles for life. He's not he's not that guy. He's not. Listen, I broke down the film on the kid. This kid can't read a defense to save his life. He's not. He's not that guy. He's a 1-2 read progression guy. Some of it's not his fault because you can't help what the college scheme puts in there, but that doesn't take away from the fact that he doesn't know how to do it yet. He doesn't have that kind of arm talent. He's nowhere near that arm talent level. Guys, he's a very raw prospect. This is not a guy you draft in the second round to play quarterback. There's a bigger role envisioned for him. It's not quarterback. Like he's way too raw. This guy's behind Nate Sudfeld as a quarterback. I'm going to be real. Much higher ceiling than Nate Sudfeld. Still behind him. Nate Sudfeld reads defenses better right now. We just got to hope Nate Sudfeld doesn't turn into another stick boy and doesn't get broken every time he takes a snap.
Yeah. So Catchphrase said, who's better combo, Wallace and Mills or Wallace and McLeod? At this point, I'm going to say Wallace and McLeod only because McLeod, we've seen what he got. We've seen what we got from him. And this is my take on McLeod. The first year he came to us, played really good. The year that he got hurt and he came back, ever since he got hurt, he's been like, I do got to say he played better at the end of last season, but he's always been but we don't know what Mills can bring. So Mills can bring greatness. Not greatness, but really good stuff. But I can't say it until I see Mills play, so I would have to go with the McLeod just because we know what we can get from him. But
can I change something in that, though, Cashface? The problem I have with that is that Mills and Wallace both are going to be your strongs. So I think your most ideal situation is a big nickel situation where you got Parks, Wallace, and Mills on the field. I think that's your best lineup. Listen, I don't want to take anything away from McLeod, guys. I think McLeod is the most technically sound guy right now at safety. McLeod has been descending ever since that injury he suffered, guys. He's just not the same rangy guy anymore. He doesn't have that range he used to have. Now, look, maybe he was just coming back off an injury. Maybe that's playing a role. I don't know. But if he doesn't exhibit the range, I wouldn't be shocked if Parks doesn't take over that spot. Because Will Parks is a player, guys. That kid can ball. I'm telling you. I wouldn't sleep on Will Parks playing free, guys. He's good. And also what I love about this tandem of guys we have, you can take Wallace, take Mills, or you could take Parks. Any three of those guys could bounce outside and play corner in their red zone and match up against bigger receivers. I love the versatility of those three guys. I really do.
It's true. This was mentioned last time too, and we didn't get to it. Roman Mitch said, "Why do you think Baldy and other analysts weren't high on the Eagles draft class?" What do you think about that?
Everyone has their, what I'm saying, guys, everyone has their opinions on stuff like that. I think some people are really down on what we did in the second round. All right, Charles. They're really, damn, Charles, you done distracted the hell out of me, bro. Now I lost where I was going. What was the question?
Why were analysts like Baldy and others not big on Eagles draft class?
Oh, yeah. I think some people got too far down on what happened with the Jalen Hurts pick. I don't agree with the pick either, but I'm not going to sit here and act like Jalen Hurts can't do some things as an athlete to help the Eagles. Listen, I don't think it was a great pick in the second round. I think you should have waited later in the draft to take a guy with that kind of background and that kind of skill set. I think some people are looking at the lens of that you could have gotten an impactful player in the second round. And because you missed on that opportunity, you're already going to be starting off from a deficit. And then I think some people look at guys like Watkins and Hightower and say, hey, good players, great value where you got them. Why didn't you go attack in the second through fourth round, though, and go get guys that could be playmakers for wins? I think that's the other criticism you'll see from people. Listen, you can never make everyone happy, guys. It's just, you know what I mean? It's not going to happen. I think, to Mike's credit, I think I asked Mike on one of the lives, did he believe we were going to go back-to-back receiver? And he said he would do it, but he has reservation believing how he's going to do it. And I think you said first and fifth.
Yeah.
I think you did actually say that. Might have been fourth. Might have said first and fourth, but it was either first and fourth or first and fifth. You said it was something like that.
Bouncing back from fourth and fifth because you know why? I thought Quez was going to go in the fifth, and I thought he could be that late guy we get if we miss out on that second and third round receiver type. My boy Quez Watkins. I hope he pans out. I think he will though. But yeah, and to elaborate on that, like Spike 23 Eagle said, I think, you know, with who was on the board at 53, and again, I said in my last video, I'm going to support Jalen Hurts. He's a Philadelphia Eagle. I'm just going to do that. That's what I do. That's what we all got to do. But, you know, Denzel Mims, Christian Fulton, Zach Baum, AJ Epinesa, guys that could have been day one impact starters, impact players. I think that's, you know, to Jalen Hurts pick, although it could pan out, I think that's why people knocked us down. And we do get talent like Hightower and Quez and Kavon Wallace in the later drafts. But, you know, I think and some people think that Jalen Reagor was a reach. He's not going to be his reach when he's balling out for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yes and no. Yes and no. All right. Do I believe in take? You know my take, Mike. What did I tell you about top 20 picks at receiver? Who are the only type of receivers I told you I would take in the top 20? X-aligned. X-aligned only. The reason I value X-aligned over Z and Y, guys, is that it's harder, in my opinion, and as a guy who coaches receivers, to play the X alignment than any other alignment for the receiver group. You're working in tighter windows, often playing against press man coverage, or at least man coverage situations where they're up tight. And you're probably also going to have some situations with safety help over the top of you. It's harder. The windows are tighter. You've got to be really good in your route running. You've got to have strong hands, and you better be ready to take some hits if you play that alignment. To me, they're the only type of receivers I would take. I get saying at 21, it's kind of hard to start picking and pulling these Z-aligned receivers at that point. But my counter to that would be, if you paid attention to the way the draft was working out, Ruggs was the first receiver taken, Z-aligned receiver with slot capability, right? Who was the fourth guy that came off the board? It wasn't Justin Jefferson. It was Jalen Reagor, a Z-aligned receiver with alignment flexibility to play all three. Okay. And then before the night was over, just a couple picks later, the 49ers jumped up in the round. And who they go and take?
Brandon Ayuk,
right? They went and got my boy Ayuk. So boom, boom, boom. Those receivers came off the board like that, guys. My feeling is I kind of get what people are saying, and my own drafting philosophy kind of agrees with them. But on the other side of things, just understanding the way the draft was working out, I don't know that we could have traded back and gotten Ayuk or Reagor. I think other teams would have been trying to get ahead of us to go get them if we did that. So we would have been playing, if think about it in basketball terms, we basically would have been playing the post trying to keep people from coming over our back.
Mm-hmm.
That's what has been happening.
Jason
What
Walsh.
were your thoughts on that one?
I agree. And I agree. I also agree how you value the X, and because the X is what sets the whole. He sets the whole thing. He sets everything up. You know, the X is supposed to be that guy who's sometimes will get double teamed, who's going to be the volume catcher, who you have to game plan for if he's a good X, which allows the flankers and all them to run free sometimes or get lost in the mix. You know what I'm saying? Because you know they're the fast underneath guys. Or they're just the fast guys that can get vertical and do a lot of different things when your X is running them, you know, big boy routes, contested catches and stuff like that.
Yeah. Hey, Jason Wall, very good point, man. Draft grades are not accurate for 3 to 4 years. You're right. Once they're already in the league and we know who they are, then you're really accurate. When you do the redraft, people really know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Robert California, first off, I love the name. Right now, I'm not coaching crap because of what's going on. But I coach baseball and football, man. Yeah, your boy. Hang on, we had a super chat, man. Did we even cover it?
Yeah,
sorry, guys. We're trying to keep up here. Lone Revolver, what's good, buddy? Who will be playing the X this year? That's a really good question, Lone Revolver. Yeah. Me and Mike were going back and forth about this a little bit. I got a sneaky suspicion the Eagles want Reagor to play the X. Mike thinks that this is J. Jaw's time to earn that draft grade. Um, I would say this. Ideally, you want J.J. Arcega-Whiteside to be your X. Rager to probably play your slot initially with going outside between both outside alignments on occasions. And then you got D-Jax as your Z. That's probably what the Eagles would want to happen, but you might get the inverse of that happening. So you might have Rager as your X, J.J. as a tall slot, and then you might have D-Jax playing the Z alignment. Guys, we could move a lot of some of these guys have a lot of versatility, man. John Hightower is another guy that I think deserves more credit for the flexibility he shows. I don't think he's the greatest in the slot, but I think he can play the X and the Z equally as well. D-Jack's going to be the X.
Muhammad,
we're gonna have to run a lot of like stack sets.
Yeah, to get him free releases. But I'm gonna it's Gates. It's if you want to look it up, it's Gate City Sports Channel is his. So like I said, we got a decent amount. We got $1.54 on both things combined. So whoever's channel you're watching on, do us a favor and smash that like button. Appreciate it 100%. And if you haven't watched the other person, so if you're on my channel and you haven't watched him, or vice versa, you're on his channel and haven't watched me, all we ask is to watch a video if you like it. You can do it. If not, we still appreciate you for coming in the lives and chatting it up with us on Saturdays. But here's an interesting one from D Money. Gate City, will there be baseball season?
Honestly, I don't know. Personally, I think there will be. The last thing I heard, and I don't know if it's still what they plan on doing, is they're going to go. I think they're going to go into like the spring training type schedule, where you're going to divide them up into the two leagues, and you're going to play in two separate states. There'll probably be crowdless games, so no fans, no fanfare. It's going to be a pretty disappointing sports year, unfortunately, guys. Although, as much as it sucks to have empty stadiums for football games, I'd rather have that than no football personally.
Yeah.
Although it's going to be weird, man, not having the fans there and like.
Yeah. It's definitely going to be weird. Maybe you can hear more the crap talking that goes along and all that stuff. It's going to be weird, but interesting. But I wanted to say this before we get to this comment. Dang, I actually forgotten now. Let's just get to this comment real quick. Hey guys, question: do you believe Carson Wentz is an elite quarterback, and do you believe he can get 5,000 yards this season with the new weapons?
Two-part question.
Yes.
Okay. Since Mike went yes and yes, guys, I'll play the role of the contrarian.
That's what I wanted you
to do. He knows Carson's my boy. That's why he's doing this to me. All right. Carson Wentz has elite talent. I don't think you could rightfully label him as an elite quarterback yet. I don't think he's lived up to it quite yet, although the talent is there. In terms of 5,000 yards passing, I'm going to say just under it. I'm going to say he's going to be between 45 and 4,800.
That's what your thing is?
This season. I'm not saying ever. This season, I'm going to say it's between like 45 and 4,800. Somewhere in that area.
Cujo and friends. Yeah, we do this. Like I said, we do this every Saturday because at the end of the day, it's all love in the Eagle community. And this is why I love getting on live streams, because I love your guys' takes. Like I said, we all got opinions. We all don't always agree, but there's one thing that everybody in this chat agrees on: the Philadelphia Eagles' success. That's what we agree on. So how we get there is not, but when we get there, we'll all get what we want. You know what I'm saying?
So there's something in here I wanted to tackle. Antonio Holmes, pull up 829.
Yeah, I'll put and D Money. I am drinking Corona. I don't really normally drink them, but someone brought Corona over last night, and I didn't have a party. I'm not throwing a Corona party, legitly, but there was one beer left. I got a case of Heineken, and so I had to drink that one Corona real quick, just get out the way. But who did you want me to bring up?
Antonio Holmes.
829, right?
Yep, you got it. First off, what's up, Antonio Holmes? That's my guy, man.
Word.
Good dude. All right, Antonio Holmes. All right, let me get into the nuance of this. I think Hurts gives you a better chance at winning. I I don't think the victory was guaranteed in that game, but not as your quarterback. Guys, he would not have started over Josh McCown. That's ludicrous. Josh McCown is he was one of the best backup cornerbacks in the league, guys, hands down, one of the best. I do think where Hurts could have helped us and given us a better chance at winning the game would have been once Josh McCown got you from the 20 to the 20. Now you got more versatility in the red zone to actually try to put points on the board. Well, put 6 on the board instead of 3. I think that's where he could have helped more than anything. Because I think you guys got to keep in mind everything Josh McCown went through. The right side of the line was down. Zach Ertz was out. All 3 starting receivers were out. Like, guys, this is a backup quarterback that held us in there against Seattle with that kind of craziness going on. That dude deserves more credit than we're giving him.
With the torn, what did he do? His hamstring? He pulled his hamstring?
Yeah, the muscle of the hamstring off. I think for the ligament.
I gotta say quick before I get to the super chat. If Josh McCown didn't tear his ligament or hamstring, whatever, I think he does run for that first down. 1, 2. I think if you look at that game, what killed me is the Eagles were so deadly from 20 to 20. Josh McCown in this offense was moving the ball up down the field. We just could not answer in the red zone. I think we had 2 4th-down turnovers, and we couldn't score in the red zone, which Carson Wentz is one of the best red zone quarterbacks in the league. But book of high-quality band, put Djax in the slot and Rager at the X. Move him with motions, have a mix match sometimes with the linebacker with that speed. It's over. Number, Cowboys. Hey, appreciate it, man. You're trying to give us the recipe to beat you guys. But these 2 Dallas and Eagle games are going to be very interesting, just because of the rivalry we always have, the fact that we split last year, that right now I still believe that it's a 2-team race, the Cowboys and the Eagles. And I love listening to Skip complain, though. So, it's crazy, but I appreciate the super chat.
Anthony Perry, I'm not sure. Maybe he'll join us later on, man. He might join us later on.
What do you think about this one? Bashir Randall's real quick about these teams. And where do you put the Eagles ranked in it?
Bro, they are overhyping some of these teams. I don't buy the Saints. I don't buy the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. San Francisco, yes. Seattle, Dallas, look, for all the, what we might give Dallas. I'll give them this. On paper, this is a very good Dallas Cowboys football team. The problem is the paper isn't what takes the field and has to go win the games. That's the thing. I'll say one thing about Doug Peterson, the coaching staff, and the Eagles, that locker room. Man, they're frustrating at times. Like, want to break my TV frustrating. But, man, when things are on the line, they do rally around. They really do rally around the team. The whole team comes together and rallies together. And I got to give credit to Doug for that, because someone asked me, and I hate these type of questions. They're like, Gate, do you think Doug Peterson is stupid? I don't know that man's intellect. I've never had a conversation with Doug Peterson. I don't know if he knows anything about the world, but he knows about football. And for some weird reason, I don't get it. I think I'd have a hard time interacting with him too on a daily basis, because I don't think that would be a great personality for me to mesh with. But the guys in the locker room love that dude, man. And they rally around Doug, man. So I got to give Doug credit, because the guys that are on the roster on the Eagles believe in him. I mean, I don't know what else we could really ask for him. I mean, he won us a Super Bowl. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The only thing I'll ask of him is this. For the love of God, Doug Peterson, you brought in Rich Grandrello. Roll the pocket with Wentz.
Yes.
My God, roll the pocket with Wentz.
Please. But there was a couple comments. Like I said, throwing back there was one comment here about trading Alshon Jeffrey. Do you see us trading him? My answer to that is I think he's going to play in 2020 on the Eagles. I don't think he comes back to the middle of the year. I think the Eagles use him in some type of role if he comes back and he's fully healthy. And I think in 2021 offseason, it's more accessible to release him and or trade him, because then at least he's coming off a couple games, shows his value. You're not trading for a hurt player if he's able to play the last 6 games of the season and we win the Super Bowl, all that easy good stuff. But
yeah.
He said yeah. But
I mean, what can you know what I'm saying, man? Like you covered it. There's not, you know what I mean? There's not a whole lot else I could add to that. Honestly.
I agree.
D'Angelo, are you in my chat or are you in Mike's, man?
Oh, he's in mine right now. I'm gonna get him a wrench real quick. Add moderator. But should we have drafted or traded for a new kicker? I understand that Elliott got extended, but he sucks. Can't trust his leg. You don't like Jake Elliott? I actually think he's a pretty darn good kicker. He missed some, ones that you shouldn't miss. You want that back. But he's done a lot since he's been an Eagles kicker. I think he's pretty good, to be honest. That 50-yarder, that 53-yarder against the Giants to close it out. I mean, you can't just go off one kick, of course. But he had a streak. Do you remember what his streak was? How many field goals he made?
I don't remember the exact number, but yeah. This is what I'll say about Elliott. I think Elliott is very good until you get to the longer distance field goals. Then I think he gets a little more shaky. Yeah. But man, I always remember that kick in Chicago. That was a hell of a kick, man.
I also remember Cody Parkey doink.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Parkey's, bro.
Yo,
best decision we made, man.
Bro, I was hurt. I was watching that game at there's a little grill bar down by my house called Dubs on 5th. Woo, we were in there. It was loaded with Eagle fans. We watching that game, and Cody Parkey is going to kick that ball, and I can't even explain the amount of drinks plus just the amount of, oh my God, I had the worst feeling ever. When he doinked that off, man, they were giving free drinks and everything. We all had the bartender, all them were Eagle fans. It was lovely. It was lovely.
Eagles clips. I honestly think Wentz can throw from the pocket. I don't think that's the problem. I just think that when your offense got bogged down the way it did after D Jackson, those guys went out of the lineup, dude, you had to roll the pocket, man. Give this kid a chance to put pressure on the defense. So that way they're not just dropping back into zones on us and taking everything away. Like, it was ridiculous, man. Like, that was my point with it, is like, dude, you can't just, like, I don't know, man. I don't want to speak illy of Doug Peterson, because I do think the guy's a good coach. But yeah, 22 strike.
Jake Elliott is a grown man. Yo, I love what's it called videos. He's a Cowboy fan, but what is it? I forgot what his name is. The guy who does the reactions like to all the drafts or like the Cowboys games, where he's like through how his how it would be his reaction. No, dang, he does a lot. He does like for the draft. He does it for NFL, NBA. He does a lot of Cowboy games too, where he's like watching the game and he shows his reactions like during the game, what it would be. It's funny. I know somebody in the chat got to know. What is the guy's name who says at the end, "I'm a grown man"? Come on, somebody in the chat got to know. He does.
He's a Cowboy fan? Sure, he's a Cowboy fan. You talking about, like, I know that there's Stephen A. Smith says he's a bad man, but
no. Scooter McGruger, that's it.
I hate that dude. I hate him.
Funny though.
I hate that dude, man. Nah, I'm joking. I don't hate him, guys. I'm just joking.
Yo, listen, the way he kills it. I mean, like, he just did not the Eagles, but the NFL draft, and he pretty much puts that shirt on that team. He acts like this is what they would be thinking at that time. He's funny dude though. He's a
Was he the one that did the draft video?
Yeah, he does all that. Like, he did reactions of Game of Thrones. He did reactions of like video games. He's a Cowboy fan though. At the end of the day,
yeah. No. Yo, listen, I watch content creators from every fan base, every team. Like, I do.
Wentz can do it all. The problem most of the time was protection more than anything. Rolling out gets him a few seconds more. Yeah, but he's just deadly rolling out. And that's why the stat was he was second to Russell Wilson, and we didn't see him start rolling out until the end of the season, where he started putting on clinics with backups.
So here's the thing: did it rub you guys the wrong way when Doug Peterson basically came out and admitted that he knew he should have been rolling him the entire time, but he was just kind of being a little too cautious with him? It's like, dude, come on, man. Like, and then what really bothered me when he said that is when he was going in the press conferences, he didn't always come across as if he was supporting this. He kept, remember, you guys remember the half field concept that he said, and I had to explain to people that the different ways you implement a half field concept, and it's not always because a guy can't see the field. It's not always why you do it. I mean, by the way, Drew Brees is one of the best half field concept players in the league. Sometimes it's just to speed the rhythm of the offense up, but man, he could have handled that situation differently. I don't know what he was doing. I think sometimes Doug says something, and then as he's saying it in his head, he's like, "Shit, why did I say that?"
Yo, how about the press conference when Howie's talking and he's all playing with the water bottle, doing God knows what?
Yo, I remember you sent me that clip, man. I remember that.
Bro, I put that in the video, in one of my videos right after the all season. It was crazy. But yo, this is a super chat for you. I called it. You didn't. Go ahead and do what you gotta do.
Oh, Philly Fan D, Gate City and Philly Mike busting balls tonight. I saw your comment, Philly Fan D. Philly Fan D was trying to goat me into the whole X-line receiver thing. He wanted to put Deshaun Jackson over there.
Yeah. Wentz has dashing dead eye without spending coins.
Yeah. I'll say this about Wentz. Wentz is really good at moving the safety. He's pretty damn good at that. He's one of the better ones I've watched do it.
Oh yeah, we all got lost a little bit. Well, I got lost a little bit.
Hey, Rock Lee, I agree with what you're saying. I do. Not as a quarterback, he's not beating Seattle. But I do think that when we couldn't, because we started running out of weapons in that game, at least he would have been, number one, he's still in college. Number two, at least you would have had somebody in there that had the athleticism to cause Seattle to go, okay, we can't just let this kid run free. I think that's what people are trying to allude to, is that his athleticism would have helped. But yes, I agree, man. He's not winning it as a quarterback now.
Yo, but to Kevin, and also listen to talking to you, Gate City. It's been a while since we've seen Carson Wentz drop back, throw a ball that has airtime 45, 50 yards, and a receiver come down in stride for a touchdown. Remember how that felt?
Yeah, week one.
It should be there a lot. It should be there a lot in 2020.
I'm hoping it does too. I think we definitely have the speed to get it now. I think John Hightower is very good at tracking the ball. I just worry about his body positioning when it comes to high pointing balls on contested catches. I think that's something that is completely coachable, by the way. And I do. Someone asked this question earlier, and I apologize for not remembering it. They were asking about what we thought about the new wide receiver coach, Aaron Moorhead. I think that guy's good, man. I think he's going to be a very, very good positional coach. This is a kid that played in the league. He understands how to gain separation. He understands how to teach these kids techniques. And look, right now we got a young receiving core that needs someone in that room who's been there and done it before. So, I mean, I like the hire a lot. I really do. Although I'll admit, secretly, I was kind of hoping for Hines Ward.
Oh, yeah.
I won't lie. I know Mike was really hoping for him so he could rub it in on his brother, but.
Yeah, leaving the Jets. But real quick, Antonio Holmes, I gave you that wrench. Elliot, I gave you that wrench, and I didn't see your JJ Arcega-Whiteside comment, so you can put it back. I wanted to hit this one too.
I'm going to be right back, Mike.
Go ahead. Philly Mike, Killen, Sanders, Scott, Warren, and Clement, and Holyfield out. So are you saying who's going to be out of them? Who do you want me to – who do I think is going to be off the team out of them? Is that what you're trying to say? If you are, I think Sanders and Scott are the 1 and 2. They signed Corey Clement, so I'm thinking he's going to be the 3. And for the 4th spot, I do like Warren as a bruiser. Holyfield, I think the organization is high on him. Doug Peterson liked him when he played in college at Georgia Bulldogs, but we drafted Miles Sanders. We weren't going to go back to back in the draft, I guess they got him all. Anyways, he went to Carolina at first, and then we got him off their practice squad or whatnot. But Killins is a guy with his speed. I would love Doug Peterson to get a guy like Killins, use him in small packages. Don't play him a lot. He's too little. He should put on weight, but play him 3 to 5 plays a game, a small package. He's a game breaker, and he could be very good in special teams. It's a lot easier when you start with good field position after punts, after kickoffs. So think about that stuff. Let me see. Another super chat. Appreciate the super chat. Book of high quality band. Should the Cowboys and Eagles be worried about Washington's D line? They not 13-3 team. Not they 13-3 team. Just a D line because they got monsters on that line. I want to say this about that. Listen, last year when they were 13-3, they were trash. But the one thing that was scary about that team was not their secondary, was not their O-line, was not their quarterback. I mean, Terry McLaurin was a little scary, but their defensive line, even at 3-13, was scary. I mean, you had Kerrigan over there. You had John Allen. Who's the other guy they got? Forgot. Wasn't he a Temple guy?
Say it again.
The D lineman that they got, the young boy from Washington. I thought
got Chase Young is the big addition.
No, I know. I'm saying last year. Didn't they draft the guy last year who was pretty good from Temple?
Yeah,
or something?
They did. Not Temple. The hell was his name? Give me a minute, guys.
But
sorry, I wasn't. I should have been prepared to talk Washington Redskin football since I become their messiah now. But
yeah, they love that Antonio Gibson video. But hey, the book of high quality band, I agree. Chase Young is a monster. And then you add him with Kerrigan, Allen, and whoever the guy he's about to look up. That D line is going to make noise. It's going to make noise, and we got to see it twice. Do you guys see Sanders getting 300 plus carries this year? I don't think 300 carries. I don't think the Eagles are a RB community. They running back by committee. I said community. Running back by committee. And
they could be a community too, but I mean
they could be a community too. But I just don't see it. I think that we need to utilize him. I think he's our solid one. I think we gotta, give him a bigger workload. But that 300 is like a Zeke Elliott workload. Sean Murray says, "Shout out to Gate City, respect, showing him love."
Appreciate you, man. So guys, they got Kerrigan, who's going to be a nightmare, depending on how they line that guy up. But that's not who you were referring to. You were referring to what is that kid's name? It's been so long since I really thought about our opponents that they're slipping my name too now.
Yeah, but a lot of people were commenting Montez Sweat is a guy they got too. But I was talking.
Yeah, it is Montez Sweat, which I think he was like Mississippi State or something like that. Yeah, Montez Sweat. Yeah. I'll be honest with you. If I was the Redskins, I'd probably play Kerrigan and Chase Young and then have Montez Sweat as my third defensive end coming in. But
rotation.
Listen, you guys are right. That defensive line is going to be good. That's why, look, y'all know I try to keep it real when I talk to other sports fans because, look, let's be real. It's really on the internet that we kind of congregate into these little huddles like this. Like in real life, I got, Mike's brother is a Jets, fan. Most of my friends are not Eagle fans, Like, I try to keep it real with people, but I'm going to be honest with you. We're about to sweep the Redskins, bro. Any of you Redskins fans that are watching me, sweep, bro. Sweep.
Bring out the brooms. Yo, at the end of the day, this is an Eagles sports thing, but I just want to ask y'all opinion. How are we feeling about The Last Dance? Have you been watching the Gay City?
I haven't. Honestly, I haven't. Why? Have you watched any of it?
Yeah. I mean, it's my only NBA. There's no NBA.
It's no NBA, yeah.
Nah, Charles, you don't get that one. You didn't say screaming. You said creaming for Doug Peterson. You said creaming for Doug
He
Peterson.
said creaming.
Nah.
Well, that's a different meaning. D'Angelo Adams. I wish we would have drafted my cousin Jonathan Abram. Are you really related to him?
Whoa, that's tough.
Yeah.
That's tough. Here's the thing. Yo Gate City, I like JJ in the slot idea behind Ward. He could be underrated in the slot. Djax and Rhaegar on the outside with Hightower and Watkins backing them up. Plus, we have 12-man personnel a lot, so we don't have to use slot receiver that much.
He said he really is related to him. That's cool, bro. That's really cool.
That's tough.
Yeah.
Who will be the starting lineup for linebacker? I think you didn't. You said
we did that. Yeah.
But just run.
You know what? I was a little cryptic in mine, so I'll be a little bit more forthcoming with it. Look, guys, it's hard to say, but I think Jatavis Brown is your starting will. Behind Jatavis Brown at the will, man, this is tough. I think Sean Bradley is going to be behind him. I think TJ Edwards will start out the season as your starting Mike, but I don't think he's going to be a 3-down linebacker, to be quite honest about it. I think if, as the season goes on, what you could see is you possibly could see Davion Taylor take over the Mike responsibilities and become a 3-down linebacker. And I think your Sam is, I think we all know it's going to be Nathan Gary, guys. I'm not a huge fan of Nathan Gary either, guys, but the coaching staff loves him. And I'll be honest with you, on passing downs and playing over the tight end, I think he's pretty good. I think he's got use there. What do you think, man?
Oh, yeah, I agree. Davion Taylor got some promise, but I don't know if he'll be a starter right away. Sounds pretty good where you put these guys at. And I know it's still a pretty weak linebacking corps, but the way we stopped the run with our front four, and the way we set up, we didn't get guys in the linebacker room to really stop the run because we already do that with our front four, especially Javon Hargraves. But we got guys who can cover. Davion Taylor, fast. Jatavius Brown, fast. We got guys who can get side to side, watch these tight ends and watch the middle. So we're going to see how it goes.
We added a lot of speed, guys. I mean, Jatavius Brown can run. Davion Taylor can run. Sean Bradley can run. Like we added a lot of speed. What's his name? The kid we got from Atlanta. He's a really good special teams player.
Duke Riley
can run.
Hey, Hort Dog 00, can Wallace play linebacker? I mean, I don't think he's going to be a linebacker in a base our base package, but when we do these sub packages and we get that 3 safety look or a big nickel, when the big nickel comes in and plays that will linebacker area, the outside linebacker, he can do that because if you watch his Clemson tape, the dude loves to be around the line of scrimmage. He loves to blitz the passer, which you can use outside linebacker to do. He loves to, stuff the run, come into gaps and stuff the run. He plays a lot in the box, so he'll be that big nickel linebacker. And if you watch Jim Schwartz, he plays a lot of big nickel. He plays a lot. We don't keep 3 normal linebackers on the field all the time. We barely stay in our base packages. We do a lot of sub.
Yeah. He could play, like you were saying, in a sub package, sure. Not in base. Taylor's instincts are below average. Fran Davis, I don't agree with that. I just think he's a raw prospect because he hasn't had a lot of years of playing. I think his instincts are actually really good. He just, listen, 854. As he gets more, that's why we're saying he's probably going to play behind in the beginning of the year. As he picks up and gets more familiar with the game, that's when you'll see that stuff really pop off and flash. It's going to take time. I mean, the dude went from not really playing football in high school to going to a community college or a junior college to then transferring to a Division I school. And now he's a 3rd-round pick in the NFL. Like, it's like, look, it's going to take time. And I've been on the record as saying I love this kid. I would have taken Akeem Davis-Gaither there, personally. But I'm not down on that pick at all. I think that kid is incredibly athletic. I can see exactly why they drafted him.
This is his second comment to that, Gate City.
Well, any backup linebacker is going to play special teams, but I think he'll be more than just a special teams player. you'll see him. He'll get snaps on the defense. I'm not saying the kid's going to be. I'm not saying the kid's going to be a major contributor early. I think that's a bit of a stretch to say he's going to be a major contributor early because he's got a lot to learn. But he's going to get in and he's going to play.
Yeah. I saw something I wanted to talk about. Oh, Christopher Choi. Do you think Fletcher Cox is done after this season?
No, I don't think so. I mean, who knows? Look, to be honest, Christopher Choi, who really knows? He's the only guy that's going to know the answer to that. I thought he wanted to play longer, but who knows?
So real quick, with this whole Rasul Douglas thing, do you feel that he will end up on the roster in a reserve role, or do you think we end up, trading him, flipping him, doing something of that sort?
I think the Eagles want to move him, but there may not be anyone that's really wanting him. That's the problem. I honestly think Rasul Douglas can still play. I just don't know how many people you can fit. You know what I mean? Like, how many corners we're going to legitimately keep? That's the issue.
Yeah.
Can Davion Taylor be a starter by the end of the year? Robert California. First off, once again, man, I said this once, but love that name, bro. I'm a huge Office fan myself, man. Here's the thing. Can he? Yes. Will he? I think he's going to get in and he's going to play, but I do think that I don't feel comfortable projecting it. I'm just going to put it that way. I think the talent is there. I think the knowledge of the game has to progress largely, but I do think you'll see him play. He'll be the next man up off the bench, is my opinion. But I don't know that. I think he's your fourth guy, not your third, if that makes sense.
I wanted to ask you, so Elliot said, how many years you think Deshaun Jackson got left? Do you see him leaving the Eagles and going to play for one more team after what he got this year and next year, right? So do you see him leaving the Eagles and playing? Do you see him getting an extension or leaving and playing somewhere else after this year and 21 is up?
I apologize, Mike. What player again?
D-Jack.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone after this year.
Yeah, but I'm saying
I love Deshaun Jackson, and I sure hope we make a Super Bowl run this year for D-Jacks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, one of my favorite players of all time in an Eagles uniform. But I want to be honest with you. The reality is he'll be 34 by the season's end.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, we got a lot of young guys we just drafted. I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, well, I guess we'll have to see. I mean, if the dude balls out and is like legitimate star again this year, it gets a little harder to let him go. But I don't think they're going to keep him on the contract they have him on.
Correct. But let me ask you this. Do you see him how many more years do you see him playing in the NFL total, I'm saying?
So I'm sorry, say that one more time, Mike. I got distracted by the chat.
I know it's hard to keep. That's what I try to do all the time. But how many more seasons left do you think he has in his career? I'm saying.
D-Jacks?
Yes.
Maybe 2, 3 at the best.
All right. So
I say this year and next year, he probably has the physical health to make it. I can't see him playing too much longer past that, to be honest. I mean, he's already had a lot of injuries. Like, I'm not saying he's had significant injuries, but he's had a lot over the course of his career. A lot of nagging hamstrings and stuff like that. Robert California. Who are my top 3 linebackers? Yeah, Jatavis Brown, TJ Edwards, Nathan Gary. And then I would play originally, I would probably my fourth guy, and I would play him at the Mike, and I'd play him a little bit at the Will. That would be where I would bring in Davion Taylor. And then my fifth guy, and he's got to win this. I'm not saying he's a shoe wouldn't even make the roster. He's got to win his roster spot. But I believe in this guy. I really do. I think Sean Bradley is your fifth guy, and I got faith in that this kid is going to at 6th round pick.
Hey, Michael Leidy said, sorry if I pronounced it wrong. What's your honest opinion with the team as a whole this draft, and does this upcoming season look positive? I want to say the draft to me was solid. Solid to me, depending on how you look at that Jalen Hurts pick. It was either really good or solid, but I thought it was good. I loved day 3 of the draft. And I do believe it's positive. The last season, we came into the NFL 2019 season as Super Bowl contenders. Why? Because Carson Wentz was about to get back to 17. We had speed and receipt. We had Alshon healthy, supposedly, DJ, all this stuff. A run game with Howard and Sanders. The way Sanders emerged, the way we'll have speed around Carson. Carson was rolling out at the end of the season. Maybe Doug thinks hard and continues that, with Rich Scangnello. And our defense upgraded. Our defense is better than last year. So I really do see us coming in and being able to put in work. Our schedule's tough, but I like this is, of course I'm biased, but I do feel really strong about this upcoming season.
Yeah. Hey, Charles, I'm a little shocked at the approach the Eagles took in the draft. And this ties into this question to an extent that you just had up on the screen, Mike. You can keep this one up too, because it ties in. I'm a little shocked the Eagles didn't go get a more true X receiver later in the draft. I'm surprised they went so many like slot flanker types. I would have liked to have seen them take a shot in the later rounds on a guy like Antonio. Wow,
AGG.
On like Gandy Golden would have been a good one to go take a shot on. Isaiah Hodgins would have been a good one to take a shot on. Someone to come in here who's not necessarily going to beat JJ Arcega-Whiteside out, but is going to push him. It's going to make the kid want to play, because if he doesn't play, you got another bigger body that can take his spot. I would have liked to have seen the Eagles take that route. They didn't take it. I'm a little surprised they didn't. But look, at the end of the day, I mean, I will say this about Howie. He was very transparent about what they wanted in the draft. SPEED. He said it very clearly. I got to give him credit.
Hey, I wanted to say this too. You know what's crazy about AGG? He went 3 picks ahead of us to the Washington Redskins. 3 picks.
I know.
3 picks. But I want to say this, Kevin. I really think Markel Manuel going to have our defensive backs ready. I do like his attitude. I like how his demeanor. I like how he's a player's coach. I like how he hypes everybody up. I think he's going to get the most out of this position, the DBs. And again, I think a guy like Sidney Jones, who needs more confidence and stuff and coaching up, Markel Manuel can do that. And I also know that having Big Play Slay in there, challenging these guys, talking to these guys, training with these guys.
Yeah.
The fact that if he shadows, and not if, he should shadow, Sidney Jones never got to worry about a Devontae Adams or a Amari Cooper they don't got to worry about them guys. They got to worry about the second best receiver on the team.
Hey, 2020 vision. And D Jackson's defense, if he lasts 6 games, it's going to be a fun 6 games. But yes, I agree with where you're going. Charles Smith said, what about, said Donovan Peoples-Jones was available in the late rounds. There was a few guys I thought that they could have taken a chance on to play the X and to push JJ, but guys, I don't know what the infatuation is with this organization with JJ Arcega-Whiteside. Listen, I will admit, when I looked at his film, I wouldn't have seen this coming either. To be fair, his film did not lead me to think he would be this bad his rookie year, looking at what he did at Stanford. Now, there were some red flags, like, let's be real, when you look at a guy who played in the Pac-12, you better really pay attention to the teams he's playing in the Pac-12 and where he's getting the production and who he's lining up against. Is there anyone worth a crap lined up against them? You got to be careful with that. And I don't know, man. I don't want to say we bought fool's gold, because I really did like the kid's film, but we might have bought fool's gold, to be real.
Hey, and listen, by no means am I sticking up for JJ saying we got to keep him for his whole rookie contract. I do believe we have to give him this year, but that don't mean the whole year. If he Mac Hollins it the first couple games, get him out. Not maybe you can't just like release him right then and there. I don't know what they'll do, but you got to bring him back and put other guys ahead of him, like the Quez Watkins, the High Towers, the whoever's there, whoever's gonna do what they got to do. But real quick, Jaquain Snowden, I wanted to say, I do believe that Carson Wentz can get back to some type of MVP caliber season. And I do want to say that the speed we got, I don't see Washington secondary, Dallas secondary, or Giants secondary being able to defend it. So we can finally break that. Since 2010, there has not been back-to-back NFC East winners. There hasn't. But we about to break that in 2020.
You see, my thing is about the Dallas defense is I think it took a step backwards. And I'll explain what I mean by that. You can look at the individual players and say, like, hey, look how good these guys are. The thing is you need rotational players in order to maintain a dominance along the line. And I'm a little scared. If I was the Cowboys, I would be a little scared of come the fourth quarter when these older defensive tackles have been chasing people around. How are they going to handle the speed of teams like the Eagles? Especially, I mean, look, man, they really talked a lot of junk about Byron Jones. Okay. I hope Diggs is your guy, Dallas, because I don't think he's Byron Jones.
Nah. But getting him in the second round at 50 what?
Great value. Great value. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely great value. Not disputing not one iota. But I would have, listen, I'm not knocking them for taking the best player on the board in CeeDee Lamb. I would have went and got me a corner if I was them.
Yeah, but some people had Diggs going to a corner like Diggs or something going to him at that. So they got their first round. They were mocked to get plus an added bonus, but it is what it is.
Look, like I said, man, I can't stand Dallas, but I can't knock the pick of CeeDee Lamb because he was clearly the best player on the board at that pick. But I don't know, man. I don't know that he makes. I don't know. I don't know that he adds any wins to your total. That's the problem. Is your receiving core good? Yeah. But look.
It was good last year.
It was exactly. You had Cobb. I mean, come on, man. Like, you had a good receiving core already. Like,
yeah. Yeah, because at the end of the day, they had one of the second. They had a top 5 offense when it comes to yards and stuff like that, but they weren't getting W's. So I don't know what's going to happen. But Caroline Carroll, this is a real rough subject to talk about. But it's at this point, now I'm stuttering too. It's a wait and see approach. We got to wait and see. I do think this guy turned a corner with playing 16 games. He didn't get a broken leg, anything like that. He got concussed. And it wasn't even a legal hit. So it's rough. But, fans are going to be talking.
I don't think you trade him. I don't think you trade him.
No, I know.
I don't think you trade him because you can't move that contract. It would cripple you. Josh Rodriguez. All right, man. Speed, I'm going to tackle this in 2 parts. Speed is not everything. 100% agree with you. Separation is everything, not speed. Speed helps, though, when you're trying to get vertical and you're trying to get over the top of defenses.
And plus speed helps.
Now, exactly, sir. Now I'm going to talk about the second part of this. Aguilar ran a 4.4 and he sucks. Disagree. Aguilar sucked in the role we asked him to play. I think if you left Aguilar in the slot, make no mistakes about Aguilar's ability to separate and run routes. One of the best in the league. Hands down. Cannot take that away from him. When we moved him outside and asked him to play a more pivotal role, that's when things came undone. It's when we moved him outside of the alignment that he was supposed to be playing. I think when you saw him play the alignment and play when he wasn't dependent upon to be the guy, it was a complementary role, he's a different dude. He's a different player. My thing is, that relationship was broken. He was broke by the city of Philadelphia. You had to move on. But I'm not going to keep beating the guy up when he's not even on the roster anymore.
Here's my thing about Aguilar. Like I said, if you left him in the slot, he probably could have been good. If you had a number 1 and a number 2 out there and let him in the slot, like you said, he probably would have never became who he was. And again, I think up here was not right because once he started dropping them, they came in bunches.
Exactly.
And he just couldn't get over the fact. He thought about it too much. So it was a must get out of Philly type situation. But, is what it is.
Yeah. Let me see.
Wait, I wanted to say
Waylon,
this.
not Waylon. I'm sorry, guys. catch the football, Aggie is biggest problem. Waylon, I don't agree with that. I think when you played him on the outside and the pressure of the situation mounted on the outside, he couldn't catch the football. But when he played in the slot, the dude did make some amazing catches to bail out pretty bad throws. It's in context, guys. The context of the moment of being the guy playing on the outside, which you can look at his body language. He didn't want to do it. He wasn't comfortable. And like Mike said, the minute one drop happened, the dominoes began to fall. He wasn't right for the moment. Hopefully you guys get what I'm saying. He was not right for that moment. He wasn't ready for the moment. He was never – listen, we can talk about Eagles drafting this kid in the first round, which was a mistake.
Chip Kelly.
Yeah, mistake. Big mistake. But not every guy is meant to play on the outside. Not every guy is meant to play in those – you get what I mean? If you left him in the slot, running routes in the slot, I think he'd have been fine. But we got shorthanded, guys. I mean, look at what we were throwing out there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's why I think it was time to move on. I don't think that Aguilar had the position, the alignment versatility that we needed. We needed a guy that, okay, you're our slot guy, but if we need you to play outside, you can do it. I just don't think Aguilar could do it.
Bang!
Dallas signed. Good for Dallas, I guess.
I'm just saying. But that comment about the Packers taking a step back, they take a step back and go 9-7. Whew. Imagine if they start losing games and you see them pull Rodgers for Jordan Love. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine?
That's going to be crazy, man. I mean, even the Andy Dalton thing. How long does it take if Dak doesn't have the best game for that to start happening? And I don't think Andy Dalton is the dude. I don't. I think he's I think he's an okay quarterback. But he's got average arm talent. I don't know, man. That's not the move. I guess if you're looking at a backup, sure. But I don't know, man. Where are you at on Andy Dalton?
Listen, he was a starter for a while. So anybody who was a starter for a while, if he's now your backup, it's one of the best backups in the league. If you take all 32 backups, at least 27 of them were never starters. Probably 25 to 27 of these 32 backups were never starters. So if you get a guy who could start, who could get to the playoffs, you know, as a backup, it's good. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not going to get any of these 32 starters as your backup normally. So, you know, Nate Sudfeld never started for a team. You know, Cowboys backup, Kellen Moore, or no, not Kellen Moore. Who's their backup right now before Andy Dalton was? Wasn't it like a Rush or something?
Yeah, something Rush. Yeah.
Again,
someone you would never want to actually take a snap.
Cooper Rush or something. Yeah, this is the thing. All the backups in the league are backups for a reason. So just the fact that he was a starter and now backup is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, Dalton, listen, if you were in a playoff mix and you're in a playoff run, you need the guy to come out there and win a couple of games. Dalton's your guy, but I think the problem they're going to face is when anyone struggles and you got Andy Dalton sitting on that bench. Welcome to our misery, Dallas. Because you're going to get that experience too now.
So there's a super chat said your boy AB. He said, "Hey, Kara, leave us gingers alone."
That's funny. I didn't miss what she say. I didn't see it.
Fran Davis said, according to Roseman, we have the best backup in the league.
Roseman says a lot of, you know what?
Aiden Cassidy said Dallas finally got their QB1. Your boy AB, you definitely gave us a quick one. He said you got to leave us gingers alone. The Red Rocket, though, is the Dallas Cowboy. What was the contract? I just saw somebody say.
They gave him a $7 million deal.
They gave him a $7 million deal.
Woo-hoo.
Yeah.
Maybe Dallas is moving on.
Yo, Dak's like, come on, man. I'm trying to get paid. Now they're just giving more money away. They paid
Zeke. Got you.
They played Cooper. He said, yo, I'm not hating on gingers. I just prefer my QB.
Yeah, Takeem, I'm not saying he's not a good quarterback, but I don't think he's to Dak's level, man. If I'm being real, and honest, he's not to Dak's level. Andy Dalton's a very average quarterback, in my opinion.
Woo, Donald Bynum with the hot take. He said, we are going to be number 1 or 2 in the NFC. Like that. I like that take. Yo, could you listen?
I'm actually a little shocked that Mike. Are you shocked that Dalton signed with the Cowboys and not the Patriots?
Yeah, but I keep hearing that. Listen, New England keeps saying stuff like they're not going to go after Cam Newton. They're not going to go after Andy Dalton. Like, just lost Tom Brady. Bill Belichick is still a GOAT when it comes to coaches. Does he think he can win with Jarrett Stidham, who he calls Stid? You know what I mean? Like, does he really think he's going to win with this guy? Like, I don't know.
You think they're tanking for your boy out there in Clemson?
No, this is the reason I don't think they'll tank it for him. For the simple fact that, listen, I think Shannon Sharp said his stat. If the Patriots just scored 17 points per game, they still would have won double-digit games. That's how their defense was. So there's no way they're going to be able to lose that many games with that defense, and I don't think Bill Belichick will let that get there. Listen, remember Matt Castle. Matt Castle came in. They went 10-6 with Matt Castle. Then he gets signed by the Kansas City Chiefs to a big deal because, he's pretty good. And it wasn't Matt Castle. It was the system.
Yeah.
So we'll see how Stid does.
I don't know, man. That's easy to say until your quarterback starts turning the ball over.
Correct. But listen to this,
then you need to start putting up more points. Like,
but they also listen. Brian Hoyer's not good, but he's a okay backup. And here's my thing.
He said he's a okay backup.
I was gonna say solid. But look at this. You would really know that Patriots are tanking if they only win like 3 or 4 games, because at the end of the day, their defense is built to win them 7 games just off their defense.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't know, man. At some point, I just feel like you're going to go for it. Bro, you better get a quarterback in there that I don't see what they see in Stidham, man. What is it they see in Stidham?
His name is Stid. No, I'm just kidding.
That's some Bill Belichick shit right there. I don't understand what they see in him, man. Like, I don't get what it is about that player that makes them go like, oh, that's our guy. Like, this is who we're rolling with. This is our playoff push. Like, bro, they were talking about the greatest Super Bowl in history being Tampa Bay and New England. Bro, how is New England beating Kansas City? And what realities are happening right now?
Nah. Let me ask you this, though.
How are they beating Buffalo at this point?
My brother's happy a little bit. He's like, the Jets have a chance. But, here's the thing. At the end of the day, I do feel as though the Patriots should have went out and tried to get a Cam Newton or Andy Dalton. Their defense did fall off, though, at the end of the season. I do agree there. But again, look at the Dolphins. The Dolphins tried to tank. The Dolphins traded every player they could. They traded every single player they could get out of there to try to make their team horrible, because you can't tell human beings, go ahead and lose. You know what I mean? These guys are trying to get contracts. And guess what? The running backs, the quarterback, whoever's playing on this tanking team wants to eventually get off that team and prove that he's can get a contract somewhere. So at the end of the day, they tried to tank.
Sorry.
Got the 5th pick.
Did you see Patrick R's comment?
No, where's it at?
920.
Oh, it's one of the last ones.
Yeah.
Oh. They like Stidham because he can get them Trevor. Yeah. All right. Well, so what does the chat think that let's go off of this. You guys in the chat could do it. What do we predict the Patriots record to be around? I know we don't know their exact schedule, but what do you see them in 2020 with Stid, Bell Belichick, Josh McDaniels, the fact that their defense did fall off a little bit at the end of the year? Yeah. Where do we predict them? Go ahead, Gay City. Where do you see them around?
The Patriots?
Yes.
5-11, bro. 5-11. Good defense, horrible offense. Christopher Choi, I see your question, buddy. I'm going to get to it.
Which one? This one?
Yeah. Do you think that the Eagles will use Jalen Hurts like Taysom Hill? for the Eagles offense. Long story short, Christopher Choi, no. I don't think they will do that. Let me explain why I say that. I like the athleticism of Jalen Hurts. He is not even worthy of being put in the same sentence as an athlete as Taysom Hill. Completely different athletes. Now, I do think Jalen Hurts will be used in a gadget-like role to where he's going to be running the ball because for all, Jalen Hurts may not be as physical, as big, as fast as Taysom Hill, but that kid has incredible vision running the ball. I really did watch some of his film, and I was quite impressed with the young man's vision as a runner. I think there is something there in his running abilities. Like, it is there. Like, I got to give the kid credit for being an athlete because that kid is an athlete. No doubt about it. But Taysom Hill plays special teams. Taysom Hill can run the ball on jet sweeps. Taysom Hill can run the ball at the backfield. He can line up as a tight end, a slot receiver. I don't think that Jalen Hurts is to that level. I think Taysom Hill is like a better version of Trey Burton. Although Trey Burton, I think, was a little more productive his 1 year with the Eagles. The 1 year he blew up, I should say.
Cujo and Friends, Kara Pool, just put that in there so you can check it out. Be more careful. Appreciate the super chat, my guy. If these young receivers pan out, what happens with Ertz and Goddard? Do we need to trade one? So you're saying that we are in less 12-man personnel. We start lining up like other teams where we got 4 wide receiver sets, 5 wide receiver sets. Now you can't just keep Dallas Goedert as a sole backup if you're not playing 12-man personnel, and you can't. That brings up something. Go ahead, Gate City.
Be more careful. First off, you're trying to get me killed, bro.
That's why I let you go first.
Yeah. All right, man. Listen, I think you got a point. I think you're on to a point, which is take out the receivers we got. At some point, do we honestly think that Dallas Goedert's not going to want to be the guy? Not a tandem, but the guy. I don't think Dallas Goedert is as good as Zach Ertz. I don't. Not as a receiver. Not as a receiver. But he's younger. He's still pretty good.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, let's look what football's a business too. Okay. So let's just say we got a graded A tight end in Zach Ertz. Say we got a B tight end in Dallas Goedert, who has the potential to eventually get up. So now you can go 5 receiver sets, 4 receiver sets. You don't have to rely on 12-man personnel 75%. So now you're keeping a B tight end on the bench unless Zach Ertz gets hurt, and you're keeping your A tight end who's older and more expensive. Eventually, Dallas says, I want to play somewhere. So you either lose your young guy who potentially can get better, or you lose the old guy who eventually is going to be closer to the door to retire. We all love Zach Ertz. I really do. I would hate to see him go, but I would hate to see Dallas Goedert go, playing the league for 7 more years. Ertz gives us only 4 more years, and, something along them lines. So it's rough.
Yeah. Hey, Cujo and Friends. Steve with Gate City Sports Hawk is the real name of the channel, but I just go by Gate City Sports Channel or Gate City. Most people call me Steve or Gate City, but Gate City Sports Talk is how you'll find me in YouTube.
Josh Rodriguez says Jalen Hurts won't be very impactful in the run game because there's better athletes in the NFL.
I don't think that you're necessarily wrong, but I still think I agree. Of course, the level of competition goes up, but he's good, man. I'm not going to take away from his ability to run. He's good. The problem is when you're talking about like 3rd and 1s, 4th and 1s, the guy that we got under center right now, he's pretty good at those conversions too, to be honest. What happens the very first time you take Wentz out of a game on a 3rd and 1 and a 4th and 1 and Hurts doesn't pick it up? I would not want to be Doug Peterson at that podium.
I'm seeing the chat, they're talking about the whole Ertz
and Goddard thing.
Yeah,
guys, that's a hot topic because I brought this up a while ago that I thought Zach Ertz could possibly be traded. I don't want Zach Ertz to go anywhere. I love the guy in an Eagles uniform. Carson Wentz loves this guy.
Yo, Philly fan,
But,
be with a hot take real quick.
Andrew Luck will be a Patriot. Do you think the Colts will let him out of his contract?
But yeah, go ahead on what you were saying about Zach Ertz.
Oh shit. No, it's just guys. Like I did a video where I talked about the fact that I think there are a few guys that, because of the situation we're in 2021, they are possibilities to be moved. It doesn't mean they will be moved. It means it is one possible way of figuring out the cap situation. And Zach Ertz is kind of number one on that list of guys that you got to figure something out with. And you look at a guy like Dallas Goedert. If I'm Dallas Goedert, man, like, cool, I sat behind you now for 2 years. I'm going to my third year. I'm about to be wanting out of my rookie contract pretty soon. Like, when's it going to be my time? And I don't want to take credit for that thought process, guys. I got to shout out my boy. Not that he needs a shout out from me, but yo, that's Philly 500. Philly 500 was the first one I heard say that. That it's not so much the money to him. It's not so much any other aspect other than the fact that Dallas Goedert is a competitor too. And at some point, he's going to want to be the man somewhere. So that was really Philly 500's take on it.
Correct. And again, if you say Zach Ertz is better right now, that's true. But Dallas got the potential not to be better necessarily, but to be better than what he is now. And you got to go with the cheaper, younger guy. That's just the way the NFL works. I mean, look, Patriots fans love Tom Brady. You think they want to see Tom Brady go? No, but even greats finish their career outside of that organization. And right now will be his most value for a trade, but it hurts to say it. It really does. But
Luck will be a Patriot. Philly fan D.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question, because I know you're kidding, but legitimately, how do you get him out of that contract, though? If you're the Colts, would you honestly allow that? I'd be like, man, y'all lost your minds.
This is why girls can't watch football. No, I'm just playing with
you. Potter.
Just playing you. He said we always lose or trade Hall of Famer caliber players versus letting them play the rest of their time in Philly. Djax, Dawkins, McCoy, Cole, Jenkins.
Well, I will say this: McCoy was traded actually.
Yeah.
Djax was cut though, wasn't he? He wasn't traded; he was cut. I thought.
Yeah, I think so.
Your point though stands, Jaquan. Whether he was cut or traded, your point's the same. That was Chip Kelly though, man. That was a different scenario. I don't know what that man was thinking. Like, bro, I don't know. Goddard looks like Shrek. Not gonna lie.
Ooh, so we got some predictions. Jaden Greed said Dallas Cowboys 11-5, Eagles 13-3, New York Giants 6-10, and the Redskins 5-11.
Ooh, why the Redskins so low?
Yeah, but yo, that trade for LaShawn McCoy, we got the linebacker from the Bills, Kiko Alonso.
Yeah. Look, you know what bothered me the most about the thing that happened with Djax? It wasn't like you could have just been like, guys, it's a football decision. We're going to move on. Why did we make up all the crazy crap we made up about the gang affiliation crap and like just nonsense, straight nonsense? Like that was the part that rubbed me the wrong way about Chip Kelly.
Deontay Alston, yep, we heard the news, and hopefully they got a quarterback controversy over there. I'm just playing. He's not taking Dak's job, but
yeah, he is.
Backups, solid backup.
I'm gonna be chanting the whole time, Dalton.
Hey, imagine this though. Imagine if Dak does hold out because of the contract, and Dalton gets him 3-0 or 2-0.
Oh, that would be bad, man. It'd be good for Philly because man, that whole thing would be in turmoil.
Yes. So, how did you feel about Howie Roseman saying we drafted Jalen Hurts because of what happened with Russell Wilson?
It was ridiculous. Ridiculous statement. Completely different scenarios. And look, guys, I know there's a theory out there that Dallas Cowboys might have taken Jalen Hurts in the third round. I don't buy it. I don't personally buy that. I think that is Howie Roseman trying to cover his you know what. Personally, I don't buy that at all. I think Dallas, if that's true, Dallas got us twice. CeeDee Lamb, and they made us draft Jalen Hurts. Like, to me, that's the most ridiculous statement. I just think you stick to your guns and you say, our evaluation was this is a good football player. We're going to use him as a weird kind of combo guy. You may not like the value we got him at. We love the value.
Yeah.
Make your decision as fans. Whatever.
Like,
that's all you really needed to say.
Be transparent.
Yeah. I didn't agree with the pick. There's nothing you're going to say is going to make me agree with the pick. But if you got conviction about your pick, at least I can say I respect you. You know what I mean? Like, hey, more power to you. You believe that pick is a lot better than a lot of other people. But all the other nonsense he threw out there, man, it's the way they handled it that made it so much worse.
Yeah. Fran Davis said, as Eskins would say, Kelly was dope. Was a dope.
Yeah. I don't know, man. God, that way they handled that press conference, dude. I never seen it. Like, and then did you catch it, Mike, where they were like, where he was like, we talked to Carson, we have an understanding. And then like 2 days later, we find out, well, no, Carson wasn't thrilled about it. Like, bro, like, then why volunteer that? Why volunteer that?
Listen. At the end of the day, Jalen Hurts is the Philadelphia Eagles on the Eagles roster. So I'm going to support the pick and I'm going to support the fact that he's an Eagle. I hope everything plays out. It is what it is. I didn't like it at first. It is. I don't necessarily like it, but it is. It's over. It's done. So I'm going to support it. But I want to say this. There was people saying, like, for reasons why we got Jalen Hurts was, what if Carson Wentz gets the coronavirus? And these guys kept saying it seriously.
Oh, yeah. Like, really? Really?
And they said, oh, you know why we got Jalen Hurts? Because Carson Wentz is having a baby.
By the way, if Carson Wentz got the coronavirus, what is the likelihood that Jalen Hurts doesn't have it too at that point? Like, come on. Bro, did they even, like, the whole thing was ridiculous to me. Like, really? We're at this level of defense that we did this because, you know, the coronavirus. I didn't get that one either, man. Yeah. I'm hoping that's one of those conspiracy things that got started by the media that Howie never had anything to do with. And I'd be willing to bet there's no way he did something that's volunteered something that stupid. That has to be the media. Has to be, man. Like, just no way a GM would come out there and say something like that. Could you imagine that press conference with like, yo, like, what? Wait a minute. Could you say that again? Like, did you just say what I thought I heard you say?
Yeah, that's funny.
I don't get the rationalization even from the injury standpoint, guys, because if you're scared about his injuries, then you don't get a rookie quarterback because he's not ready to play. You'll get a guy that's ready to go play. I understand from the long-term projection of getting a guy that can be your backup quarterback for many years on a rookie contract. That part I get, just not in the second round at 53. It's a reach. It's a big reach, guys.
Yep.
I mean, we didn't get a polished quarterback, guys. You guys need to go watch film on this kid that keeps saying that, because I can tell you haven't watched film on him. This kid's not polished. Kid's very raw. The quarterback position. He's a 1 to 2 read progression guy. To be real with you, he's scared to throw the ball at times. He's way too quick to look his first read, see it's not there, try to tuck it and run. He's too quick to do that. He's got to get through an NFL level progression. He's got to be able to identify zone defense, especially deep zone, better than he did on the film, guys. He's got a lot of work to do, guys. He's not this solidified pick you think.
Harlem Cowboy, I want to say this. He said, this is how Philly fans treated Donovan when y'all drafted him. Here's a scenario with Donovan, though. We drafted him with our first round pick, right? Yeah, well, tired. But we drafted him to be the starting quarterback, not to be the backup. And the Eagle fans at that time were mad because they really wanted Ricky Williams at that time. But we drafted Donovan to be the starting quarterback because at that point, you know who the quarterback was for the Philadelphia Eagles? Doug Peterson, who came over with Andy Reid from the Packers as Doug Peterson was Brett Favre's backup. came over to the Eagles and started for McNabb. They started for McNabb. Started for the Eagles until McNabb took over mid-season.
Hey, Anthony Perry, that's a good point, and it's one thing I keep trying to point out to people. Bro, I can't imagine being Jalen Hurts and going through the range of emotions this young man's going through, because I do not think this is beneficial to the young man. I don't. I think he's really the victim in the situation.
Yeah, to piggyback off that, I agree. Like we looked at it from a lot of perspectives. We looked at it as there was other players on the board who could have impacted right away. We looked at it in a second, the fact that we have our starter franchise guy that if you don't believe he can stay healthy, that's one thing, but you just you gave him the bag. And then you look at the spot that how does Carson feel? How does Jalen Hurts feel? Like you said, because he's thinking, dang, if I would have got drafted by any other team who didn't pay their quarterback, I could have competed for the starting job. I know how you feel about him, Gate City, but in his head, he thinks positive of himself. Come on.
Yeah, no, I like the kid. This is a very good kid. Like, this is a kid that you feel you like as a person. He's a very good kid, man. Like, when he talks, I love the fact that he's resilient. I don't know if you guys watched the I think it was Steve Mariucci did the film thing with him. I love the moxie of the kid. I do love the moxie of the kid. But I think they put him, like, you should have given this kid a chance to go be a number 2 quarterback somewhere. Maybe even compete for a starting role, because he's going to need snaps to develop. That's the other problem, man. Like, he's going to get snaps because, like, obviously our guy's not going to be around forever. The hell is his Nate Sudfeld. Sudfeld's only going to probably be here for this year. But you're basically just delaying that progress, that you're delaying that development a year, in my opinion. And then, like, it bothers me because in that Steve Mariucci video, he asked him about being a gadget player. And Jalen Hurts told Steve Mariucci straight to his face, I don't want to do that. I'm a quarterback. Man. I feel for Jalen. I feel for Jalen Hurts. I don't think this was fair to the young man at all.
Here's the thing. Elliott said, I think the Eagles believe they're going to turn this player into his fullest potential, which in their eyes is Russell Wilson. Here's the thing, though. If you think that, then what are you saying about Carson Wentz? Because if you turn him into Russell Wilson, why not? Why wouldn't he be the starting quarterback then?
Yeah, he's not Russell Wilson, guys. Not even close. Different style of quarterbacks completely.
I just got to say this about Jalen Hurts. If he got picked up by another team, his mindset would be like, I'm going to try to get the starting job. I'm going to do this, that, and the third. And he probably still has that deep down. He's a competitor. But yes, it puts him in a bad situation too. It puts him in a situation where he can develop and not have to be thrown in a fire. But
yeah, your boy AB, I like the young man. He's not coming in. The only way Hurts is coming in is if it's a long-term injury to Carson. If it's an injury where Carson's going to be out a game or two, they're not playing Hurts. They're playing Sudfeld. I think the only way that gets flipped is if it's like Carson's going to be down for like the entire year or like 8 games. Then I think, what do you got to lose? Throw the young kid in there and just see what you got. But he's too far away, man. He's too far away if it's only a game or two. And that's also going off the precedent of, like, we're expecting Carson to be injured. And I don't think Carson's a brittle quarterback. I don't. I just think he plays a style of football that subjects him to injury. Because let's be real, Carson is going to expose himself to injury if he thinks that play, that competitiveness that he has will get the first down, will be a conversion, he's going to go for it, guys. It's who he is, man. Like, you can ask a guy to change their game a little bit. You can't ask a guy to change their entire perspective. I just can't see that happening. I mean, at the end of the day, he is who he is. And I don't think the Eagles were crazy for going and getting a young guy. I think you had to do it. I was after James Morgan personally. That's who I wanted to come in. I would have taken Jalen Hurts in the 4th or the 5th. But, yeah, man, I don't know. I don't know, guys. Like I said, we'll see. He's an Eagle. It's ridiculous not to support the kid.
Yeah, could have had Ward just and used the 53rd pick on a player who's going to impact right away. That's the thing. Also, who was on the board kind of hurt me too, because imagine Christian Fulton on the side of Darius Slay. Imagine Zach Bond as a linebacker. Imagine Denzel Mims over one of these other guys. I mean, who knows? AJ Epinesa as a pass rusher.
Charles Smith, good point.
What?
He was talking about, like we're talking about this two quarterbacks on the field at the same time. It's not like Ward wasn't a quarterback.
Exactly. It's not like you didn't
Khalil
draft
Tate.
Khalil Tate.
Khalil Tate. He's like,
who I just put in my video today. Just a 2-minute
really?
video.
Oh yeah, you did. You told me about that. Yeah, you told me about that.
It is what it is, though.
Jose G. Torres. I agree. We're gonna have to use him as a trick play guy because we're gonna have to find a way for this kid to produce for us. He's gonna have to do something to produce. I just think it's an incredible amount of pressure for the young man. I think we're really putting this kid in a really tough situation. Because look, at the end of the day, we can all sit there with rose-colored glasses and say like, "Oh, love the athleticism of this kid, love this." The bottom line is, this is a second-round quarterback. There is a certain expectation for a guy picked in the top 60 picks. If he doesn't come out there and really show it, this ain't the city, man. We're not the most patient fan base. Let's just say that.
Yo, Anthony Perry, I agree, but be more careful. Said, what other quarterbacks were better than Hurts that were left?
James Morgan, a lot. In terms of the quarterback position, be more careful, a lot. Jalen Hurts is a very developmental prospect, man. In terms of the athlete, you got to go with like the kid out there at Virginia. There's a few others that could have played this role as an athlete, but Jalen Hurts was the best all around. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you're judging him as a quarterback and athlete, then the other guys wouldn't have been quite as attractive in that role. But if you're talking about just as a quarterback, man, he was like, dude, he was not the next guy up. He really wasn't.
And James Morgan was picked by the Jets in the 4th round.
James Morgan's going to be good.
Finley Fan D said Randall Cunningham was a 2nd rounder.
Yeah, he was. He was, man. It's a tough situation, man. It really is.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like Marcus, I get the thought process behind that. I do. But him coming in here as the 3rd quarterback, how many snaps is he going to take this year? How much is he going to progress? And if you're using him on trick plays, gadget plays, running plays, wildcat plays, how much is he really developing as a quarterback? Like, when is he spending time as a quarterback then? That's my thing.
Yeah. Quarterback Tommy Stevens, Mississippi State, was there in the 7th round, and he's exactly like Taysom Hill. And listen, that
Cole McDonald, exactly. Guys, Bryce Perkins, which was the Virginia quarterback, like, there are a lot of guys that could play this role.
Yeah. And also, like I said, Khalil Tate is a dynamic runner. And so if you wanted to do that Wildcat / Taysom Hill / 2 quarterbacks.
Hey, guys, I'm sorry, Mike. I don't think he's comparing Randall and Jalen. I think he's just saying Randall was a 2nd-round quarterback.
Yeah.
I don't think he was comparing them.
2020 Vision says, me and Gate Cities are on opposite sides with Hurts. It's going to feel good when Hurts lights up the season. Say he coming for you, Gate.
2020, I promise you're going to be disappointed. I can't wait till you see this kid actually throw a football and you go, oh, crap, Gate. This kid's a long-term prospect. Yeah, he is. Like, this kid's got a long way to go. There were several plays 2020 where he had receivers wide open. And because he was only in a 1-2 read progression, didn't see him, didn't get through the progression, took off and ran. Like,
or just lobbed it up to CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah, like, he's gone a really long-term quarterback. And like I said, 2020, some of this is not Jalen Hurts. You cannot help the foolishness of the offensive, personnel packages and reads and progressions your coaches put in. That's not you. But I will say this. There were also times he didn't necessarily stick around to get through those progressions. He just looked CeeDee Lamb. Oh, CeeDee's not open. Gone. Like, that's what he did, man. That's a bad habit to get into in the NFL because they will spy you.
Be more careful. Said that said, I think it was just because he was linked to Dallas.
Be more careful. That's my feeling too. Is I think Dallas might have played Howie.
Kelly Bryant.
Kelly Bryant would have been a good one.
After the first read, he looks to said. I hope Hurts doesn't start the season. Think about what that means. Yeah, if he don't start, it's because Carson Wentz is healthy and balling out. 2020.
Not the same 2020, not the same thing, man. You also got to understand, sometimes when people show those, you got to understand when a person comes open in the progression. That's got a lot to do with it too. So it's not the same thing, man, when you break it down on film. It's not. Like Carson is, it's not even funny how much further ahead Carson is. Like this kid's not, he shouldn't even be in the conversation with Carson, man. They're too far apart.
Rock Lee said Lamar's accuracy improved from first year to second year.
Kind of. The system and scheme in which they were running helped.
Yeah. Randy said, Doug is going to do what Andy Reid did to McNabb. He's going to waste his prime years without a big-time receiver. I do like how the receiving core is shaping out right now. We might not have that true dominant number 1X, but we got some speed, and I like Carson Wentz when he's throwing down the field. I think he got a big arm. We got to use it. We got to roll him out too. Be more careful. Said I was hoping to get Kelly Bryant. He seems similar to Carson.
Yeah. Bobby Love, even if Wentz gets hurt, he ain't coming in, bro. He ain't ready for that. He's not. It's going to be Sudfeld. Be true with you. And I'm not even sold on the fact that it's going to be Sudfeld. I still think the Eagles might be in the market for a veteran quarterback, to be honest. This kid's not ready for that yet.
I don't believe he's going to play as much gadget plays as they say. He's going to do some RPO plays and maybe a few from H-back position. They really bring him in to learn and read defenses. What's going on, Lenny D? At this point, we're already 2 hours and 46 minutes in. We pretty much just talking what the chat talks about. And right now we're on the whole Jalen Hurts thing. You know, somehow we always find ourselves back to that. It's just the way it is. But let's get to a couple more of these down here. James Trash. JLU. Dallas was high on Hurts. He was one of the first online interviews with Jerry Jones. I saw I saw Jalen Reagor get interviewed by Dallas too. I watched that interview.
Yeah, the thing is that Hey, Robert California. The thing is Lamar Jackson was still going through NFL. Sorry, guys. Robert California. Lamar Jackson was still going through 3 to 4 read progressions in college. Jalen's not. There's a big difference. Lamar Jackson still hung in the pocket and tried to throw long before he used his ability to escape. Just like Russell Wilson. Running was always secondary to them. That's not what Jalen Hurts does, man. This is a very different player. He's not as polished. And don't get me wrong, he was a raw talent too, Lamar Jackson. His rookie year, it was mostly off of his legs that kept him alive. But let's be real. Jalen Hurts is not Lamar Jackson level athlete. Not even close.
What do you think of Adrian Killins? Oh, we talked about that a lot earlier. Pretty much we would love to have him on the team if he can make it. We think he can do a lot of different things from special teams to, just give him a small package. He's little. He can't get hit much. So give him a small package. He's a game breaker. The dude is fast.
Yeah. Now, look, Lamar Jackson does struggle. He's still pretty raw as a passer, but he proved to be serviceable underneath that. The Ravens love 12 and 13 man. And he proved to be serviceable when you're holding people with RPOs and things like that. So, I mean, like, he's coming around. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, they definitely, he's got to progress more for them to go further in the playoffs. But I would definitely say Lamar Jackson is a much more polished prospect than Jalen Hurts.
Coconut 73 said, what is the D tackle rotation looking like? I'm thinking Hargraves and Cox are going to start. You're going to have Malik Jackson rotating, which is good because in the fourth quarter, when you got a fresh D line because of the rotation at the D tackle position, rotations at the defensive end position, you're going to be coming at the quarterback when the offensive line is gassed and they're fresh. I do see packages where all three play on, like Malik can play some outside too. But it's Hargrave and Cox definitely.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. You know, the interior pass rush will be key to this defense, and also to be the key to killing Mike McCarthy. Mike McCarthy's thing with his quarterbacks is that he will never allow A and B gap penetration. Let me introduce you to Fletcher Cox. Like, we're going to get A and B gap penetration.
Yes. Howie's a great cat man, but he doesn't know how to pick players. We need a football mind at GM. I can't believe Jeffrey is good with this draft.
Hey, Marcus Messiah, while I agree there's an element of truth to what you're saying, Kaepernick was still better at reading defenses and making that 1-2 read progression. Jalen Hurts is still very raw in deep zone. Also, it should be pointed out, Kaepernick wasn't ridiculously faster than Jalen Hurts. However, he was faster. He still had a step or two
on. Yeah, a lot of Lamar Jackson comparisons, but dang, the chat just jumped hugely. And see, guys, remember the chat, whoever's channel you're on watching, so you only see that, but we can see both channels combined. So sometimes it doesn't look like it might be a lot, but it's a lot when you combine them. But he said, come on, guys, not even giving FedEx no love. FedEx delivered my replica Super Bowl trophy complete with fake silver.
Yeah. Charles, that is the other aspect. He played really, really bad defenses. Very bad defenses. And when he played the better defenses, his numbers were a little more pedestrian. And that's something I think that kind of gets left out when you talk about his performances. And he's going to struggle at the NFL level, guys. He's going to struggle mightily. I'm not saying the kid won't develop into something pretty good. It ain't going to be year 1 or year 2.
Yeah. But yeah, so a couple people agree with you. He said Hurts' arm's trash. He said that he locked on a CeeDee Lamb, or CeeDee Lamb made him look better. At the end of the day, it is what it is now, though.
Yeah.
OC says, should we get another defensive end like Clowney? We can always look for defensive end help. I think Clowney's kind of expensive for what he's going to give you because of being on and off the field with injury too.
Clowney, I think, wasn't he asking for close to $20 million, and he hasn't come down off that number, and that's why he's still a free agent. That's what I thought I heard. 17. Still, it's a little high for a guy that I think is a phenomenal athlete. I think he can be like a huge 10, 12 sack guy, but it ain't been consistent, man.
Yeah, they might have both benefited from that, but we'll see. We'll see. Who will be starting receiving core? We talked about that a lot earlier. We even had the whole chat chime in. Pretty much we were saying, we talked about just receivers on a roster, but the starters, should be Jalen, Deshaun, and then you got to see where you go. Do you go who's going to be in the slot? I think you can rotate. You're going to have some JJ play, some Ward play, some Quez Walken, Hightower mixing in and out. But the starting three, I'm thinking D-Jackson, Jalen Reagor, and then that third one is where it's kind of up in the air. Who do you think the starting three receivers are? Gate City.
I already told you, man. Listen, comeback player of the year, Marvin McNutt is going to come back and be the start. No, I'm joking. All right, starting three. I think you're going to find a way of getting Rager in the game. I think Djax is clearly going to be in the game as long as he's healthy. If you got Rager at the X, Djax at the Z, you could play a combination of J-Jaw and Greg Ward Jr. As your Y, assuming Greg Ward Jr. makes the team. If not, then I think you'll see Goodwin and J-Jaw kind of playing the slot. But that's where I would go. I do think that you'll see I think Hightower and Quez Watkins, if they make this roster, are going to get some. They're not going to get a lot of opportunities, but you're going to see a handful of opportunities. And I think if they start producing in those handful of opportunities, they might start moving up the roster.
Vic3, appreciate the super chat, my guy. He said, what do you think about the Eagles bringing in Daniel Jeremiah to handle the scouting department and player personnel while keeping Howie under the day-to-day and handling trades, caps, and contracts? So let Howie stick with the numbers and Daniel Jeremiah do the player personnel. What do you think about that, Gay City?
I'm not the hugest Daniel Jeremiah fan. I'm not saying he's trash or anything, guys. I'm just not. I don't think he's the best in the biz. The guy that just walked out the door to Cleveland, he was pretty good in that role. That's the one that's going to hurt. Andrew Berry. I would have loved to have seen Andrew Berry in that role, but I can't blame the guy because he's the man in Cleveland. But I thought Andrew Berry, if he had been given an adequate chance here in Philadelphia, which it wasn't about chances, it was about him being kept away from the rest of the league, I think he would have done well in that role.
Yeah, I saw your thing. He said, I'm sick of hearing about Hurts. Can we please talk about something else? I hear you, bro. I wanted to get to this one too, real quick. He said, did you guys talk about the backfield? Yeah, we did. We pretty much said we know it's going to be Sanders and Scott. Them signing Corey Clement doesn't necessarily mean he's going to be there, but I think they know what they can get from him, so they might. Between Warren, Holyfield, and Killins, it'd be nice to get Killins on the squad just for give him a small package. He's very dynamic. He can't take a decent amount of carries or used a lot, but in a small package, he's a dynamic player. Warren and or Holyfield, one of them should be our bruiser. I think they like Holyfield too much to put Warren in. I like Warren, but we'll see where we go for that. You got anything on the running backs you want to touch up real quick?
Running backs. Shit. Miles Sanders, obviously. Boston Scott. I think it gets questionable after those two. I think the organization likes Elijah Holyfield. I love the special teams capabilities of Killins. I think that kid could really change your field position. I've heard great things from Philly Mike about Warren. He's basically told me this kid's pretty good. He's a pretty good contact balance back. He's plays pretty good in between the tackles. I think it's going to be. Look, I got to give the leg up right now to Corey Clement, just because he's got familiarity with the scheme. I don't know what the offseason is going to look like, and a guy that already knows the playbook and all that could be very valuable. At the same time, I'm not comfortable with that guy. I'm not. He's been injured a lot. Holyfield, I think, is going to get a real chance. I think Holyfield's going to get a real chance, guys. From what I understand, and listen, it's not one person who's told me this. I'd say at least 7 or 8 people have hit me up and said, I'm telling you, the front office and the coaching staff really likes Elijah Holyfield a lot. They're not saying the guy's going to make the roster. They're saying this dude's going to get every single opportunity to prove he's good enough. So I guess we'll see. On that front, man. Where are you at on Elijah Holyfield?
I think he's a solid guy. We didn't get to see him in the NFL much. He was on Carolina's practice squad, I think, before we got him. His college tape looks good, but I didn't got to see in the NFL. I do think with having him last year, you know him a little bit more than a guy like Warren. I do want the Eagles to have a bruiser on the team. Wait, what did you mean by
Yeah.
the? Can we do an online Zoom chat?
You know what a Zoom chat is? It's like this, but it's where like you can. I don't even know how many it is. You can put up a ton of people can come on.
No,
It's
I didn't
like
know that.
I think I've seen more than 20 people on a Zoom.
Wow,
Yeah.
the chat just
Philly fan D, I'll look into it, man. I'll look into it. If you guys really want to do like a Zoom chat where you guys can jump in, yeah, we'll figure something out, man.
they said 100 people.
100 people, yeah. So there you go. Might be kind of hard to carry a conversation with 100 of us, but yeah.
Appreciate the super chat. Philly Fresh is kind of in the building.
Kind of in the building.
Yeah. What's up, guys? New to both your channels. I like what I see. Are here. Well, appreciate you for tuning in. There was another guy who was supposed to listen. Philly Fresh. If you're new to the channel, make sure you subscribe to the Philly Talk Podcast and Gate City Sports Channel. There was a guy who was supposed to be on here as well. You should definitely check his content out too. I forgot what it is. It's a similar name to you, similar, but check out his content. You know, he'd be staying on his grind.
I think it's like Planet Fit. I think it's like Planet Fitness Philly Talk or something.
Yeah, something like that. But I don't understand why he's not here. He said he was supposed to be here, but
yeah.
You know. Hey, yo, the Bull Philly, what's up with you, bro? Appreciate you. He said he has an account for that Zoom chat. But yeah, I never even heard of Zoom chat.
You never heard of Zoom? You didn't watch the Kevin Hart one where they were doing like with Rich Eisen, where he was doing the benefit thing, and it was like Deion Sanders, Kevin Hart, everybody was on it.
Nah, I didn't, but
it's up on YouTube. It's up on YouTube. It's pretty, yeah. Like it's definitely became popular after the Stay and Play. Oh Jesus, bro, I can't get that damn song out of my head.
That's crazy. That's just crazy. I can't even hear the word guitar now and not think of it.
Yeah.
You think the Eagles are going to sign Jason Peters again? At the end of the day, if the contract is cheap, they'll always consider it because it's depth at a position that's needed. But we have to see what Andre Dillard is about before we make a long-term decision on him.
Bro, that's going to be a hard one because maybe it was Charles Smith. I can't remember who said it. Someone said that they were already in negotiations with the numbers. I don't know, man. I think it's a mistake, but if he was willing to play the role of a swing tackle or bounce inside, so that way we get a year to get, say, Amalu trained to play center, that would be beneficial. I don't think that's going to happen, though. I don't think that's what he's coming in here for.
2nd and goal from the 5-yard line. A Hurts-Warren zone read would be very tough to stop.
Yeah.
He said, long day at work. I texted you, Mike. And what we talking about? Oh, my phone's dead. I got to go downstairs and get the charger. Are you want to get on? We're already 3 hours deep. If you want to get on, I'll stay on, though. We'll stay on longer. But I'm going to need Gate City to send you the link because my phone's dead.
Yeah, I got you. Fresh.
DJ Rieger Ward, they guy from the 49ers, higher tower are my wide receiver picks. I hear you. He said Clay Matthews, league cheap 3rd down pass rusher.
Clay Matthews trying to get his money right now.
Yeah. What are they going to do with Malata? Yeah, I don't even know. What do you think they're going to do with Malata?
I think they're going to try to play him. I think they're going to really try to play him, but I don't know if he's ready.
Yeah. I mean, rugby to offensive lineman. Go ahead, Gate City.
1 minute, guys. 1 minute. I'm texting Fresh the link, guys.
Oh.
Hey, Reese, I just sent it to you, bro.
Didn't I got on my phone too much? Yeah.
Didn't you guys say you would be on your phone? Didn't that guy say, hey,
Yeah.
Listen, when I think about quality content for YouTube creators who have 6 times the audience, but yet still manage to get the same amount of views, I'll tell you where I go.
What is your question, Jay North, Philly Black? What is your question about Jalen Hurts? Do you guys think Trevor Williams is any good? Nobody talks about him starting. I think he's good, but his health is in question. So if he can ever get healthy and be all right, he might get a chance to start. DRC, it's Gate City Sports. Gate City Sports Talk.
Gate City Sport Talk. Sorry, man. Gate City Sports Talk. I didn't see the comment, guys. My bad.
How do you get a wrench? If you're on my channel, I can't give you a wrench right now because my phone's dead. But at the end of the day, I'll come back and I'll get you a wrench if you were on mine. Cool. Yeah, he's really good with the breakdowns when it comes to breaking down film. KCD's a monster. Philly
Jay
Fresh.
North, I don't know what you want us to answer because we've already talked about Jalen Hurts extensively in this chat, bro.
Yeah.
In this live stream.
But I guess he said we were on he was on our last couple lives and we don't answer his question. Try to do what we could do. But anyways, Philly Fresh said take a vote, yes or no, if they want me on. Then we about to be rocking for another hour or so. Oops, there you go, Joe George. I'm kind of lost now.
All right, I see his question, bro. Go to 10 o'clock and pull it up for him.
Dang, 10 o'clock is far away in this chat.
9 minutes ago.
Do you think Jalen Hurts is mud mid-season trade bait for a team that needs a quarterback but trading best players and tanking?
No, personally, no. I don't think that's true. If my thing, if you were going to trade Jalen Hurts, why didn't you trade the pick at 53? So, you get what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't make sense to do it right then and there. What message would it send if the Eagles spend a second-round pick on a player, and in the first year of him being in your system, you traded him halfway through the season? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know that you're going to get the return on that value. That's my perspective on it, man. I don't think that would happen. I think they got this kid in here for the long term. On draft night, I said the same thing, that I thought it was going to be a trade bait thing. But then I thought about it and I said, well, that doesn't make sense because you would have just traded the pick and allowed the team to take the player. What are your thoughts on
that? My thoughts on it is like, I wouldn't be mad about it. I mean, if he played good in the preseason, he was a backup, we're hearing good things about him and we use him for trade, I would like it, possibly. It depends on what we actually got, but like you said, why not trade the pick then? And I don't really know the exact way. I don't know how he's thinking. So I don't know how he would do it. If Howie believes everything he's been saying, I don't think he gives him up at all. But who knows?
Yeah. North Philly J, I get the thought process there, but I can't see him doing it, man. I can't. I just honestly, I can't see him doing it. I think the pick was a mistake in the first place. I mean, I get what you're saying because they call themselves a quarterback factory. And if you're a quarterback factory, then you're developing these quarterbacks to then ship them off. But I don't know. Halfway through the first season seems a little early for that.
Let's get to some of these real quick. Hey guys, how many picks or pick sixes will be Slay have this season? I'm hoping he can get. I don't know about pick sixes, but I do think he's always been a guy who can get turnovers. He takes the ball away. I'm hoping he gets
Mm-hmm.
a handful of interceptions this year. It's been a while since we had a guy who can contend with the top cornerbacks in interceptions. Like I would love a guy to be top 5 in interceptions.
Yeah.
That will really help this defense out.
Yeah, Damian, I would say he'll probably have 3 or 4 picks this year, at least. I'd say 3 or 4. Uh, he might get a pick six. I don't, pick sixes aren't easy to make. You know what I mean? So I'll go one. He might get a pick six.
Yeah. So he said Kevon Wallace starts game 2. Said it here first. Hot take. Vic three co-signs that. Fran Davis says if the Birds bring back Peters, that shows no confidence in Dillard. If this happens, I asked the Jags if they want Dillard for Yannick. That'd be interesting.
Hey, Charles, actually, I heard that despite how he said, Wentz was not happy during the phone call. He might have said, this is bull crap. I don't know. I don't know what he said. Who knows?
Rome one more. I don't think he'll start right away, but I do think that he will play in sub packages as the big nickel. And if he plays the big nickel well, you never know if he towards the end of the season, middle of the season, he gets more of a safety role starter.
Rome one. I'll say this, man. We got 4 guys back there that can really play, and I think they're going to see a lot of time. No matter who's the starter, I don't think it's going to matter. They're all 4 of these guys are going to see time. Rodney McLeod, almost called him again. Rodney McLeod, Kayvon Wallace, Jalen Mills, and Will Parks. I think all 4 of these guys are going to see the field a lot, whether it's the big nickel, whether they're coming down to play the nickel, or if we're in the red zone and one of those guys goes out to cover a bigger receiver on the outside. I think they're going to play a lot. I really do. I think those 4 guys are going to see the field a lot.
What's going on, Texas Eagle? And to answer a couple of these questions, one is saying, listen, who do you think our linebackers are going to be? I know we talked about that. Just give that out. And also, do you think our defense can be top 10 defense?
Ooh. Top 10? Ouch. Yes, it could be. Sure. Will it be? I think it's going to depend on a few things. If we're going to be a top 10 defense, that tells me a few things. Number 1, we must have found some solutions at linebacker. Number 2, somebody opposite of Slay is playing at a high level. Don't know who it is going to be. Somebody's playing at a high level over there. Number 3, it would tell me that the interior pass rush is so good that our defensive ends are eaten. That Barnett and these guys are eaten at defensive end. That's how I think you become a top 10 defense. That's the recipe I would see for it. What about you, man?
I can see us getting close to the top 10 because I really do like what we did up front and in the secondary. We definitely upgraded with a guy who can shadow. By him shadowing, upgrades guys like Maddox and Jones. We got versatile players in the back end that can move around and do different things. We shored up the slot position, have depth. We got Crevion LeBlanc now and Nickel Roby-Coleman. And then up front, again, penetration in the middle is tough. And now you got Javon Hargrave. You got Fletcher Cox. He's not going to be able to double team Cox as much. The rotation with Malik Jackson. I can see the defense playing really good.
I'm sorry, Mike. I'm sorry. Look at 2020 Vision's comment at 10:14.
Steve, you know how he was hoping Wentz would be happy. New daddy mode to sneak her.
And he probably sent him the message in like the congratulations card.
Yeah, congratulations on your new addition to your family. Oh, by the way,
yeah.
LeBlanc is going to break out this year. Is he still with us? Yes, he is. Crevion LeBlanc is still with us. I will be waiting for Wentz to zap out on the O-line. Sometimes grab them by the face mask and speak your piece. Do you think
Yeah, it's
Schwartz
kind of a rough one, man. I don't know if he would do that. I mean, if he keeps getting hit the way he was getting hit, he might have. But
one second,
go ahead, man. You're good. Do you think Jim Schwartz will adjust his scheme to fit our players better? I feel like this was an issue for us last season. I think we finally players that would fit Jim Schwartz's scheme. So I don't know that Jim Schwartz is adjusting the scheme more than the players around the scheme are adjusting. If that makes sense.
Could Wentz have told the Eagles he was going to be like an Andrew Luck situation and only plan to be around for another year or two, promoting the Hurts pick after signing that on a dotted line for 5 years?
I doubt that because exactly he just signed that contract. Anything's possible, Texas Eagle. I mean, I don't know to be sure. You know what I mean? Like who really knows? But I don't know. Wentz doesn't strike me as an Andrew Luck type. Andrew Luck always seemed like a guy that was always halfway in and halfway out. Although I'll give Luck credit, halfway in, halfway out. The dude left it on the field to me. He did leave it on the field. He took some serious shots, man. He really did. He got beat up pretty good.
Hey, more
Talk about a team that needed O-line play for many years. The Colts. And it figures, hey, no sooner than he retired, their offensive line got good. What's good, Fresh?
Yo, that. What's going on, man?
Yo, Philly Fresh, answer this question on the screen.
Okay. How y'all think Jim Schwartz thought about the Hurts pick? I mean, Jim Schwartz got darn near everything but a legitimate Mike linebacker in this draft and free agency. Jim Schwartz is on a hot seat to me. Jim Schwartz has more weapons than Carson Wentz has. We understand that you got a lot of developing wide receivers. We got a lot of wide receivers late in the draft. But when we talk about Jim Schwartz has a top 3 to 4 cornerback. Jim Schwartz has 2 top 10 10 to 7 defensive tackles. Jim Schwartz has a lot of things, and I don't think Jim Schwartz should be complaining about anything right now.
Yeah. I mean, I don't disagree with you, but just looking at that pick and where it happened at with the guys that were on the board, like Jeremy Chin and those guys, do you think he might have been like, yo, what are we doing?
Could have. Definitely. Just see a scene, because, again, we had Mims on the board, but we had Fulton and Baum on the board as well. But Sway, I pretty much think that I'm not too sure, but I do think that, J.J. Arcega-Whiteside can play in the slot, but I do think Greg Ward Jr. in the slot, he built chemistry with Carson Wentz. He was able to separate at the end of the season. Now you put Deshaun Jackson on this side, Jalen Reagor on this side. It's going to open up more with, Zach Ertz or Dallas Goedert. It's going to open up more for a guy who's shifty, nimble, like Greg Ward, who can work the underneath routes. I think Greg Ward shouldn't be handed a position, but he should get a fair chance to get that position. And I like what he can do at that position.
Hey, why Sway? I'm just going to be real about the situation at hand. The competition is not between J.J. Arcega-Whiteside and Greg Ward, because I'm telling you right now, if that was the competition, Greg Ward would be gone. You're not going to cut a second-round pick, man. It's going to be real. And right. A second year. The competition is between Marquise Goodwin, Greg Ward Jr., Hightower, and Quez Watkins. That's the real competition.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Especially with this organization. This organization, meaning the Philadelphia Eagles organization, they don't give up on their picks. You know what I mean? They're gonna ride their picks to the wheels fall off. You seen what happened with Matt Hollins last year. It should have been no way he should have played all the games that he played, only having 2 catches in like 7 games. But they still kept him on there because they drafted him, and you had a dude like Greg Ward that was ready to ball. So Greg Ward is probably going to have to eat some stew. He probably going to have to keep fighting, man. But that's why I respect Greg Ward.
I think Greg Ward Jr. should be on the football team because, like I said, you got all these vertical elements. Listen, if I'm a defensive coordinator and you just keep trying to get vertical on me, I'm just going to go play quarters or cover 6 on you and take that away. And the only way you're going to beat me is you're going to beat me in the deep middle of the field, which means you're going to need Zach Ertz, Dallas Goedert, and a Greg Ward Jr. to do that. I mean, JJ, in theory, should be able to do it, but we haven't seen him play to that level to do it. But, I mean, look, I make note, like I said, I made my predictions earlier. I made a video. I said who I thought the 6 would be. And then a few of you guys messed with my head and were like, yo, Gabe, what if they take 7? I was like, I didn't even think about that. But then I was like, put that video out because Charles Smith's going to lose it if I say 7 receivers. He was already mad at me for taking 4 wide receivers in the draft.
Charles Smith be on everybody's top.
Yeah.
Hey, but listen, this is what I want to ask y'all, right? With the Greg Ward situation, do y'all feel as though it's going to take too long for not Greg Ward? I meant the JJ Arthur-Whiteside situation, right? Because I probably made a video about this like a month ago. Do y'all feel as though it was his talent or it was the organization that failed JJ Arthur-Whiteside? Because I thought as though he wasn't put in a position to flourish the way that he did in college, to do these things. Because in college, when you break down Gate City, I'm pretty sure that you did. He never been a route runner. So you want this dude to run crossing routes and he's bumping into dudes, and that's not what he used to. He's used to going up and getting 50-50 balls. And we've seen that in the Dallas game. We've seen that in the Giants game. Yeah. We've seen that in a lot of games. But I don't understand why it take y'all 10 games to see what this dude can do when we've seen it in college.
It's both. It's both. I agree with exactly what you're saying, Philly Fresh, which is JJ Arthur-Whiteside was never a guy on film that's separated by his route running.
Right.
He wasn't a horrible route runner, but he was far from being elite or even great. I would say average to maybe slightly above average was where I thought he was on film, but he played horrible competition. That's the other side of this. I think it's the coaching staff because the raw physical talent was there, but you couldn't coach it up. Bro, you guys know I called out the wide receiver coach last year like 3 times. Like, I don't know what is going on, but this dude can't coach. Dude cannot coach. Where do they find this cat? I kept saying, like, guys, I am not even trying to remotely compare myself to an NFL level coach. I could have outcoached him. The things I was seeing on film from these receivers, it was not excusable. You just like, I saw high school players running better routes than I saw from the Philadelphia Eagles at times last year. Like, it was bad. It was just bad, flat out bad. I don't think we're going to see a repeat of that this year. I think we got the right guy. Y'all know I would have loved to have gotten Hines Ward in here. I was secretly kind of like, yo, I hope we get Hines Ward.
Yeah, but I want him too.
I really like Aaron Moorhead, guys. I think he's going to be good for us. I think he's going to come in here and really coach these kids up. I like the selection. I like the prospects of it. I'm still, if you said Gate put $20 up on JJ, I'd be like, nah, bro, negative. There's nothing that makes me feel confident that I'm gonna get my $20 back from JJ's film.
Yeah, but the chat is saying the same thing. The chat is pretty much saying that coaching had a lot to do with it. So they agree in their own way.
Hey, Charles, what did he put a video up or he said it on Twitter? Because I ain't seen no video up about that.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he put it out on Twitter or maybe
he had
to or something.
He had to, cause just like y'all too, I got the alert as soon as y'all put a video up. I know, even though Gate City be putting videos up 8 o'clock in the darn morning.
Yeah, I was gonna release it last night, man, but I was like, yo, I'm not releasing this at like 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah, I feel that. But you gotta remember, man, it's quarantine time. People up looking to do something around 11 o'clock. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How do you feel about Everson Griffin?
I like the he's a vet. I like the player. I don't know what the contract would be. I'd have to look into stuff like that. I mean, I would prefer a younger pass rusher personally. We already got Brandon Graham. I think you can go get, Vinny Curry if you're really looking for a veteran pass rusher. Don't get me
But he
wrong,
not
Everson
he not he
Griffin.
not he not Griffin though.
Yeah,
He not
exactly.
Griffin
Everson
though.
Griffin's a lot better player. Don't get me wrong, but
Right, right.
I just a younger
Like
pass rusher
Vinny,
would be better.
like Vinny Curry to me made no impact last year. I forgot that he was even on the team sometimes.
Actually, he had some good sacks for a rotational player. I think he had 5 sacks.
He did.
Yeah,
Curry, yeah, he did.
yeah. So, but I think he had 3 of them or 2 of them in the Jets game when everybody was just getting sacks. No, seriously, like everybody, it was a party there. We had
Orlando Sandra got
Yeah,
a
he
sack.
came on, but he came on late in the season. Though he played really well down the stretch in the season. Look, I'm not opposed to Everson Griffin. I think he's a good football player, and I think he's a better talent. I mean, let's be real. Let's call it what it is. He's a better talent, but I mean, I think the direction needs to be a little younger at pass rusher. I think we need some young guys that can play. Unfortunately, what do you guys think about what we've done at the pass rush position, defensive end? You
we
guys
haven't
feel
done
secure
anything.
there? You guys feel secure there?
No, I don't. Because we haven't done anything. The only thing, the thing that, and I'm gonna be real fast so you can go, Philly Mike. But
No.
the thing, the thing that the only reason that I'm not mad at Howie about the defensive end because of the moves that you have made with Hargrave, and I do feel as though Malik Jackson can play that defensive end type style. Not all the way out on the edge like a wide 9, something like that.
He
But
can
he
play a
can
5.
still
Yeah.
exactly. He can still get to the pass rusher on the edge, and that's scary, man. That is very, very scary, man, because he is a starter who is not going to start, and he's going to be hungry.
Yeah.
Being hurt last year, I got Malik Jackson being on a mission this year. So that's the only reason that and I still got a little bit, just a little bit, like right here, just a little bit of confidence that that Derek Barnett is going to act like a first round draft pick finally and do something with all the dudes in the middle.
Yeah, it's tough because on one hand, I like the way Josh Sweat played last year. I thought I had no hope in Josh Sweat. I kept talking him up during preseason and stuff, and I was like, damn, this kid's just not, but he's not turning it on. Like, he looks good in camp. He is not putting it on in the preseason games, though. He doesn't look right. And then the season started, and he started really playing. I was like, oh, okay, like, all right. I guess he felt like he proved what he needed to prove inside of camp. But I don't know, man. Like, if he can be that third pass rusher, that would go a long way. I love the Malik Jackson pick because I've heard a lot of people say the way that we use a NASCAR package, we're going to have a heavy set package with Malik Jackson, who's a really good hand technician, and he's going to be a bull rush guy.
Yeah, I really go ahead, Mike.
Nah, after you finish this, though, we'll answer this question that's on the screen because he put it up a couple times. All right, so go ahead, but finish what you were saying.
All right, I got you. Listen, I like Josh Sweat a lot, and not only do I like him because of what I seen in the preseason and stuff like that. This dude is really big. He has the perfect build for a aggressive pass rusher. Like, this dude is real legit. You gotta go back to that, John, so I can answer real fast, Mike.
All right, let me go
like
back.
this dude can really be legit. Like, you saying a third pass rusher, I think he has a chance to be better than Derek Barnett. It's just that I feel as though the physical traits is there, but it's your skill set there. Are you just a bull rusher, or can you spin off? Can you smack hands? Can you do these kind of things? And I feel as though with the right training, this dude is going to be a monster. What do you guys think about what happened with Russell Douglas?
Yeah.
What you mean? Are you saying at the beginning of this year?
I'm sorry because you didn't put a name there. I don't really know what to call and say. say by your name, but answer to
I'm
the
gonna say
question.
4 dots.
Yeah, 4 dots. 4 dots. This is what I'll say. All right, 4 dots. So, I think he's a potential cut or trade. Uh, I think he's good enough to make the roster. I just think the Eagles. I don't think the Eagles want him here anymore. For some weird reason, I just don't think he's a fit for Jim Schwartz. I don't think Jim
I,
Schwartz particularly likes him.
I think his value went down after they got Wallace, Kayvon Wallace. I think a lot of players in that secondary value went down because I'm just gonna make a bold prediction right now. I don't know if y'all talked about this dude. I've been going for 3 hours.
3 hours, 20 minutes.
All right, man, get out of here with that. First of all, no, it's not 3 hours and 20 minutes because I've been on for about 15 minutes. Get out of here with that. All right,
9 minutes.
Now back to my take and back to my bold prediction. Week two or three, this dude's gonna become a starter. This dude is a monster, man. Like
Who?
Kayvon Wallace. This dude is a monster.
Yeah, he's good.
All over the field. And when you get stamped by my favorite player ever to put the Eagles uniform on, yeah, I'm with that. But we gotta understand, two Clemson guys. I understand that, but he doesn't just stamp anybody. This dude is a monster. He's a champion, and I love this kid, man. He's probably, I want to say, my second or third best pickup, not just in the draft, but best pickup through this whole off season. This dude, I'm telling y'all right now, how many people we got in here? 100 and something people. I'm telling y'all right now, y'all hearing it from me. Philly Fresh is telling y'all, this dude is a monster, and he's going to be a contributor if Jim Schwartz puts him on the field to this team.
Yeah, that's kind of the trick, isn't it?
It is.
I think he's a good football player. I think he's got some limitations. Don't get me wrong. What DeAndre Swift did to him in the open field was an atrocity. With that said, that's because the linebackers and the defensive line set him up. But he took a pretty bad angle.
Oh, you got to send me that. You got to send me that. I ain't see that.
Bro, it's in that video I did of him. Like, it's bad, bro. When he played Georgia, it was bad.
Okay.
It was bad. It looked bad on film. It wasn't completely his fault because the linebackers in the D line set him up for failure.
Right.
Like, you going after one of the most elusive backs in college football in the open field, and there's like 30 yards of separation that he has to close in on. Like, it's ridiculous. But of course he made him look stupid because of that amount of separation. But yeah, I mean, he's got some limitations. You definitely wouldn't want him to be your last line of defense in a run defense. But I think he's
I give you that.
Yeah, he's much different when he's attacking as a defender. Like that dude, when he's attacking as a run defender, completely different guy. But kind of on the reaction on the back end, maybe not the best. But listen, kid's got tremendous upside, man. I still think that if we're rating it by value, that is the best pick of the Eagles draft. Hands down. I don't even think it's close.
That's my guy.
I think it's a steal. You're absolutely right. If you're rating it by value, it's definitely is a steal, man. And get this dude where you got him at in the 4th round, like, man, I'm telling you, this dude is going to be a major impact. I mean, people, I put out a video about him, and I call him, he can be our next Malcolm Jenkins. People grinding me up, you know what I mean? But when you see the physical traits of this guy and the things that he can do, the speed is there. And with the right coaching, which I'm trying to find it, Mike. Though we might have.
I got it.
Okay.
What happened?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
He said, for my question earlier, when he said JJ Whiteside, Ward or Goodwin, the man out, why would the Eagles practice squad a wide receiver who can run a 4.27 at the green background guy? I don't know his YouTube name.
Why Sway? You can just call me Gate City or Steve. Any of those suffice.
Yeah, but
okay.
My question early, when he said JJ Whiteside, Ward or Godwin, the man out, why would the Eagles practice squad a wide receiver who can run a 4.27. Marcus Green. Marcus Green runs like that. He was practice squad. And I don't think you practice squad Goodwin. I think you trade or cut him. It's not a practice squad candidate. Goodwin is often injured and has butter fingers. I'm just going to be real. Incredibly explosive. One of the greatest athletes I've ever watched on film. He's got limitations, big time. The guy misses way more time than even D-Jax. And the dude got a little Nelson Aguilar in his hands on vertical routes at times.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, he can burn a defense and be 15 yards of separation. And it could be a thing of beauty. He can also gain 15 yards of separation and lose the ball in the sun. He's going to have those moments. And to me, that's a guy that he's an insurance policy player. If he beats out Greg Ward Jr., he beats him out. If he beats out the two young kids, he beats them out. But I think ideally the Eagles would like those three guys to beat him out, not vice versa. But he's here just in case because he does have something to offer. That's the way I look at it in terms of the roster construction.
Hey, Texas Eagles, shout out to you, man. Appreciate it, man. But you're absolutely right.
Yeah. He said, why do away with the 12-man when your tight ends are the two best receivers on the field? Yeah. The only way we really do away with 12-man is if we end up only having one tight end, meaning one of the other ones are gone, and we working on that 4 or 5 receiver set style thing. And Marcus Messiah, yeah, we definitely Vinny Curry's still a free agent out there, so I wouldn't be opposed to signing him because, like I said, in a backup role, he got 5 sacks, which is good for a rotational player. Got to keep your D-line fresh, even though Philly fresh and he got all 5 of them in the Jets game. I'm just kidding.
I knew you was about to try some slick stuff, man. Get out of here.
So there's a lot of comments on the 12-man. Guys, I don't think we're going away from 12-man, but we're not going to be 60% 12-man anymore. It's too slow. It takes too long to drive the field. It's too methodical. That's what you do to ice games, maybe even start games. You don't want to be constantly in 12-man. We've got to open this offense back up to 11-man and other personnel packages. I also would expect us, because we're classifying Jalen Hurts as a running back, that theoretically means we're going to be playing 2-back sets. 21-man, 22-man, those type of sets as well. So I think you're going to see a little more diversity in the offensive package utilization.
Real quick, Gate City, how would you use the offense with who you think is going to be a starter on the team? What would be your preferred packages?
I saw that comment. I was trying to find it. Yeah, I was trying to find that comment. Someone asked me that. I was trying to find exactly what they asked.
He said, Gate City, how would you run this offense real fast? Players you want that we have now, let me know.
How would I run it right now?
I would still do a lot of
12-man set. I would mix it up a little bit with Rager and D-Jax as my primary guys. Obviously, we know who the 2 tight ends are going to be in that set. We know who the running back's likely going to be most of the times. I would still bring in Quez Watkins and Hightower every now and then in 12-man because I do think they have utilization and use there. When we go 11-man, exactly. When we go 11-man, I think I would go Rager. I would find a way, any way you can do this. I would find a way, if JJ can earn it, JJ, Rager, and D-Jax. If JJ just is not, if that's just a completely wasted pick, which I think is about a 50-50 chance at this point, I have a hard time defending it. I think you're going to have to look to guys like either Greg Ward or Godwin in that slot, or you're going to have to, then you would take Rager and you would take a guy like D-Jax out there. That's 11-man. That's a perfect situation. When you go into 21, 22-man, that's when you're bringing in guys like, you're going to be subbing in Jalen Hurts. You're going to be subbing in, your other backs, basically. That's when you're going to be bringing in your 2-back sets. The only problem I have with this is if you don't put in Elijah Holyfield, if you don't put Warren on the field, you can't really utilize the lead back role unless you're using Goddard as like a crack back. You don't have that role. You don't have the Howard to clear guys out of the way. for Miles Sanders. Now, who was it that was talking earlier? Was it Philly D? Was it
With
Philly
what?
D? I think said it. Philly D thinks that we could take a guy like Boston Scott and use Boston Scott in that role. I don't see Boston Scott is pretty good at the short yardage. I don't see him being able to play the lead back role like Howard did on those handful of plays.
No,
He could definitely go get you short yardage, but I don't think he has it in him to be the lead back though. So that's what I would look at. That's how I would look at it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, we kind of know who our lead back is. Now, if you want to talk about power back other than lead back, that's kind of different. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I feel as though we don't have a power back other than Holyfield. Who knows what Holyfield can bring to this team?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We haven't really seen him. I never really broke down tape on him. I don't know if you did, Gate City, but I never did.
I
So
haven't.
I don't know too much about this kid. So we kind of have a situation at running back if Holyfield is not the guy. And I think we're going to find that out mid-season because we got guys that can kind of do the same thing. Miles Sanders is your lead back though. This is the guy that's going to start. This is the guy that's going to get the most snaps. This is the guy that's the most proven. Now, the one thing I want to say about Boston Scott, I feel as though he is kind of underrated in that power back type thing because number one, the way he's built. Everybody want to call him Sproles. This dude he's kind of Sproles-ish, but when you talk about the way he's built, this dude is he's built like a power back. He's just so short. So that can hinder him, but it also can help him. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day,
definitely.
Linebackers can't see him. And if we talking about goal line, once a linebacker see where he's going, it might be too late. And we seen that in the Giants game, in the Washington football team game, and games like that. This dude, I feel as though can be a power back, but you can't depend on him. So I feel as though Holyfield might have to be that guy. If not, you're going to have to make a mid-season acquisition.
I would honestly love to see the Eagles run some gadget plays out of 23 man. This is something you just don't see in the modern NFL anymore, guys. It's gone since really the 80s and early 90s. The 23 man is basically a set where you're bringing out two running backs, three tight ends. In this situation, you're not really having three tight ends. It's really just three running backs. So that's where you could have like a Hurts, a Sanders, and you can have like a Boston Scott on the field at the same time.
Right.
With your two tight ends. That is something I would love to see the Eagles do and to see how defenses would try to figure out all the motion and movement there.
Right.
But we got to see where they're going to, I don't know, guys. We got to see the creativity they're going to come up with for some of these packages.
What do we think about snapback Jug? Do you think we see an upgrade to left guard because Samolo sucks?
I don't think he sucks. He's just not on a level of the rest of the line. You know what I mean? Especially when you talk about Brandon Brooks and Lane Johnson and stuff, and Kelsey and stuff like that. He doesn't suck. He holds his own, but I can see one of them guys from Auburn. We know that they're tackles, but a lot of tackles that played in college come to the league and be guards. So people are going to be coming for that job. Yep. I don't think he sucks, but he's just not as good as the rest of the line. But did y'all talk about the Dillard Peters thing?
Yeah. Hey, Texas Eagle, we're gonna get to that. We have a little bit. Yeah. You wanna weigh in on it?
I do, man. I listen to the radio station all the time. Y'all know this. Especially right now, I can't really listen to music with the damn Ramadan and all that. So I listen to it more. And all that I'm hearing is Dillard is not ready to be the left tackle. I seen this guy play 3 games against some good competition and hold his own. I don't understand where this is coming from. I don't know who's saying this. The Philadelphia Eagles obviously haven't been saying this. I like what I seen from Dillard. Now, when he played right guard, he was chopped liver. He was barbecue chicken. That's something different. But when he played I said guard, right tackle, he was barbecue chicken. But when he played left tackle, all them 3 games, he held his own. I think he only gave up 1 sack, but I think it was like a combo type thing. But anyway, I feel as though if you want to bring back Peters, cool. But you drafted a guy in the first round. You got to see what this guy can do through a whole season. So if Jason Peters come back, he got to play the bench. He got to play swing tackle. He got to play special teams. And that's just like that, man.
Natiro, I disagree to an extent here. In fairness, Jordan Howard was outperforming Miles Sanders at that point. Also, I don't see reluctance there. Deuce Staley is the one who sets the rotation at running back. And Deuce Staley kept throwing Miles Sanders out there time and time again until he developed. I disagree there, just by the actual way it worked out. Because there were a lot of times that Miles Sanders, in all reality, should not have been on the field ahead of Jordan Howard, especially earlier in the year. Now, I get the other side of that, which is the weird thing they were doing with Sproles. But when Sproles was held, I think it was just the trust of you got Howard and you got Sanders, who had never played in the system. And then you had Sproles, who had been here for years. But yeah, I mean, to me, like, Deuce was definitely trying to keep Sanders on the field. Because Sanders had them happy feet early on in the season.
Yeah,
it was really Jordan Howard that taught him that north to south, how to get north and south.
Hit the hole.
Yeah.
No. Jordan Howard had some influence, but in the middle of the season, the offensive line took this dude out to eat, and they told him, "Listen, man, you pity patting too much. Get you behind north and south." And after that, I think it was Brooks, Kelsey, and I think it was Lane. They took Miles Sanders out to eat, and they told him, "Listen, man, we out here blocking for you. Hit them damn holes." And ever since then, man, we've seen what happened. He flourished.
Hey, I got 500 for Geese City Flea, Michael Brunson 500 live streams. Can't wait. Oh yeah, definitely. We going get something like that. But I wanted to say, dang, what I was gonna say now? About the whole, listen. At the end of the day, Andre Dillard got to play. We got to see what we're going to get from this guy for the future. And if this offensive line can stay healthy, the run game could be dirty.
Yeah, that's my thing is that we don't know what Dillard is. And unless you play him, it's going to be pretty hard to find out. And I mean, me personally, I want to know if we need to be in the draft next year trying to find a replacement. Or did we get the right guy? Is this the foundational piece we got at left tackle? Because, look, we got a long tradition of very good left tackle play. I'm hoping Dillard is the third addition to what I've seen since the early 2000s. Starting with Trey Thomas. Trey Thomas was the first one I can remember. Yeah.
Real quick, Herbert said, "What's bro's channel at the bottom? I don't know his name. Philly Fresh. Go ahead, tell him Philly Fresh. I just told him anyway. So
the black, damn, I'm the chosen black guy now. The token black guy. Ain't that what they say in
the anointed?
Hey man, this your boy Philly Fresh, aka the General, man. I'm here reporting for duty. Nah, but for real, it's Philly Fresh, man. That's all you just spell out Philly Fresh. You know what I mean?
Search bar.
If you sub up, man, I appreciate it in advance. You already know.
Bro, we got official merch now. Why all three of us wearing black?
Right.
I just noticed that.
I don't know. Hey, listen. If anybody in this chat right now, because I've been searching for a logo for so long, man, and people have been bull crapping me and all type. If anybody in this chat knows somebody that do logos, let me know, man. Hit me up at IG, Facebook, whatever. All my joints is Philly Fresh underscore 60. So if y'all know somebody that do logos, man, I need one bad.
Yeah, Herbert Timms, Philly Fresh, a good dude, man. I found these two when, believe it or not, all three of us used to be close in subscribers, and all three of us kind of came across each other's channels like really early on, and then we just started talking. We're like, you know what? Let's start doing some lives together. And now I don't know how many weeks is this now in a row.
For the Saturday Jones, we've been going at least for I think like 4 or 5 Saturdays now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
and then you got to include the drafts and all that kind of stuff.
But we've streamed before that. But like I said, we all came up the same time. Gate City started in the off season, I think, a little bit. Philly Fresh had some off season videos. I didn't start until the day before the opening season, but I think it was probably around like early in the season. I came across Gate City first. The reason I knew I found Gate City because I think you commented on my thing and I found you. The reason I found Philly Fresh was because of Lord Brunson. I was watching Lord Brunson and Philly Fresh was saying something, and Lord Brunson said, "Yeah, yo, keep up the content." I'm like, "Oh, he's a because you don't know if you're in the chat and you're responding. I don't know." So as soon as he said that, I clicked on your thing and I saw your videos. And I'm all like, "Bang!" And then, and then we just fell into each other, doing the live streams together. And like you said, like at the end of the day, it's all love in the Eagles community.
Hey man, what I'm gonna say, greatness find greatness, man. Great minds think alike, greatness find greatness. So I mean, it was just bound to happen, man. So, y'all two do y'all thing, I do my thing, man. And I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't know how it all happened, but I just know that we here now. I wanna say about a week and a half ago, I was talking to Philly Mike on the phone, like, how the heck did this happen? You know what I mean? Like, no, for real. I don't know if Mike remember, but I'm like, yo, how the hell did this happen? You know what I mean? Like, we sitting here going live. We go from not knowing each other about 6 months ago to going live, talking with each other for about 4 hours. You know what I mean? So,
well, you only been on here for a couple minutes, but we've
been here for a minute.
I can't wait, yo. I can't wait, man.
Hey, Fresh.
I can't. No, you getting your stuff on. Wait, hold on. All right, good looking, bro. Good looking. But hold on. I appreciate it, man. Welcome to the Fresh family. But
no. He could do the logo. He could do a logo.
He got your logo. Antonio Holmes been on your channel for a minute, bro.
Oh yeah, that's Antonio. I'm tripping.
Yeah, he been on your channel for a minute.
It's crazy. I'm thinking about something so far because I want to make sure that Philly Mike made good on his bet. Not bet, but did he sing the Philly fight song?
No, he ain't sing it.
No. Right now, everybody in the chat right now, tell Philly Mike. No.
He said at the end.
No, ain't no damn end. Right now, everybody in the chat, Philly Mike put up a chat. He put up a community post and a vote asking who do they want to sing the Philly fight song. Everybody, well, most people voted for Philly Mike. Now you got to give it to him.
Hey,
and a Reed. 1 and a 2 and a
one. Hey, somebody was texting us. Yo, how this shit backfire on me?
Yeah, I'm bugging.
And a 1 and a 2 and a 3. Yo, come on, man. That's corny, man. Don't do that. Hey, grind him up, y'all. I know Charles gonna grind him up. Grind him up. Listen. Hey, Kira, grind him up.
Listen, at the end of the day, I put that post out last night. I should never drank. I should never posted it. But the funny thing is, you were.
I ain't got nothing to do with that.
Yeah, you're right. Look, listen. The post said that the person will sing the Philadelphia Eagles.
I'm not listening to no. I'm not listening to nothing until you sing. That's all I want to hear. You telling me, listen, I'm thinking you about to sing. And a 1 and a 2 and a
Okay, wait. I'm trying to read some comments real quick.
Man, no, the comments is telling you to sing. I'm reading them for you. Hold up. Let's read them. Hey, Gates, let's read them. Joseph says, sing it, Mike. Kara says, Mike. Tariq Jones says, sing, Mike.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kara said, Mike. Hang on. Let me read Kara's. Kara said, Mike, I want some Mariah Carey singing, man.
Bro, the first of all, I'm going to sing
Elliot
it.
says, sing, Mike.
Dwayne
says, sing.
Yeah. Yeah. First of all, y'all messed up.
Own Revolver says, start singing.
Oh my God.
Joseph says, do it. do it.
Yo,
Come on, man. You can't
getting deleted after I'm done though now.
You can't let the family down, man. We don't call y'all subscribers y'all family. So you can't let the family down. And a 1 and a 2 and a 3.
Okay, you're putting too much pressure on me now.
Pressure?
Yeah. All right. Look, I'm gonna say the song. But I know
you gonna say it.
I'm gonna sing it, I guess. Sing it, I guess. Look, by no means is it gonna be pretty. So I would stop listening at this point. You know what I mean? But everybody in the chat will sing along. King James III said, all right, ready? Oh my God, I hate you guys for real though. I shouldn't
Hey Gates, I don't even know how you let him go 3.5 hours like you've been saying.
Damn, why on the live yet?
Huh?
You went on a live yet? He's supposed to do it with everybody here.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm here now. And a 1 and a 2 and a 3.
Okay, ready? Fly, Eagles, fly on the road to victory. I hate you guys. Fight, Eagle, fight. Yo, let's go through this.
All right, go ahead. I'm gonna chill.
On the road. All right, now where was I at?
I don't know. You gotta start over.
Hit them low and watch our Eagles go. Fly, Eagles, fly on the road to victory. EAGLES, Eagles. All right. But yo, you know what I got?
Right, but you tortured that song because you messed it up.
Yeah, you did.
And watch our
too
Eagles
nervous.
go. And watch our Eagles go.
Fly.
No, you said go.
I might have did, but you know what really got me is because back at week when we had all these practice squad players, right? I made a song of the fly practice squad fly, and I didn't say a score touchdown 1 2 3. I know the song, but like I say, y'all put me on blast. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. But I made a practice squad, so I didn't make it, but I found it on the internet. Remember that practice squad song that they kind of just remixed it for the Eagles fight song?
Oh yeah. I remember that. Yeah. But I also
you forgot the whole score touchdown 1 2 3. Yeah, you missed a few. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that, but I remember the song that you just butchered. I can't wait to watch this back. Hey.
Bro, it's too much pressure.
Hey, Philly Fresh, maybe we need to do one of those reaction videos.
Oh yeah.
Yo, I should never put this on these channels too.
You better not delete this neither, because I know you.
Bro, yeah. I can't believe I skipped the score touchdown 1 2 3 and went right into hit him high, hit him low. But guess what?
Hey Gates, it's on your drawing too, though, right? Just in case you delete it, right? Yeah, all right. I ain't got nothing to worry about. Go ahead, get your delete on.
Bro, at the end of the day, it is what it is. It is what it is.
Butchered the greatest fight
you didn't
song.
Laugh right away
yes,
when
he did.
Y'all.
Yes, he did.
I'm dead.
Come on, Mike. You act like you're singing in front of 100 people.
I am.
That's what he was saying. Try to be smart.
I know.
Now you're on no sarcasm right now.
We don't know sarcasm right now. At the end of the day, and I'm not.
What time we at?
That's
okay.
Crazy.
Okay.
Y'all laughed at this at the same time though, and I'm trying to sing it and read the comments too. And the comments are just going crazy. Kara's talking about killing it. in a bad way, literally killing it. Bro, that's
Hey,
crazy.
hey,
I didn't think the
Antonio
comments were
Holmes.
gonna.
No, no, real fast. I'm talking to Antonio real fast. No, I do a little bit of Sixers. It just ain't been no Sixers right now. You know, I try to blend it in with my Eagles concepts, but yeah, it's really just all Philly talk. You know what I mean? Not Philly talk podcast, but this is Philly talk.
See, look, when I started singing, bro, there was so much talking. I was trying to read it. Yo, people are like, my ears hurt. Yo, they were going off on me. So I should have not looked at the chat when I sung. I shouldn't have looked at you guys either. I should have just looked away. Should have looked away.
No,
Mike learned a really valuable lesson today. Never ever make a drunk community post.
Well, you know the funny thing is though, it's not fair because it was on my page, so people were probably like, "Yo, let me get the person this page on." But yo, at first, Philly Fresh was
that's not our fault though. You first of all, this is why I'm really on your top about it, because you didn't console with me or my man Steve about this, aka Gate City. You just put it up. Like I'm reading it, I'm like, damn, I didn't know nothing about this.
Yeah, I was so glad when I saw Mike was leading the vote. I was like, okay, I'm good with that.
No, but it's crazy. I was leading that first. I was leading for a minute. So I'm like, yo, like, how you just gonna put me out there like that? What do I do? You know what I mean? But then when I sing, yeah,
Tyree Jones. Listen, my 4-year-old knows a little bit of that song. Like I said, y'all, it was all the pressure, bro. It was all the pressure. But you know, it is what it is. No, I'm not redoing it. I can't do that.
He said I can't do that.
I can't do that.
Hey, what up, Rock the Artist? What's going on, man? Hey,
Mike, if you wouldn't have got a copyright strike, I would have told you to play it in the background.
Bro, two things. Listen, me reading the chat, who was crushing me, you guys like looking at me intently, right? And then the fact of the matter is, I still have that practice squad song, "Fly Practice Squad Fly," in my head because I did what somebody on YouTube, on Google, made that, and I actually sung that on my YouTube channel. But I was in the background. If you look at like a week, whatever week the Eagles got all these practice squad players in, I put a video in my opening video part before my logo comes up or whatever, or we got the Eagles, we got the Sixers, Philly talk, because that's what I used to have.
Yeah.
We had that fly, practice squad fly, and it was like, score a touchdown, who is he? Because no one knew. It was a funny remix. I don't know who made it, but I sung it. And so I still got that.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, it was funny though. But anyway.
I remember
hey,
that.
Mike, hold the Bull Phillies comment up. He's asked us this a couple times. 11:03. 11:03.
And then we're going to get to the who's the starting middle linebacker?
That's a good question.
The Bull Philly. Will Watkins and Hightower be the future of the wide receivers?
I think they'll be a part of the future. Yeah, I think they'll be a part of the future. Look. I really like Watkins a lot. I think he's further ahead than Hightower right now, but I think Hightower has the higher ceiling of the two. At the end of the day, man, they're rooks. They're gonna have to go out there and prove it, and it's going to be a hard season to prove anything because who knows how much organized team activities like training camp, like what are you even going to have? I mean, that's a hard thing to say.
I agree with you, but I just got a feeling about Watkins, man. I like this kid, and I feel as though I think one of y'all put me on to him. I can't remember who it was, but I remember one of y'all putting this dude on to me, and I've been watching this kid. I really, really like this kid, man, and I'm pretty sure that he knows the Eagles fight song, so I'm probably gonna like him even more. Oh, what you thought I was gonna let you live?
It's cool.
Hey, Anthony, I put my name down in the comments for you, man. You, Steven, Gate City, Steve Hyder, if you want to call me by my full name. Either works, man.
So who we think the so middle linebacker is probably going to be T.J. Edwards to start. What do we think?
Good question. Good question. Who put that one up? I don't remember who it was that had the question.
Yeah, where you see that at? I'm
It's-
looking forward to
I
it.
saw it earlier. He had it on the screen.
Snap
but I can't
back.
remember.
Okay. There you
Okay.
go. There you
Snap
go.
back jug. I think Edwards is your base, Mike. I think your sub package, Mike, would me personally, I would play Taylor as your sub package in the Mike, but you know, I wouldn't rule out Nathan Gary sneaking in knowing the coaching staff and sub package at the Mike.
I'm about to shock all of y'all. Nigel Bradham.
You think he's coming back?
Nigel Bradham has probably come back to this team, just not at $10 million. He's still out there on the market. They haven't identified a legit Mike linebacker, middle linebacker, and this dude knows the system. Jim Schwartz likes him. I got a feeling that Nigel Bradham will be back here.
Yeah. I don't think that's, I don't think it's a crazy idea. Dude's still on the market. It's May. I don't know how much better you're going to find out there at this point.
Exactly.
There's really
and
no
you need
veteran.
a big like all our linebackers, even the guys that we got that are linebackers / safeties. None of them are big bulky guys.
Yeah.
We understand that Nigel is not the fastest guy, but if you put speed around him, I think that he can be a better player. You know what I mean? Like 2017, he was a good player. He was a very, very, very good player, especially when Jordan Hicks went out. A lot of people forget about that. The way they
him and Hicks together they were beasts.
Yeah, for about 4 games until Hicks got hurt.
Yeah,
but yeah, I really, really feel as though that's going to happen. If it don't happen, then I'm gonna have to go with you. I think it's Nathan. You said Nathan Gary. You said
I think Nathan
Edwards.
Gary could be your sub package, Mike. I think me personally, that's not who I would play personally, but just knowing the Eagles coaching staff, that's what I think they'll do. TJ Edwards would be your base. I think Nathan Gary would be your Mike when it comes to like your sub package. I mean that's what I would expect.
Hey, King James the third. Why do you think Nigel won't be back, and why do you say that Nate Gary was the voice of the defense? Malcolm Jacobs was the voice of that defense. So let's not.
Yeah, I think he means literal though. I don't think he means like leadership. I think he means literal, like call the plays.
Oh, you talking about the mic? He was the mic.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. I give you that. All right, my bad. Players
I think that's what he means.
Man.
I mean, maybe I misunderstand what he said too, but I thought that's what he meant by that.
Okay, players mess up. I'm a player, so that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, Anthony Perry, Hicks did play he did play last year, I think the whole season. And at the end of the day, if you were healthy before you came to us, once you come to us, look, Malik Jackson almost never missed a game in his career. Comes there and gets hurt. Jordan Hicks can't stay healthy, goes over there and stays healthy.
Yeah.
It's a mystery, but it can't just be this much of a coincidence at this point. It can't be a coincidence. Like,
did you, Mike? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Did you read Richard Figueroa's comment?
Yeah.
Just because he's probably lurking.
That's cool. Right.
If you guys aren't aware, Philly Mike got his first stand. So he's going to send him an autographed starter cap after the live.
That's funny.
That dude, bro.
Hey, listen.
Come on, man.
Like I said in my last video, I'm with all the smoke. You hear me? I can't. I'm with all the smoke.
Fresh. To take another content creator and use them as your thumbnail. Do you know how desperate you must be for views?
I didn't even see that. I just I never even seen nothing Boyle put out or none of that. I just seen what Mike sent me. Mike sent me this. If Mike ain't sent me this, I wouldn't have known nothing about it. You know what I mean? Because first of all, you sound desperate. You go to LB talking about some let's do a live, and he tell you, "Well, I'm doing a live with, somebody else," and then you hate on that somebody else. What part of the game is that? Like
Exactly.
your character is in question when you do something like that, man. So, you know, like like that commenter said, man, F boy. I don't even know who he is, and that's a dumbass name. What does that even mean?
Yeah, I didn't. They look. I woke up in the morning to go to work because I wake up at 5 in the morning. So I wake up and I'm getting ready, and I look. I'm like, damn, why my inbox on Twitter like that? So I forgot all the people who sent me, but like 2 or 3 Eagle subscribers who are on my channel sent me the video, and then and then a couple people posted it on my comment section and yeah, you on YouTube. So I watched it on my way to work. It's just like, and so then I text LB. I'm all like, LB, see what you did to me? I just play with him. I'm playing with him, and he's just like, yo, he had my name in his mouth too. And I'm like, it is what it is. Like, and then again, my Jason Peters videos were just about this, and that's all I'm gonna do. A minute, some change, because it's not about we grown man. We talking about internet beef? Like, really? Like, internet beef? Come on now.
Yeah.
Internet.
That's just a weird
No,
circumstance, man.
Yeah, I understand that. I mean, it's not really beef. It's about shutting you down and shutting you up. You know what I mean? Because first of all, you come out of nowhere, and then you getting at people that's trying to hustle and trying to do their thing. You know what I mean? It would be different if, all right, they making a video, they coming at your team, and
He made another
throwing,
video about me. I'm not gonna respond. I just listen. He made another video saying that. See, because I commented and saying, look, bro, you've been here a minute. You don't get more views than me, and you got double my subscribers. Don't get more views as me. It is what it is. He was like, see, Eagle content creators, all they care about is money and this, that, and a third. But the funny thing is, because I watched the video that Cop Pistol dissed me or whatever, you know how when you watch a video, somebody stuff, other stuff like that pops up. So what popped up on my screen was when Cop Pizzle a year ago dissed Lord Brunson. So I watched that video. I don't know why I did, right? But you know what the pinned comment is? The pinned comment from Cop Pizzle was donate to my PayPal. So he said I'm about the money. But a year ago, his pinned thing was to donate to his channel. So
dude want attention, man. His team is not winning. They haven't won in a long time. And like I said, I didn't know nothing about Bull. I heard LB say his name a couple times during lives, but every time he said his name, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm like, what kind of name is that? Like, that's a dumbass name, man. Y'all know I don't really cuss like that, but that's a dumbass name. You hear me? Like,
I'll put it out to him like this. I got 1/6 the subscriber base you do, but we get about the same amount of views on our videos. So it's not unequal. If you would like Cop Pizzle, you can hit me up and I'll do a live with you and we can talk football. Just saying.
He don't want to talk football. You know
what? Talk shit too. Either one. Don't worry. Don't bother me, bro.
Yeah, I can't say that because I don't know, boy. Like I said, I never went to his page. Even after the situation, I still never went to his page. I feel as though for what? You know what I mean? But trust me, when Mike sent me that John, I kept my gun loaded. You hear me? I'm waiting.
Yeah.
Cause I give out smoke. Y'all think I talk flag on these pages when I put up these videos? Boy don't want no trouble, man.
Yeah,
boy don't want no trouble. I'm trying to tell you.
And my whole thing is, I'm at the end of the day, I'm not gonna make a diss video like that. I got people, I got like, you know what I mean? I got older people watching, I got, younger people watching. And at the end of the day, it comes down to if I go at him too any harder and just giving him what he wants, giving his, little bit of fame. And come on now, if you want to talk football, it's cool. But to come at my stream being so trash, but it was come on now, it got more views than yours. And is this what they're doing over here? They're forcing people to watch this. No, shush. Come on now.
But it was weird. He like, oh my gosh, he's looking in his phone, looking for answers. Answers to what? What are you even talking about?
He needs answers to the intro, bro.
But but you know what he wanted, and it's crazy. We giving it to him right now. He wanted this.
Yeah,
He wanted.
we done. We done.
All right, we done. Cut it.
Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you guys. So we had to. Yo, funny thing is, I told Gate City before this. I'm like, maybe we only bang out a 2-hour one this today. We get everything done in 2 hours, and here we are, 4 hours and 15 minutes deep.
Hey, Karen Poole, you definitely right.
Yeah, exactly,
Karen
Mike. What we
Poole,
say, 2 hours?
Right.
Yeah.
We
Hey,
went
that's
2
my
hours
fault,
past
though.
the 2 hours.
Hey, that's my fault though, because I came on late. Every time I come on late, we go another hour or two. So whenever y'all ready, man,
Now we good, man. We still got people in the chat, man. I mean,
Oh yeah, we still got 110 watching on both together. Yeah, Anthony Holmes says 2 hours. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I know.
I had faith.
Honestly, Antonio, I swear to God, we always try to keep them like, all right, we're going to do like 2.5, 3 at the most. Bro, I don't think we've had a 3-hour live stream since like the first one.
Bro, but you know what though? When I do my live streams myself, there's times I do the same thing. I'm like, I as soon as I see that hour, I'm like, all right, I'm getting off in 15 minutes, and then I'll find myself at an hour 45. Like what? But it's even easier when we got us on it because we got the chat who keeps us in there. Then or you or Philly Fresh get on a good topic, and then you just forget.
Yeah. Richard Figueroa, man, I appreciate you, buddy.
But I ain't gonna lie to y'all. That really contests to the people that's in these comments, man, because they keep us going. Like, shout out to all of y'all, man. Like, at the end of the day, the reason that we keep going is because of their comments. And we'll get another comment. We'll comment on that. We'll get another comment. You know what I mean? So that's why we keep going. We don't want to leave nobody hanging. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's because of the family, man. Y'all already know.
Hey, Natira, where are you watching from, bud? That's early, bro. We appreciate you, man. That's real early.
Oh yeah, wow.
5 a.m, damn.
Right now over here, East Coast time, it's 11:18, and because of
he gotta be in China, Japan. He gotta be in China.
I don't know. Yeah, I have no clue where he's at. Hey, Vic 3, I really, really like Markin Manuel. I think he's a good fit because he's going to come in and play cover 1 a lot. I still think you'll see the Eagles play cover 3 on first down on those running downs because we're fast flow cover 3, primary defense getting 8 in the box, that kind of thing, and then we'll switch to cover 1 after that. I still think you'll see a lot of that. I think you'll see a little bit of zone concept built in. You'll see some cover 4 from time to time, things like that. But I like Markin Manuel. I've heard nothing but positives. There was the one weird thing where he had some kind of weird interview with a player in the draft, but outside of that, I've heard nothing but positive things about him. Did you guys hear about that where he asked somebody some crazy question during the draft?
Well, my bad. I was on my phone.
It was like
Gates?
Markin Manuel asked somebody like some kind of really weird question one time during the draft. I think he was just doing it just to try to mess with them and get them uncomfortable so he could see how they reacted, but it didn't look good when it was reported.
Oh, that was good enough.
Yeah, I think that was him. I think that was him. Yeah.
He asked somebody about their sexuality or something, right?
Was that? Yeah, I knew he asked him something weird. I didn't know what it was.
Oh,
I knew it was something like really weird.
Yeah, that was him though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did not know that was him. I do remember that. It was like 2 years ago. He asked somebody. Coming out the draft about their sexuality. Like, do they like men or some goofy stuff like that? I do remember that. I did not know that was him. That's crazy.
Yeah.
To elaborate,
we missed somebody. Hang on, we missed somebody. He's coming in from Belgium, guys. He's coming in from Belgium.
From Belgium?
Oh, that's what he said. He in Belgium?
Yep.
That's what's up. Yo.
Vic 3 said he's worried because of Atlanta.
Shout out to
his Atlanta
Belgium,
defenses were good. His Atlanta defenses were very good. Markin Manuel. Yeah. You got to remember, he wasn't a part of any of that crap that happened last year, really.
Yeah. Because he was somewhere else. Where was he at? Where was he at? Right, he was somewhere else. I can't remember. Damn.
Oh,
I thought they demoted him, didn't they?
he was a D coordinator at one time, wasn't he?
Yeah, he
Yeah,
was.
but he went to another team after the Falcons.
Let me see, guys.
Yeah, us. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, yeah. So
No,
he was out of football for a year, guys.
Oh, okay. He was out. Okay, I thought he was at
Yeah.
another team.
Yeah.
But yeah, so at the end of the day, I think he's an energy guy. I think he's a players coach. I think he'll bring out the best in younger players. So I'm excited to see what I'm tired. Markin Manuel does. How do we
That fight song took a toll on you, huh?
what do y'all think about Mukamara?
Antonio Holmes. Yeah, Mukamara, Prince of Mukamara. At one time, he was like one of the best corners in the league. Now, good veteran guy to bring in to push. I wouldn't expect him to win, though. I really wouldn't.
He a slot guy, right?
No, he played outside. Physical corner, likes to get his hands on people. I think he's lost the step, and I think that's what's happened to him. I still think he can play, honestly, but he's kind of getting into that twilight zone of his career.
Okay. Hey, Charles, it's nothing to debate. It's nothing to debate.
Yo, but listen,
6-0 versus 2-6. It's nothing to debate, man. We're not doing this. Come on, man.
What are we talking about?
This Philly talk, man. But come on, man. Jordan ain't messing with LeBron at all. I mean, LeBron ain't messing with Jordan at all.
I lost. I didn't know what you were talking about. What the hell? What are we talking about?
No. He put up a comment. He put up a comment from Charles. My bad. He put up a comment from Charles.
Let me ask you a question. Seriously,
all right,
though.
go ahead. All right,
as great as Jordan was, great.
Mm-hmm.
Do you factor in the way the game's changed?
Do you factor in the way the game's changed? Because it seemed like you put more to LeBron.
Statistically, yes. But I think they're a little more happy on the whistle now. So a physical guy like LeBron, although I will admit, LeBron gets away with a lot. But if your game is physical, they're more likely to call. They're more likely to tee you up. They're not tee you up, but you're more likely to get called for it.
Yeah, but I understand that. But my thing is, I feel as though if LeBron had to go against the Pistons, the bad boy Pistons, his heart would have been taken. Like Jordan had to. No, seriously. Jordan had to overcome that. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying LeBron is like a whole punk or nothing like that, but being is the diva that he is, I don't feel as though he would have overcome what Jordan had to overcome with the bad boy Pistons. You know what I mean?
Something? I'm not gonna. I never like to say my take when it comes to this, but I am interested to see how the chat does. We're gonna get back to Philly, but let's just see the Jordan versus LeBron. Ray just type in Jordan or LeBron. But I do want to say this: although the era was tougher and more physical back then, I think the
players are better.
The skill players are more skilled today than they were back then. It was tougher era back then, and I'm not saying who I like better. The era was tougher back then.
You walking the line, Fresh. You over here walking the line on us.
Yeah, but you definitely walk in line. You're not saying who you got better. No, you gotta say who you think better. Jordan is better because we understand that talent is better in his league. Like Jordan never had to face what LeBron had to face against the Warriors. I understand that.
Yeah.
But LeBron never had to face what Jordan had to face against the bad boy Pistons. The way the game was played, the way that you can just knock somebody off, you can just knock somebody mid-air and it's not a technical foul. It's a regular foul. You could take somebody's heart out their chest. You know what I mean? You can hand check. Like, I don't think people understand how big, like, I played basketball a little bit.
That was my sport in high school.
I was a football guy. Hand checking, when you can move somebody's hips and literally tell them to go somewhere else and they stopped it. You know what I mean? So Jordan had to go through that. So I feel as though what Jordan did and being 6-0 and never going to a game 7 in the NBA Finals, I ain't got nothing to talk about, man.
Last but not least, I want to say this again, though. The era was tougher, more physical back then. But like I said, this skill players, if you look at all these skill players in the league, they're more skilled, is what I'm trying to say. You had the tough, again, Michael Jordan is skilled. He's probably, again, all-time great GOAT. But I'm saying skill players, what they can do, again, nobody was shooting threes. The spacing was different. It was a lot more clogged up basketball back then. It's more space, and that's why the defense was more, you were allowed to get physical too. And there was more defense because you can get physical. You can't get physical now. And again, the spacing is crazy. You got center shooting threes now, where back in the day, your center, your power forward, your small forward couldn't shoot threes.
Yeah.
Only your point guard and your shooting guard could. But I'm going to lay it up at this. I'll probably go Gordon. I'll probably go Jordan. But I do got to say, again, I'll give it to Jordan. Jordan's a pinnacle of basketball, LeBron is doing big things, but to me, I like LeBron's more compared to Magic. Like he plays like Magic than he would, but
to be real, if Magic, if all that drama didn't happen with Magic, and believe me, it had to happen. I mean, when you get that disease, there are concerns, and I get all that. They derailed a really good season for Magic, guys. I'm just going to say it. That derailed a really, really good season for Magic.
Yeah, it was cool.
I'm just saying, before there was Jordan, there was Magic.
Yeah, but I'm just going to say this. We'll get back to Eagles talk, but I am enjoying The Last Dance. Let me just say that. I'm enjoying The Last Dance. I'm enjoying The Last Dance.
Yeah, it was Magic, but you forgot who Magic had around him. You know what I mean?
I'm not saying he didn't have good talent, but I'm saying
as soon as he as soon as he came into the league, though, Steve. As soon as he came into the league, he had the guy that's right now hold the title for most points in the NBA. After 20 years after he retired. No, probably 30 years after he retired. He still holds the league in the most points in the NBA. I like Magic. Don't get me wrong. And I understand that derailed.
I'm saying, though, physically, I'm talking about the physical gifts. Magic was better in the physical gift department. It's not even comparison to me.
To who?
Magic was better than Jordan?
Physical gifts. I'm not talking about production. Jordan? Yes. Before all that happened,
I'm sorry, guys.
He was the better player. He was.
He was
the better player before all that happened.
He was the better facilitator. When you talk about players,
the Lakers and Magic, they were on that run until that happened to Magic. It stalled it.
Larry Bird called that man God. He called him God. He said that was not Michael Jordan. That was God wearing a Michael Jordan jersey.
Yeah. Larry Bird's sacrilegious, man.
Listen, let me tell you something. It's no way that Magic Johnson, first of all, Magic Johnson will tell you he ain't better than Jordan. Magic Johnson tell you he's not more physically gifted than Jordan.
But you got to understand. All right, fresh.
All right,
Magic Johnson got robbed of his prime years by one of the worst diseases you could ever contract.
No,
it takes a
understand
physical
that. I understand that. I definitely understand that. I understand what you're saying. But at the end of the day, we talking about what Jordan put on his court. Jordan, the way that he moved, everything that he did, the killer instinct, and just to be better and to make his teammates better, I understand it. I mean, with Magic, he wanted to make his team better. He was a facilitator. And we understand he was kind of like how Ben Simmons is now, being a taller point guard. But when you're talking about physical attributes, nah, man.
But the thing is, you robbed Jordan of probably his greatest competition in the air from a degenerative disease that it was his own fault. It's not like he was forced to do the things that led to that disease. But You took a guy down in his prime who was your main. You get what I'm saying? That was your main competitor at the time. We could talk to Detroit Pistons. Yes, they had a big physical team. They were definitely aggressive, and there's no way in hell every player wouldn't be given a technical in today's game. But
Right.
But Magic Johnson and the Lakers, that was a whole different like. To me,
All right, Charles, we get it.
That's the greatest.
Hold on.
That's the
All right,
greatest
Charles,
dynasty that never happened during the era because of what happened there.
Yo, time out. I'm just kidding. But yeah.
Hey, Charles, talking about how the weather.
Yeah. Yo, the funny thing is this. So Charles said, "Fresh, never mind. Steve need to stick to football." Oh wait, he likes NC State. But appreciate the super chat, my guy Charles. Then he said, "How's the weather?" Yeah, that was a rough defense you had to try to do there, Gay City. But anyways, Kevin commented in here and he said, "Where did you get that hat?" He likes the hat, or what? You know what I mean?
It's just the draft they had, guys. It's just the 2020 draft they had.
I do want to know where did you get it though? I do want to know that. I meant to ask you that last.
Internet search, man. It's just an internet search. I don't even remember who got it. The company.
Okay.
Just look up 2020 Philadelphia Eagles draft day cat.
Okay.
It'll pop up.
Okay. I meant to ask you that. I definitely did. Because I'm still stuck with this thing right here. Did y'all forget about this?
Champion.
Did y'all forget about this?
None. Hort Dog said, "Can Simmons shoot a 3 yet?" Nope, not yet. He's going to. Keep waiting. It's coming.
He shot 2. He shot
Simmons
2 this year, man.
Bro. Simmons is frustrating, man.
We want to know. We want to see that consistently. At least one a game. Come on now. You got to open it up.
No, but he asked, "Can he shoot it?" I'm just telling you that he shot 2. He made 2.
When he made the
Carl Smith just put up the company site. It's fanatics.com.
Where you put it up at?
Right there. Fanatics.com. Just fanatics.com.
Kara said you stole that hat, Steve.
Hey, he's an all-star.
But don't be looking.
Right now, he's an all-star without.
Hold your shit tight. Guys, to be honest with you, I just Google searched the shit.
Not yet.
Hey, Antonio, real fast. I'm still trying to do this logo thing real fast. Antonio, listen, man. Like, hit me on Instagram. Like, for real. I'm really looking for a logo, bro. Like, if you can really do that, I got you. I'll pay you, whatever the case may be. It's Philly fresh because it's crazy. I don't know if you've seen it, Steve, because I don't think Mike got an Instagram, but somebody not stole my page, but stole all my pictures, and they have been messaging people saying, "Hey, how you doing today? I can make you money." Like, so now I got this whole thing. No, for real. So,
you're a celeb now, bro.
Antonio, what'd you say?
You're a celeb now, bro. That's a thing. You know that, right? I'm serious.
That's
a thing.
Celeb.
That's a thing. That's what they do.
Not yet. I'm getting there, but I ain't one yet. But listen, Antonio, it's Philly Fresh _60. Don't go Philly Fresh 60 because that dude is a fraud. That dude stole he stole my pictures. He stole my kids' pictures, man. Like,
yeah, that's fucked up.
I'm trying to get this dude out of here. Like,
yo, I'm dead. Look what Charles said to you.
Adults interact on Twitter.
Ain't nobody trying to hear none of that, man. I'm an adult and I'm a child. How about that?
Simmons has got anxiety issues. You pampered with Brett. Yeah, but yo, real quick, D Money.
What make you say that? What make you say that though?
Well, I mean,
he struggled in college too.
Brett Brown babies him. He doesn't put pressure on him to, you know.
No. I understand that. I'm not talking about the Brett. I'm talking about the first part. Who said he got anxiety issues?
Oh yeah, I don't know about that.
That's major. Like, that's major. I never heard nothing about that.
Yeah. when I started this channel, it was going to be about the Eagles and DraftKings and FanDuel because I've been playing FanDuel for the last 5 years. I play NBA, I play MLB, and I play NFL. I'm the best. I'm really good at NFL. I'm good at the NBA, and I'm decent at MLB. I normally stay in big dollar cash games, but I make a lot of money. I got to fill out a form and claim it on my taxes every year from FanDuel and DraftKings, but I do sportsbook too now. Yeah, I make a killing in that. But it sucks now. There's no sports. I was even betting on sportsbook about table tennis. Rough. Anyways.
Yeah, we need to talk.
But GPPs, you always want to be contrarian. Listen, you got to be contrarian. Again, when there is a really, really chalky guy who's going to do good, you want to get some of them lineups in too. See, I was up to doing GPPs. I do like 100 entries in a GPP. You know, the biggest one I won so far was probably like 15, but that was a couple years ago. I won 15,000. But I normally stay in the cash games and try to get like, I'll bet like maybe like close to like $700, between $500 to $1,000 in cash games. And but I do these things called a quintuple. So whatever you bet, you win 5 times your money. Now you can only bet up to, in the main one, like 250. No, am I lying? You can only do up to 200 or 250 lineups. So it's like $500, but you get a couple other ones. But I love that. So 500 turns into 5 times 500. But the GPPs, you want to stay contrarian, bro. You want to be as contrarian as possible, especially when you're in them big GPPs. Oh, you do enter 150 lineups. That's what's up, yo. Yeah, hit me up on Twitter though.
Y'all speaking French to me right now. I don't know what the hell you talking about, Mike. and I feel as though Gate City feel the same way because he's been quiet for the last
daily fantasy
2.5 minutes.
Daily I was looking at stuff. Sports. My bad.
Oh, okay.
I didn't hear what the hell they said.
I don't know exactly. He's speaking gibberish to me. I don't know what you talking about.
Anyways,
what the heck is a 150 lineup?
No. Well, FanDuel and DraftKings are daily fantasy sports. So it's like you know when you play a fantasy league with your friends and you draft a team for the whole year. This is daily fantasy. So the sport they're playing that week or that day, you make a fantasy lineup with a cap of money, and then you play and you win money. So at the end of the day, it's great. I'll put you on to it. I'll just give you my lineups, not in GPPs, but in cash games. I'll easily double or 5 times your money for you. Just need sports to come in.
Hey, Antonio Holmes, I got you, man. It just came through my jaw, man. Appreciate it.
But D Money definitely will hit up on that because, like I said, I was actually thinking about doing it again. Like when I started this channel only 8 some months ago, I was going to do Eagles and that. And what I was going to do, I was going to come on Wednesday for football and talk about my picks. Give you sleepers. I wasn't going to give you your whole 9-player lineup, but I would tell you guys, these are my top 5 targets in GPPs. These are my top 5 targets or 3 to 5 targets in cash games. Different things like that. But I never did it really. But football, basketball, baseball. I played 3, but that's what I'm pretty good at. I like DraftKings baseball because you got to pick 2 pitchers. I think that helps keep you different.
I don't know nothing about it.
I'm sorry, no more talking about it, but hit me up on my Twitter.
No. I ain't saying you gotta stop talking about it. I'm just saying it's things that I do want to know about, this kind of thing. Like I really don't know nothing about this. Like my boss to my side job that I got, I own my own company, but I got a side job and he's into this stuff like how you are. Like he gets excited. Like he bet on the draft like 30 times. Who's going to take who? Who's going to do this? Who's going to do that? You know what I mean? So, I add some kind of stuff, but I really don't know nothing about these odds, these bets, or none of that. It's kind of confusing to me.
John said Jalen Reagor walked into the better position than any of the first 3 wide receivers that got drafted because of Carson and Doug. I agree.
Yeah, I think he walked into a good situation as well. But I think not even so much Carson and Doug as much as it is Aaron Moorhead. I think Aaron Moorhead's going to turn out to be a good coach, guys.
Be more careful. That's a super chat for you. Go ahead, Gate.
It's been real, fellas. I'll catch you next time. Be more careful. We appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much, man. You know we appreciate you. And we're about to sign out too, guys. We're going on almost 5 hours. So
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm only going on about an hour, but I understand.
Charles Smith, what is this in reference to? What's the name of your company, bro? I think you talking to Antonio Holmes or you?
Made to perfection. Made to perfection. I got a cleaning company, man. I just started about 9 months ago. It's been going good, man. I done put my life savings into this, and it's been doing this thing. And you know, thank God for it. You know what I mean? Like, man, if it wasn't for this, I probably would have been back in the streets. You know what I mean? I wouldn't have been talking to y'all right now. It's a reason that I get to talk to y'all how I talk to y'all right now, because I ain't in the streets no more. You know what I mean? So yeah, made to perfection, cleaning company, man. I try to do everything I can do legally, man.
Look, he said we about to break night. Man, I'm dead tired. And it's only 11:42, but I stayed up late last night. I'm hurt right now. So it's about that time.
Whenever y'all ready, man. Whenever y'all ready.
So, we finished to hit these last couple things. People are saying that's good stuff with your cleaning company. Marcus said that's awesome. Shout out to you. Philly Fresh, check your IG blood. So he hit you, I guess. Herbert Timms.
I ain't got it. I got hold on. I got Antonio Holmes on my IG, but I ain't got nah, I ain't got him. You hear me? You might have went to the fake page. Stay away from that fake page, man. I'm trying to tell you, man. He trying to say you something. No, but seriously, man.
Appreciate everybody.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, man. These two guys, I appreciate these guys, man, to the utmost. Like, they really don't understand how much I appreciate these two guys, man. You know what I mean? To be on for 3 hours and I come on. The only reason that I ain't gonna say the only reason, because obviously y'all the reason too. But the biggest reason that they stayed on is because I came on. I understand you're tired, especially Philly Mike, after singing that Philly fight song. I understand he's very, very tired. But I appreciate these two guys, man. If y'all on this live and y'all ain't sub these two guys up, make sure y'all do, man. They genuine. And we talk, and that's really all I can say about these guys, man. They genuine and they keep it real, man. So make sure y'all set them two guys up, man.
Herbert Timms, thank you, man. We appreciate the super chat. My IG, shit, let me pull it up, bro. I don't even remember it off the top of my head, bro.
I think he won Philly Freshest too, though. But
I'm about to show you exactly my IG, because
type it in the chat that he's in.
Okay. I don't know which one he in.
He's in mine.
Show it to him.
He's in mine, I think.
Yeah, I don't got that, so I'm just gonna show it to him real fast. If he watching, let me know if he watching. So,
Charles Smith. So you only appreciate them Philly Fresh?
Huh?
It's on the screen.
What? What is he? What is he saying? I'm confused.
Because you said that you appreciate me in Gate City and blah blah. He's feeling left out.
Come on, man. Y'all already know I appreciate the family, man. Don't do that. Hey, Charles, man, you gonna make me come find you, man, and come holler at you, man. You don't want that. It's like, no, Charles, my guy, man. He already know, man. No, I'm from West Philly, the best Philly, man.
Yo, look.
Yo, wait a minute. Philly Fresh. You said the dude's Philly Fresh 60?
Yeah.
Yeah, Philly Fresh 60.
Yo, that
I'm
motherfucker
Philly
followed
Fresh.
me, bro.
All right, look, I'm Philly Fresh _ 60. You hear me?
I just
What
noticed
the heck
that.
just
Yeah,
happened?
yo, he followed me for real. I just saw him.
Yo, you know how many people message me like, yo, like, why you keep asking me all this good? I'm like, it's not me, man. Like, but this is me. And I'm gonna show you how the guy that's fraud. This is me right here. And I changed my profile picture. You see me looking all lovely. You know what I mean? But
You just gonna
Yeah, yours got an underscore, right?
yeah. And this
Yo,
this
that's so
this
messed up, bro. His stuff is really close to yours.
and this is the
Yo,
guy that's fraud. Hold on. I'm about to show
yeah.
you how the guy that's fraud.
Yo, look.
Really close. It is close. This is the guy that's fraud. This is the guy that's fraud.
I can't do this no more. Oh my God. My respect to you guys at Philly Mike, Gate City Sports, and Philly Fresh.
Do not subscribe to this guy right here. He just blocked me. He just blocked me. Oh no, he didn't. This is all the pictures you stole from me.
He's like, I'm the real Philly Fresh.
Get out of here. You see my kids, you see me and all my lavishness, but you see all this, man. Like this dude is a whole fraud, man. So it's Philly Fresh _ 60. Not
Hey
this
guys,
guy.
if you're underneath my chat, guys, I just put it in there for you. Philly Fresh's IG. Make sure you look for the underscore, guys, because if it says Philly Fresh 60, it's the wrong guy. It should say Philly Fresh _ 60.
Exactamundo.
I got you, Herbert. I got you, bro.
My man.
Charles Smith said that's the real Philly Fresh from East Philly.
From East Philly.
Y'all do know it's really an East Philly. Like
Yeah, we know.
okay. No, I'm just saying.
Yeah,
Like people don't. A lot of people don't know that. Like a lot of people don't know it's really an East Philly.
But yeah, it's about that time, guys. It's about that time. It's about that time. Appreciate all you guys.
Hey, listen. We on Saturday?
What, next Saturday?
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, we good.
All right, man. Y'all know what it is. Stay Philly. Stay fresh, y'all.
Yeah. Appreciate everybody. At the end of the day, if you on the way out, whoever's channel you're watching on, appreciate if you haven't hit that like button. If you can smash that like button on the way out. Appreciate you guys 100%. I'm about to fall asleep right at this table when I get off here. Like I said, if you're subscribed to one of us or not both of us, check the other guy's channel out. If you like it, do what you gotta do. Appreciate you guys. Guy, anything you want to say, Gate?
Hey, guys. Appreciate y'all. Almost 5 hours y'all hung in here, man. Y'all the greatest, man. You know we appreciate you guys. This has been really cool to do these Saturdays with y'all, especially during quarantine, because I think I'd lose my mind if we didn't have this stuff going, man. To be real with you.
Word.
Like, yeah, it helps.
Definitely does. So we will be putting out videos tomorrow, and you know what we do. Until next time, we out.
The awkwardness of it ending.
Yeah, I'm not even hitting the right buttons.